YouTube. Hello, it's great to see you all. I am so pleased. Yes, I read an overview, Dear Jew Drops, about Turtle Boy's comments. We've decided we're not going to play them because we're not going to give Turtle Boy any clout. We will look at some of Turtle Boy's comments today, though, that he made on his show. We'll juxtapose it with some of the things that were said by Brian Lucky Lofgren in court. We'll go over Hank Brennan's magisterial deployment of his consciousness of guilt argument. We'll listen to the John DePetro interview from yesterday, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, it is a glorious day to be a towel. And, of course, even though we don't have court today, ladies and gentlemen, Thursday, June 5th, 2025, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. I wanted to spend some time with you. Also, do you like my neat little background? Look at me. I am part of the background. I'm a little towel. Isn't that awesome? I also have my new wonderful towel microphone. I want to say thank you to all the towel friends. We started to have some microphone issues that were, I think you could say, inescapable the other day. Towel, I also want to take a moment to say, I think we should all say thank you to Towel's microphone. 7 years this little microphone was with Little Towel on this stream. We saw so much of the world together, didn't we, Little Towel? I don't think I will ever feel as comfortable as when I am speaking like this. It's going to take me a long time, ladies and gentlemen, to adjust to having two hands free while streaming. But it is also liberated Little Towel. I think Towel struggles with executive function and emotional intelligence, although my analytical intelligence is all right. And as a result, ladies and gentlemen, I think having hands free will actually increase my ability to operate the stream. So there you go. Yes, God bless you all. Thank you so much for all of your support and kind words. It means so much to Little Towel to have all of you here this morning. And because we have an off day, this will be one of those streams where it will be about you. So we're going to watch the John DePetro interview because we had a request earlier. Oh, thank you, Jew Drops. You know what, Super Towelette Jew Drops? You look cool, my dear friend. Do some origami. Someone was like, make balloon animals. But yes, friends, so we're going to spend some time today re-watching the John DePetro interview because that's a really good way to get caught up, and I think a lot of you liked that interview, some of you who didn't see it. It was actually funny. We had this was our second interview on Towel's stream. You know, maybe we can watch the Tony Bruski interview as well today. But yes... Christina Towel, you are hilarious. But yes, I am more effective now. I can hold things. I can use my phone. I was interviewing John DePetro, and this microphone is really good. So as you can see, even though the microphone's a little bit away from me, it has really good pickup on what I'm saying, especially if I point it directly at where I'm speaking. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's great to see you. Welcome. Good morning. Of course, listen, this is a down day. We don't have court today. If you're wondering what's going on, why is this an off day? It's going to be very, very hot today. So that I am in a very darkened part of my office. It is, all the shades are closed. I have my fan running. Yes, Towel does have a fan. And then I have my AC running right next to the fan. So Towel is doing his best. We're going to stay cool. Tater Bug, hello. Yes, John DePetro does indeed identify as a towel, ladies and gentlemen. And I think the towel universe, the warm, fluffy fabric of the towel universe continues to grow. But yes, if you're just tuning in, it's a recap day. We've had some requests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm monitoring your comments. I'm not going to be an idiot like I was the other day and offend our dear Towel friend Andrea. Now, we're still waiting for Andrea to come back. I think Towel was a bit of an idiot. But anyway, it's great to be with you all. Towel did not want to be lonely today, so there's no one I'd rather spend some time with than all of the Towel friends. It's so good to see you all coming in. Yeah, but it's your stream. We're going to get caught up. Let me know what you want to watch, ladies and gentlemen. And by the way, if you all could do Towel a favor, I don't know if she's watching, but put some hearts in the chat for Andrea. Let her know that she's welcome. We had a misunderstanding the other day because Towel doesn't speak Spanish well, and he's an idiot. But anyway, please just let Andrea Towel know that whether she's going through a tough time or not, she's welcome here, and we love her. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get caught up. I'm going to answer your questions. Let me know what would you like to watch. We're going to watch the John DePetro interview. What do you need to get caught up on? That there were some questions. I saw a question from Macy earlier. I'm so sorry that I forgot it. Let me scroll up and actually see if I can grab the question. Macy said something earlier in the form of a question. It was, what do you think is left to come? Looking forward to the recap, and I'll be listening in and trying not to laugh out loud at my desk. They know I'm listening, but LOL. That's funny, Macy. Okay, so what do I think still left to come? I think we got, so if Karen's predicting her case will be over by Tuesday, then we got a full day Friday, full day Monday, and then Tuesday, I'd say we got 3 more witnesses for Karen. One of them will be this witness, this defense expert that's going to try to undercut Welcher's argument, but that's not going to work. I don't think the 3 new pages of that witnesses report are going to come in because the defense tried to ambush Hank with them on June 1st, 2025, right in the middle of trial. And then the ARCA witnesses, probably 2 of them. So I'd say we got 3 to 4 witnesses left at most. Karen's not taking the stand. Obviously, we know that because she submitted jury instructions that say do not draw negative inference if the defendant does not take the stand. No, good morning, Suzanne. No, yeah, I know, Suzanne. Listen, I'm working on it, but I have I think you're right, Suzanne. I should just take that on board. I'm learning in real time. Just remember, just because Towell knows a lot about certain historical, socio-legal, political information, that does not mean that I have either a high level of executive functioning or a high level of emotional intelligence. So we're all learning. But yes, good morning, dear friends. It's great to see you all. Let me get back to answering Macy's question. So I see 3 more witnesses or so for the defense. They wrap up by Monday or Tuesday. Then Hank Brennan's going to start his rebuttal case, which will have at least Dr. Jordan Welcher. It might have other rebuttal witnesses, depending on how Karen chooses to play the consciousness of guilt situation. We're going to, obviously, yesterday, if you missed the big news, Hank Brennan made his play. He moved on the consciousness of guilt evidence by bringing up to Brian Lucky Lofgren, Aidan Turtleboy Kearney's article about Lofgren. Lofgren said he didn't read it initially, which wouldn't have allowed Hank to bring it in later for consciousness of guilt purposes. But Lofgren eventually, an hour later, after Hank had him up there on the stand for an hour, did say that, yes, his family and friends told him about that specific Turtleboy article. Hank immediately then went to sidebar. We'll watch the moment in a minute. And as a result of that, ladies and gentlemen, I see the bigger picture here. And Hank Brennan, in his closing or in rebuttal, we're moving towards this consciousness of guilt jury instruction. We know that Hank Brennan's moving for it because it's in Hank Brennan's proposed model jury instructions, okay? And so, in that larger context, oh, God bless you all. In that larger context, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to look at the Lucky Lofgren cross again. It was beautiful. Hank Brennan, when you notice the distinction between, say, a Hank Brennan cross and a Bob Allesie cross, a Bob Allesie cross is just kind of meandering. It lets witnesses say things that hurts Bob Allesie's client's case. It's like a amateur style of cross. Hank Brennan's cross had 2 sections, okay? Section 1, make sure it was clear to the jury that Lucky has not only has his story changed, but he's consistently said under oath that he did not see a black car until around 5 or 6 a.m., and he didn't see the police tape at the scene until 6:30 a.m. So just, Brennan was clearly, going to show, I didn't mean to knock that microphone. I feel like Bob Allesie. Brennan was clearly trying to show in the first part of the Lucky cross that Lucky was an unreliable witness, and I think that's been very clear even to the jurors in the first Reed trial. Ronnie, the pro-Karen Reed juror, it was very clear Brian Lucky Lofgren is not a reliable witness as to his memory or eyesight, and he also crashed into a basketball hoop, which David Yannetti called a basketball apparatus. I found that hilarious. And then second, Hank Brennan's second part of his cross was to, and you could see Hank Brennan being very smart with this, because I think Hank Brennan, and I believe this, Hank Brennan, I think, has reason to believe Alan Jackson is coaching some of the friendly defense witnesses, and like through signals and stuff. And we'll take a look at the moment with Officer Barros where I think this really came out. And so Hank Brennan's second point with his cross of Brian Lucky Lofgren was to bring in this consciousness of guilt evidence, but to bring it in, and this is why folks have to understand the miniature of this, the legal nuance. I'm not a lawyer, by the way. I'm a Towel. None of this is legal advice. Get a lawyer if you have questions about the law. Get a Towel. If you want to prove unconditional love exists, even in a world defined by self-interest, greed, and sometimes stupid towels who act from a place of good intention but do stupid things because they shouldn't be left alone with their thoughts, because then they make up scenarios and it drives them crazy and then they do stupid things. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, Sorry, I did it again, Suzanne. Hank Brennan had two schemas in that cross, okay? And so within each of those schemas, he had a point. And what I want you to understand about the introduction of the Turtle Boy evidence, it's not, a lot of people were asking yesterday, why didn't Hank put the Turtle Boy article up on the screen? That's not what introducing into evidence, something into evidence is all about. So, ladies and gentlemen, that when you display something in a courtroom, that is called a chalk or a display. Now, it's called a chalk because I think you used to literally use a chalkboard. But anyway, so they have this option, lawyers in a case, to chalk something, display it. That's not very common with all evidence. Like 10 to 20% of evidence might get chalked. So the evidentiary record, though, can serve multiple purposes. One, when you enter something into evidence, in order to do it, you have to establish a foundation through a relevant witness who has firsthand knowledge somehow, even if it's relayed to them, of the evidence you're submitting, okay? You can't just put some random person up there and be like, isn't this an article that Turtle Boy wrote about witnesses in this case? No, but you could do something like, sir, do you recognize this article? Okay, yes. Did you read this article? Well, Lucky said no. Okay, so he doesn't have direct personal knowledge. Did your family and friends tell you about this article? Does this look like what they sent you? And then Lucky was like, and this was the big moment, yes. Hank Brennan, you could tell it was a big moment if you understand the legal procedure of it all, because Hank Brennan then paused and said, sidebar, Your Honor. So what Hank Brennan was doing there was he was introducing this into the evidentiary record. He's not going to put it up on the screen. He's introducing it into the evidentiary record for two purposes down the line. One, the jury, it's in evidence. The jury gets to look at it now and they'll see that. And then second, subject to redaction. Second, Hank Brennan needs to get that in the evidentiary record, because when he goes to make his argument to Judge Cannoni for including a consciousness of guilt by way of witness intimidation argument against Karen for the jury instruction, Hank Brennan actually has to have evidence submitted in the record related to that intimidation. Now, you might be saying, ladies and gentlemen, well, why would Hank Brennan be bringing in something that Turtle Boy did to Lucky Lofgren? Why would Brennan be able to associate Karen's actions, Karen with Aiden's actions in this case? Karen hasn't been charged with witness intimidation. Aiden's not charged with witness intimidation of Brian Lucky Lofgren. Well, guess what, ladies and gentlemen? You don't need an underlying criminal charge to assert what's called a joint venture theory of admissibility when you're making an evidentiary argument for consciousness of guilt on a theory of co-conspirator liability. Now, if you want to look more into this, you should look at footnote 2 of the Massachusetts model jury instruction on consciousness of guilt and the reporter's note, reporter's note 2. Because what you'll find is there's this case called McCarthy from the 80s in Massachusetts, and then another case from 2001, which is like in the matter of a grand jury or something. It has a very long title. So those two cases together form the progeny that allows Hank Brennan to assert what's called the joint venture theory of co-conspirator liability under the consciousness of guilt witness intimidation instruction. And the way it works functionally is thus. Hank Brennan needs a certain evidentiary threshold. You could argue under this decision from 2011 in the Fifth Circuit, which is called Elmazian, that you don't even need like probable cause at best. You don't even need an underlying criminal act to prove joint venture for the purposes of this exercise. But if that's the Fifth Circuit, it's only persuasive in Massachusetts. And I think the way like the appellate court, and I actually know a lot more about this than I probably should. I think the way the appellate court would think about something like this is they wouldn't go with the Fifth Circuit's like it's a Fifth Circuit. They wouldn't go with that standard, the probable cause. They'd probably go with something like the existing standard, which is preponderance of the evidence. So the way you got to think about this, ladies and gentlemen, we're in a very narrow area of analysis right now. Okay, we're talking about why Hank Brennan introduced Aiden Kearney's article about Brian Lucky Lofgren yesterday with a forward-looking intention to get it into the evidentiary record for the jury to see in deliberations, but also to establish foundation for his consciousness of guilt by way of witness intimidation jury instruction. Now, what Hank Brennan has to prove, in my opinion, the way this will be analyzed by Judge Cannoni, is that Aiden and Karen co-conspired to write that article. Okay, and there's kind of proof of it, because right around the time that Aiden wrote his article, June 5th, 2023, that was the same day that Lucky was meeting with Reed's defense investigator. And previously, I think Aiden had talked on his show last night about how Lucky had ghosted the defense investigator or something. And we know that Aiden Kearney and Karen Reed and the Reed defense started communicating through an intermediary roughly April 20th to May 3rd of 2023. So this kind of all lines up, and then Hank Brennan can establish by a preponderance, and it's not for the jury, it's for Judge Cannoni to decide if he's met this burden. Hank Brennan can establish by preponderance of the evidence that Karen Reed and Aiden Kearney teamed up such that Karen Reed had some kind of control over what Aiden Kearney was publishing. That is enough. Judge Cannoni can draw the inference. It doesn't have to be direct evidence. Judge Cannoni, although there is direct evidence because it's already in the record in the search warrant affidavit for Karen Reed's cell phone from January of 2024 that Aiden told that Aiden had said before that Karen had editorial control in that window between April of 2023 and maybe October of 2023, a little earlier, of what Aiden was writing on his blog. In fact, when Karen would say like, "Oh, don't publish something," Aiden would go above Karen to Alan Jackson sometimes to get permission, and it caused tension. But in any event, that's enough for Hank Brennan to argue that the connection between Aiden Kearney and Karen Reed is sufficient to impute onto Karen Aiden's publishing of the article about Lucky. Okay, so do you see how this is working? It's a very segmented, very refined legal strategy. It's why the people like Alan Jackson and David Unetti must have realized this at the moment it was happening. It took me like 5 minutes after Brennan started asking the questions for me to really understand the procedural brilliance of what he was doing. Because remember, Hank Brennan is a advanced trial strategy professor. Like you have to think of everything from the perspective of trial strategy. Nothing is random. Everything happens for a purpose. And Brennan can't control the answers from the witness, but he has an intent when he's going to ask those questions, and he accomplished both of them. Now, as to the consciousness of guilt foundation and that evidence, this is just absolutely devastating for the Reed defense. If you have any understanding of this case, if you have any understanding of the legal miniature of it or whatnot, the legal nuance, then the defense's reaction, first of all, when they moved for a mistrial the other day, when they completely lost, they tried to move for a mistrial because Brennan mentioned the absence of dog DNA. Not only did they lose the mistrial motion, Brennan then got to ask about the absence of dog DNA. That shows the Reed defense is very scared, and they're worried about a conviction from this jury. And then the further interesting thing is, when we're looking at this consciousness of guilt instruction, the Reed defense, there's no way they saw this coming. No one saw this coming. I think maybe one account called Brennan's Fan or something, which is a funny pun on X, saw this coming. But no one saw the way in which this was going to lead up, because if you're Brennan, it's brilliant to bring in this evidence about Turtle Boy intimidating witnesses through Lofgren. Lofgren is a sweet guy. He's a plow truck driver, just a local, hockey-loving guy who was going through some tough stuff. But you know what? That's why Hank Brennan had him up there basically portrayed on Cross as a victim of Turtle Boy and Karen, because Brennan knew that Lucky wasn't going to be legally smart enough to realize he needed a cue from Alan Jackson in the moment. Because think about what I just explained to you, the evidentiary value in the context of the consciousness of guilt instruction. The evidentiary value of the Lucky saying, yes, my family and friends told me about that article about Turtle Boy, it's not blatantly obvious to a non-trained mind. But, ladies and gentlemen, Lucky's the perfect witness to do that to. Because even like a semi-trained witness, someone like a professional expert or a cop, they would be aware or on guard that you were doing that, because they understand what evidentiary foundation is. And they would notice that there's cue words, like buzzwords, like family and community members. Why would you ask that question in that way if you're Hank Brennan? Did your family or community members tell you about this specific article you're reading? Well, when you do that, you're invoking a specific clause of the evidentiary rules related to indirect personal knowledge for the witness of the piece of evidence you want to use. As a lawyer, like Alan Jackson and David Dunetti would be like, oh no, dear God, just say you don't know, say you don't remember, just please don't say yes to that question. As soon as you say yes to that question, the moment was brilliant. As soon as you say yes, it's over. And that's why Hank Brennan immediately called for a sidebar as soon as Lucky said yes. So now, with that in mind, ladies and gentlemen, let's watch that moment again, because I think I have it. I have a clip of it ready to show the towel friends, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, if you tuned in, you picked a great moment, ladies and gentlemen. I'm being a little towel. I have lots of things to say. Did you all think that was a good analysis? I think I really teased out why. Lovely Sphinx, hello, my friend. We should have had you on for an interview today. Maybe we can, friends. Friend, you could just call in for a few minutes, Lovely Sphinx, if you want to do an interview. We can do it anytime, but let me play this clip first. Let's watch, though. Let's watch the moment this happened, ladies and gentlemen. Also, would you like to hear an interview with Lovely Sphinx? I know Lovely Sphinx is busy, but I think a quick, great chance for Lovely Sphinx to flex their skills, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so we're not going to watch the full cross at first. What we're going to watch is the moment, ladies and gentlemen, that I was just talking about. I want you to pay specific attention to how Brian Lucky Lofgren goes about answering this question, okay? It's very, very interesting. Watch Hank Brennan's brilliant legal maneuvering, ladies and gentlemen. Brilliant. Let me just make sure this is only what I want. Doesn't also, yeah, it also has Turtle Boy. Oh, and then at the end of this one, you can watch the clips of Turtle Boy actually speaking directly to Lucky. All right, ladies and gentlemen, who's excited? I'm excited. Let's watch it. Hank Brennan put on a masterclass. I gave you the full prep. I explained to you why this is so brilliant. Now, it may not be readily obvious, but to towel friends, the informed, cogent, erudite towel friends, oh, you all are going to be ready to see the brilliance unfold. Also, look at my wonderful new camera. I'm melting into the background. I am a towel.
A question about the dumpsters.
And he said that wasn't subject to a lot of attention, was it?
Correct.
Right. But this case was.
The case itself, yes.
The people involved in this case were subject to a lot of attention.
Correct.
And you spoke to the defense investigator after this case, as far as attention is concerned. You remember speaking to the investigator on June 5th, 2023?
Yes.
And do you know, coincidentally, that is the day that the blogger put out the articles on you, accusing you of not doing the right thing? Sure. May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you a document. Let's take a look at that document. What day is that document dated?
June 5th, 2023.
Without reading it, that document possible you.
Correct.
And your friends and people in the community talked to you about this article, didn't they?
Not specifically this article, but they were sending me stuff that were being printed about me, yes.
Why don't you take a little look at what's said and you can tell us whether that's the same type of information that was being conveyed to you through intermediaries.
Can you ask that question again, please?
Yes, sir. Was this some of the kind of attention that you were receiving on June 5th after you spoke to the defense investigator?
Yes.
Like to come sidebar?
Okay. All right, do you notice how he did that? Oh, sorry about that. Do you notice how Hank Brennan did that, ladies and gentlemen? Brilliant. Brilliant. I'd like to come to sidebar. He set the foundation. Lucky at first was like, I don't know. And then he was like, yes, I saw this article from my family and friends. And Brennan was like, okay, thanks. Now watch, ladies and gentlemen. They zoom in on Turtle Boy, and then I'm going to play, it plays the clips that Turtle Boy made about Lucky. Wait till you hear them. They're really, like, I can't believe he said it about Lucky at the time. Folks, do you understand what's happening here? This is just absolutely, we're at an absolutely huge moment, folks. Do you understand what's happening? With that, hello, Peggy O'Keefe. Oh my goodness, the shot is on Aiden. Oh my goodness, Aiden Kearney is in the courtroom. Do you understand what Hank Brennan is moving to do right now, ladies and gentlemen? Hank Brennan is moving to.
I know, whatever, you're probably afraid, right? You don't want to come forward. You fear the Alberts, but you should fear me, like not fear, not like physical fear, but like I said, the Alberts fear me much more than I fear them, because I have the ability to severely change their lives. And that goes for you too, Stephen. And that goes for you too, Mr. Lucky. We don't have to get into that yet. But I know your friends are going to send this to you. I just want you to know, you've wanted to keep a low profile for a reason. I get it. I'm not going to allow it anymore. Just know that. The jig is up. Time's up. You've had the chance to do the right thing. So now you've chosen not to, and now I'm giving you an ultimatum. You need to contact me and do the right thing, and you're going to have a conversation with me, or Brian Albert finds out what you did, and then you can deal with him. I heard he's real friendly. I heard he's real nice. Yeah, you can deal with it. He doesn't know, does he? He doesn't know what you did. He doesn't know what you did, does he, huh? He's going to find out. He's going to find out, and I got proof. So we'll see. Yeah, I'm being intentionally vague. I'm being intentionally vague right now. Lucky. Mr. Lucky. You know who you are. And you know what you did. And you know what you're hiding. And you know what you said. And I know shit. And I know all about you. And you're going to be seeing me, sir. And we're going to have some questions for you. So I highly suggest you reach out to me first before I put this all out there. Because we'll see what happens, sir. Because I know you're watching this. And you know who I'm talking about. Because Brian Albert called you that day. Brian Albert called you a couple times. And I know that is a fact. So stay tuned with that. But at least Brian Albert has I hope he's listening right now.
No, ladies and gentlemen, that is not a good sign the other day, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, goodness. I am deeply concerned. Oh, wow. And, ladies and gentlemen, it did not get better. It got worse. Let me just tell you, we are going to watch the full cross of Brian Lucky Lofgren. Oh, I think he introduced the evidence, Tom Grist, without question. I think he introduced the evidence, so. Oh, no, ladies and gentlemen, this is not good. This is quite concerning. I will tell you, folks, I have not seen something like this before. In a trial, I've not seen an attorney move to lay evidentiary foundation through an unsuspecting witness like that for a collateral purpose. Very brilliantly executed. Good morning, so many of you towel friends. Oh, towel friends, I just feel like I keep getting good news and bad news today. I'm now all concerned because there's some administrative issues with how my phone plan is going to be handled now that my father has passed away. And out of all the things in the world, that is the one thing I did not want to administratively hear about. It's like $10 a month, and this is what people want to make Little Towel stressful about. This is why I should not be allowed to just talk to the world, because I will inevitably be like, why do these things happen? Anyway, we'll figure it out, Little Towels. Hold on. We'll compose ourselves. We have a new towel microphone. Anything that happens, I'm sure we can figure it out. I will not have an apoplectic crisis. I just don't understand why people are so mean to Little Towels sometimes. They don't, it's like they don't even see what I try to do. They're just like, you should suffer, Little Towel. Well, you know what? Sometimes you just have to smile, ladies and gentlemen. We'll figure it out. Maybe we'll do a towel fundraiser today, and we'll figure it out. I feel so bad because people are like, here's all this support, but then it doesn't. And please don't take this as negative commentary, but then it doesn't come in. It is very delayed the way they process gifts on here. They take like a cut and stuff. And so then something like immediate will happen, and I'll be like, oh no, how did I screw this up? But so anyway, towel friends, we might have to do an emergency towel fundraiser. I feel like such an idiot. I feel like I've let people down again. All right. Well, we can watch. What do you want to watch first? The John DePetro interview or the? I know JVA. I really do. It's not just because there's so much going on. It's because I have an executive function disorder, so I really struggle with management of daily life tasks, and I have low emotional intelligence. So when things happen, I sometimes just collapse very simple things like administrative things about my life, and I'm very vulnerable and naive, so I'm easy, like, even though I may seem very, very intelligent, like, I want to assume the best in people, so it's very easy to take advantage of me, so I wall myself off so that people can't do it, and it's not healthy. It's not healthy. Oh my goodness, Tater Bug, I love your super note. I love the sticky. Don't be gone for too long, friend. We'll miss you and your wonderful, uplifting spirit, even though Towel sometimes will just run into random things. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we need to figure out what we want to watch. Do we want to watch... Oh, Macy, God bless you. Okay, so Towel friends, today, yes, I think we have to do the Towel. Things are happening. I didn't prepare for this. We may have to do a Towel fundraiser, because now... once we end our stream today, I might not have I don't know if I'm going to be able to have a phone, so I have to go once we're done, and I have to port my number, and I've never set up a phone plan, and I don't even know if I'm going to be able to afford it, so I have to go do that, and we may have to do a Towel fundraiser, and I think Towel's mom needs some help today, so I need to just, I didn't expect this. I didn't know this was going to happen. I hate this stuff. I wish I could just do my work and be left in peace. I don't like dealing with this stuff. It makes me very sad. Goodness. All right. God bless you all, though. Don't worry, little Towels compose. Or I've been trying to ask, do you want to start with the Cross of Lucky or the John DePetro interview? Personally, I think the John DePetro interview is much more interesting. And then I think what we can do is re-watch the Lucky Cross after the John DePetro interview. And also, obviously, that'll give me a little bit of time to kind of breathe. But yes, Amber Am. I think Amber Am was like, I know what we'll do it. We got to recenter Towel Zen. I'm going to post a picture of a towel hippo. Oh my goodness, was that Murder by Maestro? But I saw a Amber Am hippo. I got my Zen recentered. We're just getting caught up, by the way. It's a towel recap day. Ask your questions, leave your comments, put your requests. What do you want to watch? I think the John DePetro interview is what's on people's mind, so we're going to watch it. No, Amber Am, God bless you, dear friend. Forgive you. You were a superstar yesterday. You had questions. You were making sure that I continued to... Now, as you saw this morning, Amber Am, your evidentiary question was so well taken, but it's complicated, so I couldn't answer it really like in a chat. But your question, what you were driving at, the distinction between a chalk and evidentiary foundation for like consciousness of guilt versus consideration by the jury during deliberations. Perfect. You nailed it. You narrowed in on the key issue that was going on. And sometimes it's not about the right comment. It's about the right question. And you were on the ball yesterday, my dear friend. Yeah, we're going to do the John DePetro interview. I agree. I think it will give me a little bit of time to recapture my Zen. And then I'm going to post in the chat, I think... So we'll do, like, I will post the Venmo or the Cash App or the PayPal, whatever. I think we have to... We might have to do a towel fundraiser today. I would rather do fundraisers for other people. I don't want to do this. But I'll figure it out. Let me compose my towel self as I... if you saw me right... Oh, you can't see me. Let me compose my towel self, and then we will... Yes, actually, you know what, ladies and gentlemen, I do need that. Actually, you know what, before we, look at me, you all are just throwing out suggestions. So before we dive in, I don't know if Colleen is in the chat, but ladies and gentlemen, Colleen Henry is one of the sweetest super towels out there, and I don't think we can just dive into the John DePetro interview, because I would be remiss if we did not look, it's coming. This will cheer Towel right up. Maybe it's why he... said it, ladies and gentlemen. I think Hank Brennan is truly a compassionate soul and may have even known my father passed away right before this. I would not put it past him. He is an all-knowing, sentient being, ladies and gentlemen. Well, the only non-sentient being involved in this case seems to be Alan Jackson. He's a marshmallow man. Also, I'm not sure that Chloe the dog in a wig is actually a sentient being because she doesn't have DNA. And she also violates the laws of gravity. All right, who's excited? I'm excited. Ready your towels. It's coming, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, you're so kind. All right, we're going to do it Breaking Forever. Let me just catch my breath. We will do a towel fundraiser, and we'll do... hold on. We'll do it. We'll watch this clip, though. You ready? Everybody ready? Ready your towels.
Good night.
You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir. I will, Hank.
Good night.
You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir. I will, Hank.
Good night.
You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir. I will, Hank. Hey, there you go. Nothing like the Call Me Hank clip, ladies and gentlemen. There you go. A little bright Little Towels Day. Appreciate you, Hank. Yes, so that was certainly interesting. And then we also had, I'm okay, Linda O'Gara. I had a rough few days. Things were doing a little better this morning, and then I got some just terrible news. It doesn't really have to do with me. It's just some infighting about my father's estate, and part of that was my very inexpensive $10 a month phone plan where I've had the same number for 20 years. And so now I have to figure out I've never gotten my own phone plan before. I don't know how to port the number. I don't want to lose my number. I don't understand why first of all, I would just give $10 a month to keep my current phone plan, but they don't want to do that. Some complicated bureaucratic thing. It's so anti-human. It's so dehumanized. It's so bureaucratic. I hate it. So I don't like any of that stuff. I would much rather have a manager. I need some help there, and we're going to figure it out, ladies and gentlemen. But yes, things were getting better, and then all of a sudden this chaos, and now I also might need to find a way to help my mom a little bit, because she's a wonderful towel, and if she says she needs help, then by God, I'm going to figure out a way to do it. Even though the way I plan is things come in segmented. So when you all send gifts here, they come in later in the month, and I try to say, okay, I can just make it till then if I budget. But some months something will just happen, and I have no savings. I have a negative net worth. I'm in a very bad position, and I don't mind. I don't want to ever just be have a lot of money. I think that will alienate me from the work I'm trying to do. But then emergencies happen, and then I get frustrated, not because they're happening, but because I can't focus on my work because I'm thinking about this other mundane, bureaucratic, technical stuff that I don't like thinking about. It makes me upset. So that's what happened this morning, but I'm okay. JVA made a wonderful comment, the Super Towel themselves, in the chat, which is I just need some help managing the administrative components of my life. Yes. Oh, goodness. Hold on. My eyes were closed. Oh, Lovely Sphinx. Yes, you want to call in? Okay, you know what, ladies and gentlemen? We will do an early morning Lovely Sphinx call-in. Ladies and gentlemen, we will do an early... First of all, we could have done a call-in if you were just I'll call in. You could have texted me. I would have loved to talk to you. But the fact that you also want to support Towel Stream, God bless you, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so we will do it. Let's do it. That'll and then we will watch the... John DePetro interview. This is not a call-in show. I said that. I was wait a minute. This is not a call-in show. But it is. It's funny. If you want to call in and it's not a traditional call-in show. If you have my number, you can call in. Oh, this is going to be great. All right, so Lovely Sphinx will be referred to during the interview as Lovely Sphinx. So this could be good, ladies and gentlemen. We'll wait for this call. Get yourself ready. Don't feel any stress. We're doing a surprise Lovely Sphinx interview. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I can't believe it. This is going to be wonderful. We'll keep the questions about the case, Lovely Sphinx's sort of transformation in their opinion, why they came to feel how they feel about the case. And this is an experience, an opportunity to see if we can do this kind of thing, because Lovely Sphinx, I'm sure, will inspire their fellow towels to be able to also participate in this way. And that'll be great. So there you go. Surprise early morning interview with someone who, over the course of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial, change their perspective, ladies and gentlemen. So this is going to be, yes, surprise interview. Hello, Mike. Good morning. Yes, surprise early morning interview, ladies and gentlemen, with the Lovely Sphinx. And I don't have to say the Lovely Sphinx, because Lovely is in their username. Now, Lovely Sphinx is an informed watcher of the case. This is, I think, going to be their first interview. They switch sides or positions over the course of the case. So let's talk a little bit to them when they call in about why they switch positions. We won't take too long. This is their first ever interview. We'll aim for about 10 to 20 minutes. And let's hear a little bit about what Lovely Sphinx had to think, how they found the case. They can tell us a little bit about who they are, why they're interested in true crime, how they found the case, what they initially thought about the case, what piece of evidence caused them to change their context. Oh, Paul Doherty, God bless you, my dear friend. God bless you. Oh, God bless you, friend. Oh, my goodness. Oh, we're starting the towel fundraiser early, and don't worry, friends. I think I can call so there is an editor. I have one editor that helps me. He's just a volunteer. He's my colleague from school, and he, maybe what I can do is just be like, oh, look at all these people that helped, and we can figure it out. But, oh, goodness, you're overwhelming me as we wait for the Lovely Sphinx to call. Paul Doherty, God bless you, my dear friend. God bless you. I would say that every day, Paul. You are, when you pop up in the chat, you are one of the people who will pick up on the moments in court where the defense team is just being like, when Bob Allessie's being a Bob Allesie, I can always count on Paul Doherty to be in the chat, not with like a hilarious emoji, but with just a deep, cutting, witty remark that I enjoy thoroughly. So I would have stopped and paid this Dumo homage to you, my dear friend, in any event, but I'm saying this today and in this moment because I'm very grateful. Now listen, I feel incredibly frustrated about this because this was not the point of this stream. I had no intention of this happening. I'm extremely frustrated. I wish I could have just given $10 a month so I could have just not had to think about this, but you are all very kind, and maybe simultaneously we'll do some good because I'll help Towel Mom as well. And we'll consider doing an interview with Towel Mom. But Towel Mom sometimes just starts like just yelling about like the ERA, and which is great. I love that, but I'm like, I would like to interview her about the case, and she'll just be like, nope, I want to talk about why we should send women to war. And I'm like, Mom, I don't know if I don't want to talk about that. She's great, though. I love Towel Mom. And yes, thank you so much, Paul. And we're waiting for Lovely Sphinx to give a call in. Let's see if we're going to hear from them. I don't want to start the John DePetro interview and have Lovely Sphinx call in. So let's monitor the chat and let's see how this all plays out. And of course, Towel friends, if you're just joining, we're going to get caught up. We're going to watch the Lucky Lofgren cross. We're going to watch the wonderful interview with John DePetro from yesterday, but we just had a surprise. We had a surprise Lovely Sphinx offer to make a call in. God bless you, Lovely Sphinx. You are a super towel. Oh, I see. Well, okay, I guess that's somewhat reasonable. Apparently, it was very expensive. It's not my phone that was expensive per month. It was that the main line that we don't need anymore because is very expensive. So the total bill is very high, and I guess I understand that. But it's still like I could have just paid $10 a month. I don't get it. Anyway, sorry. I'm not doing this on purpose. It's just that Lovely Sphinx is thinking about calling in. And I am not going to start another interview. But Lovely Sphinx, you only have a few minutes here before we start the John DePetro interview. So I'm also saying thank you to Paul. But yes, all right. So let's just start the John DePetro interview. Lovely Sphinx, if you call in, we can break in. To the John DePetro interview, but I'm not just... We had this yesterday where for 40 minutes because of my own Zoom issues or perhaps otherwise. So let's just watch the John DePetro interview, and if Lovely Sphinx calls in, I will break in. And the greatest thing is we don't even have to jump around looking for the John DePetro interview. I have the whole thing clipped and ready to go, ladies and gentlemen, up on your towel stream. All right, so let's bring this up. Lovely Sphinx, don't worry. If you give a call in, I'll be here. But for now, enjoy this, folks. I thought this was a great interview with John DePetro, and I'm thrilled to share it with you. And since I'm now actually going to have to towel fundraise, we will do it in the chat. I'll explain to you how we can do it. There's a way. It's going to be a little bit of an adventure today, but we'll figure this out. For now, you watch this interview.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, goodness, of course. That Lovely Sphinx calls literally as we started. All right, hold on. Hello, Lovely Sphinx. You're already on the air. Give me 1 second as I introduce you to the towel friends. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Because I'm driving.
Yes, we can hear you. I'm so sorry. I hope you're using a hands-free phone. I'm so sorry we interrupted your drive, but you're very kind to call in.
No, that's perfect. I wanted a few minutes. Thank you.
Oh, of course. So I know this is your first interview. Don't feel any pressure. What we're interviewing you about is kind of the case, and obviously you've been following the John O'Keefe and Karen Read retrial. When you initially found the case, were you just kind of a casual observer? Were you watching online, or what drew your interest to the case?
Okay, so I have a double major, and so one of my major is psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner, and I always had, interest in forensics, and I worked in forensics for many years, and so I just came across Karen Read. 2 years ago, I came across Karen Read speaking to public, where she was saying she's the only one who wanted to find the truth, and she's the only one who tried to save John's life. And then I came across this How's Long to Die in the Cold. And so I was thinking to myself, there's no way, if that happened, that she's guilty. So initially I believed in her innocence, but then thanks to Roberta Glass, I absolutely love and adore Roberta Glass and her channel. I'm a big fan. I started to dive into all the evidence, and I am just, as a bystander, as a stranger, as a shadow jury, I'm just observing what's going on, and I'm disgusted. I'm disgusted with what Karen Read, Turtle Boy, and her defense have created. The prosecution of innocent witnesses. These two women came to help Karen Read in the middle of the night, in the blizzard, and I feel like Karen Read started staging immediately with bumping into John's car, and was, very conniving, very strategic. I am so sorry for John O'Keefe's family, for the innocent witnesses, and more than anything, Chloe, because Chloe has no voice. And as a former breeder, I used to breed Sphinx. That's where Lovely Sphinx came, and used to sell them and pay for school. And I used to breed dogs. And so on my leg, I have 2 bites, both from cats and dogs. And both of them have marks on each side of the limb. And as well, I used to work in emergency room, and I also have seen a lot of bites, and they all have, imprints from the upper and the lower jaws on both sides of the limb. So that witness for Karen Read is full of crap. It's just disgusting.
Yep, and Lovely Sphinx, let me ask you, you mentioned two pieces of evidence that were kind of part of Karen Reid's PR campaign, the fake nonsense about when the Google search occurred, which we all now know was at 6:23, 6:24, and then what specifically, when you were monitoring the case, did you see a piece of evidence while monitoring Roberta Glass? What did you see? What was it that made you say, wow, it's not Karen that was targeted here, it's Karen that's targeting other people?
Yeah, well, the evidence is overwhelming. And, like, the broken pieces of taillight all over embedded, microscopic pieces of taillight embedded. Like, they're trying to portray Proctor placing big pieces, whatever, like everybody conspired, the entire city of Canton conspired against Karen Reid, when in fact it's pure gaslighting. Like, she's framing everybody else. The microscopic pieces of taillight that match to the taillight, his hair stuck, on the bumper. Because it was freezing cold, obviously that can happen. Like, obviously, the ring videos missing from John's camera, and how she treated, like, the conscience of guilt, how she like, holy cow, if I was innocent, I would be right there with the family, consulting them. Like, trying to console, like, trying to comfort the kids and trying to be there for the family and together and try to figure out what happened to John. But there's such consciousness of guilt that it's overwhelming. And also her statements, like, her statements are going to convict her 100%.
Yes, I want to ask you about the Karen clips, because obviously you're in the chat so much. You're watching the trial every day. The biggest difference between the first and the second trial, other than Hank Brennan, and we'll talk about Hank in a second, seems to be the Karen clips. Those Karen clips, I know they're probably playing in your mind right now. Which ones really stuck out to you, and can you tell people a little bit about really what those meant? Because some people might not have seen the Karen clips listening to this. What did it mean when you kind of saw those played for the jury?
So she, just like every guilty person, your words speak up. That's how your brain works. Like, in the speech analysis, the guilty consciousness, you will say what happened subconsciously. So the clip where she clipped him, and she did not see him mortally wounded. Like, I hit him. How many people said that? She said that, she didn't see him mortally wounded. And let's see, another one, she said, also that Yannetti said that there's going to be some kind of culpability if you clipped him, that,
And of course, her wonderful, what I would call Karen math with her drinks that night. Apparently, it's very normal to pour lots of shots into your drinks of vodka at a bar. And I don't think that Irish bars around Boston are known for pouring weak drinks, as Karen said.
Oh, yeah. Like, she obviously was under influence. And there's another clip where I believe that she drove 5 a.m. back to Fairview, and it's very hard to hear, but she said, "John, is that you?" She never called 911.
Right, you're talking about just to give people the timeline, the incident happens around 12:32 a.m. where Karen allegedly strikes John with her car, leaves him on the lawn, and then Karen calls John frantically for about an hour after that, multiple voicemails screaming, "John, I effing hate you, John, you're a pervert," and then Karen never calls 911, but at around 4:30, 5 a.m., she wakes up John's niece, she calls John's friend, and then at 5:30, before Karen goes to John's friend's house to pick up Carrie Roberts and Jen McCabe, her witnesses, there's that voicemail at 5:23 a.m. where Karen calls John and says, "John, was that you?" And that exactly aligns with the evidence of Karen going from John's driveway at 5:07 to Canton Center at 5:11 to Canton Center at 5:18 and then over to Fairview at 5:23. That's the whole case, but I don't know if people even realize how big that evidence is.
Correct.
Now, I want to ask you a question about this, and you're not giving an opinion, obviously, as a medical expert, just your lay opinion here. The psychology of all this, not just the psychology of Karen Read as a person and the way she went about tormenting witnesses, but what about this movement that built up around Karen, and then also how that movement has literally almost collapsed as we head into the end of the second trial. What do you think about the crowd psychology of all this? Were people just looking for meaning in their life? Was Karen just a beautiful woman they attached to? What made Karen so infectious for this movement attached to her?
Well, she involved the Turtle Boy, who has significant publicity. She was leaking information from her lawyers to the Turtle Boy. It's like this entire, like Roberta Glass is saying, innocence fraud campaign that she created. Yeah, she's very charismatic. She's an attractive lady, and immediately she started staging and she started involving public and brainwashing public to sway their beliefs and their persuasion. And I believe a lot of her crowd is paid for. I believe all these ladies they're in pink, like I work 2 jobs. Like, I don't have time to stand in front of courtroom and scream free Karen Read. I feel like some of these people are on disability and they don't think for themselves.
Well, let me ask you, with the paid protesters, last trial, it seemed like there were more supporters that were big crowds, but now that's all dwindled and there's just this core group left. So I really do agree with you. I think there was an artificial sort of amount of attention paid to this case, and some of the people that were there supporting Karen last trial were not actually real supporters of Karen. But is that, in some sense, is that what makes this so unique? And also, it makes me want to ask you, don't you think Karen's run out of money? She doesn't have those 1,000 people outside the trial this time. Her defense doesn't really have any good witnesses. She's out of money.
Yeah, I agree with you. I hope that some of the free Karen readers are waking up. And yeah, I agree with you. The crowd is a lot smaller, and it's probably what you're saying. She's running out of money, and she's also running out of fame. Just like myself, like initially I believed in her innocence. I'm like, there's no way. Why would Jen McCabe, right? Is that her name?
Oh, the Jen McCabe with the Google search. I get where you're going.
Right.
You're thinking, why would Jen McCabe Google that at 2:27, and then when you support Karen, then you find out the Google search at 6:23 was at 6:23. You feel duped, and then you're like, oh goodness, why was I supporting Karen?
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
You got it.
But, yeah, about the crowd, yeah, you're right. I feel like a lot of free Karen readers are waking up, and but there's also a lot of grifters. Like, a lot of people, it's their momentum to get this fame and get a lot of subscribers, and like the whole thing is disgusting. I'm just watching it, and like a shadow jury. I'm observing that, and I hope that there is going to be some kind of culpability for her defense team, because it's just so unethical what they're doing. It's so disgusting. Like, they're trying to find every little fault, every little trip, every witness. Like, it's abuse.
Yep. And I will say, I think you've just given us a great idea, Lovely Sphinx, which is over the next week and a half. Maybe we'll pick 12 members of the wonderful towel community. You can be one of them, to serve as a shadow jury. And then once we go into deliberations, you all can go into deliberations, and we'll figure out our shadow vote. But yes, Lovely Sphinx. So I definitely think that the insights you've provided, the towel community definitely is very, very pleased with your unique perspective. I think what we should do, if you're interested, is I'd love to have you involved in this shadow jury. I'd love to have you involved in this shadow jury project. And if you'd be interested, that's something I think we can set up over the next week or two. But more than just that, as I'm going to take the Towel Friends over to the John DePetro interview, as someone who found this case, switched sides, saw the chaos, saw so many lives ruined, what sort of advice would you give to someone who maybe is just discovering this case? How do you approach this atmosphere surrounding this case in a way that allows you to find truth and not lose your mind among the toxicity?
Well, just looking at the evidence, so 70 people did not conspire to frame Karen Reed. I do understand that there's bad cops. I do understand that people have bad experiences with how our system works, but come on, people, just like common sense, just use your common sense and logic. Just look at the evidence. I'm so proud of Hank. Oh my gosh, the guy is God sent. I've been praying for this case for the past 2 years, for justice for O'Keefe's. That poor father and mother, my gosh, they're so exhausted from this chaos that Karen created, and I just feel like she's destroyed so many people's lives, those innocent witnesses, the kids. My heart goes out to everyone, and I pray for them, but just use your common sense and logic and just look at the evidence. And that reconstruction expert, he was excellent. Like, just watch his reconstruction when he used the 3D, when she bumped into O'Keefe's car. There's no way that hotel light touched his car. Her bumper touched his bumper, but the tail light, no. So look at that. Look at her behavior. Look at what her lawyers are doing. Like, they're breaking whatever that law, I'm not a lawyer, the sequestration.
Oh, you're talking about when Dr. Russell was caught by Hank Brennan talking to Bob Allesie, the sequestration
Yes.
order? Yep, you nailed it.
Yes. The sequestration, they're breaking laws, they're lying on the stand. The ARCA witness is disgusting, and I'm so grateful for Hank Brennan is exposing all this they've created. They've created this innocence fraud campaign, like Roberta Glass is saying, and these lawyers are involved with her, and it's unreal that it's happening, and it's allowed.
Yep.
In the United States. Like, if it was in Ukraine, I would understand that because there's corruption and there's no laws, but like, this country should uphold laws, right?
Well,
Yeah,
yes,
but
and
anyway.
and I think it goes to something key, which is the defense can get away with a lot more in a trial than the prosecution. It is an unfair playing field, not for Karen Reed, but for Hank Brennan. But I think both of us agree Hank Brennan could play on a playing field tilting into the ocean and probably still win.
Well, I think after this, Hank Brennan can run for president. Like, oh my gosh, he's brilliant, so strategic, and just incredible. I'm so amazed by his work, and I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful that we're finally going to have some justice for all the people that have been affected by this. Their lives have been affected by this. I mean, Proctor lost his job. I'm like, for crying out loud, he was pissed. His colleague was murdered.
Yep.
Like, he was angry.
Yep, absolutely. Okay, Lovely Sphinx, you have nailed it. I think you have captured the essence of this case. You're clearly informed. We share a reverence for Roberta Glass, the wonderful innocence fraud sort of analyst, and I will say we will follow up. You drive safe out there. This is not the last time we're going to hear from you. I can promise you that. The folks in the towel chat said that you are a caller who has shown a level of insight about this case that reflects the very best, and I think you're a member of this community for a while, and now when you show up in towel chat, people are going to be like, oh my goodness, that is the Lovely Sphinx, so that's going to be wonderful.
Thank you so much, and you're amazing. You're genius. You're so smart, Grant. I am just so impressed with your work and how articulate you are, and how smart you are, and you're just very, you're gonna have an amazing future, whatever you do, and like the level of your integrity and everything that you do, because there are some people that, in my opinion, integrity is everything I have, but there's some people that don't care, and it's really sad. But anyway, I appreciate your time so much. I wanted to speak up just as a stranger, as a human who has never met any of these people. I live in a different side of a shadow jury that's observing this chaos, and I just wanted to speak up. I feel like we need to speak up and let our voices being heard, because there's a lot of those people that are free, Karen Reed sense, but unfortunately they have it's brainwashing.
It is. Oh, Lovely Sphinx, that is a powerful note to end on. I hope you take a look at the towel chat during this conversation when you get a chance. So many people saying that you've really provided an excellent perspective, and I'm sure when you do go back and read the comments, you'll notice it's so many of your towel friends. So, but yes, Lovely Sphinx, right after you is the John DePetro interview. So you are in very high-level honorary super towel company, and we were so glad to talk with you. Lovely Sphinx, it was great.
I'm grateful for everyone in the chat, and I am really grateful to be a part of this community, and I'm going to let you go now. Thank you so much. Everyone, have an amazing day.
You too.
And I'm sorry about your loss.
Oh. God bless you, Lovely Sphinx, and my day is better because you called in. So know you brightened this little towels day across the country, and we'll talk to you very soon.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Towel friends, that was great. How amazing is Lovely Sphinx? Oh, goodness, towel friends. She is so informed. That was excellent. I'm so proud. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen. And Lovely Sphinx is going to be able to go back and read all your comments. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we're little super towels. We support each other. We have interviews with amazing and excellent guests. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen. There is nothing like getting a chance to join in on Towel Stream. Now, what are we going to do next? Oh, well, if you thought that was amazing, we're going to follow up with another amazing super towel, John DePetro. This is yesterday's interview. Oh, Hank the Tank. Yes, Alley Cat. First of all, Alley Cat, you have a wonderful username. Hello, Greer's Garden. Also, yes, I know people are tuning in and they heard the news. We do not have court today because it is hot. And you might be saying, oh my goodness, that's absolutely ridiculous. No, it's not actually ridiculous. We just don't have court today because it's hot. I don't know if you've ever heard of it being 80 degrees at 9 in the morning in Massachusetts, but we are not built for that, ladies and gentlemen. We are cold weather towels. We are built for it to be like 30 degrees for 7 months of the year. You can't just make it 80 degrees out of nowhere. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, listen, I cannot believe, I just looked down at my phone to add Alley Cat as an honorary super towel. Welcome, Alley Cat. And I noticed some of you, I didn't even post the links in the chat. Some of you have sent donations. I'm going to look down and see if we're going to, oh, God bless you. We're doing it, ladies and gentlemen. We're making progress. This is going to be a good towel day. I think we're going to be able to help Towel's mom. And I talked to my family, and we're going to work a little bit it on Towel setting up this situation. Oh, God bless you, Towel friends. We're going to do it. We're going to do it. And we're also going to watch the John DePetro interview. We're going to keep cool. Have you ever watched the episode of the show Recess from the early 2000s where there's a heat wave and Gus, the character in the show, has to try to help the other students stay cold, and they just won't listen to Gus? He keeps saying, you just have to imagine yourself skiing on a cold mountain. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to beat the cold here today. We are going to be Little Towels. I'm going to take your questions and comments. We had a request for the John DePetro interview. I didn't mean to start it up. Jeff Williams says they need a cold, wet towel. I agree, Jeff Williams. Oh, no, we don't get 30 degree in June. Oh, Allie 90211. Oh, goodness. No, we don't get 30 degrees in June, but from, I'd say, October, even September sometimes through March or April, it's 30 degrees here a lot. So when you pump the temperature to 90 degrees in Massachusetts, in like overnight, when it was like 70 yesterday, maybe 80, it throws people off. Like 90 degrees for Massachusetts is like 110 for a more temperate climate. It's very hot. It impacts people differently because we're acclimated to a more cold climate. So it's not like we're like giving up. It's just if you put us all in a room who are acclimated to it being 30 degrees all the time, we're going to freak out. It's like putting Alan Jackson in the snow. He's like, what is this? I'm from California. Why do you even have this here? Oh, little super towel lemon emoji. I love you, dear friend. 20 supers. Oh my goodness. Allie 90211. You are just a super towel in every sense of the term. Oh, God bless you, little lemon towel emoji. Oh, yes, there is no dog DNA in the case of... Yeah, it's an antiquated courtroom. And then, if you're in the UK, for example, friends like Tenacious P or Jew Drops or other wonderful towel friends, HB, you may know, like, when it snows a couple millimeters over there, whatever it may be, a couple inches, 2 to 3 inches, the train tracks can't run. The country can barely function. That's kind of what it's like when it gets really hot here. Like, if it's hot for a prolonged period of time, they declare, like, heat emergencies. We have to have special shelters. And I'm talking like, if it gets over 95, 100 degrees, like that almost shuts down New England. Like we don't know what to do. But yes, oh goodness, ladies and gentlemen, I am an excitable towel. We're going to watch the John DePetro interview. All of you are helping Towel out so much. I think I don't know exactly how much, so I think I have a general idea of what we're going to need to figure it out to start up the new plan and all that stuff. I think we're well on the way. I'm going to keep you updated throughout the day. We're going to do a Super Towel fundraiser, and yes, I think if you send on YouTube, it's okay. I can talk to my editor, but this might be one of those days. I did not intend this. It just literally, I got the text like in the middle of the stream, where we might have to help Towel a little bit. But let's watch the John DePetro interview. There's no court today because of the heat, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Yes, Katie Anderson, it's very hard to explain, but it is an intense place to live, and I love New England. Now, this John DePetro interview is really good. So if you haven't seen this John DePetro interview, let's roll it, because I loved that interview with Lovely Sphinx. Oh, by the way, before I forget, if you want to be on the shadow jury, let's start the volunteer process now. I can't track all the volunteers in the chat, so what I think we should do is we'll have like a set window, or I'll put a Google Doc up or something. If you want to be on the shadow jury, we need 12 towel friends. So when deliberations start next week, we're going to have 12 towel friends. Lovely Sphinx is one, so we need 11 more who want to be a shadow jury. Now what will happen is we'll give you all will like coordinate a Zoom, like you can mask your identities, you figure it out. 12 of you trusted towel friends will go into a virtual room together, and you will have simulated deliberations as the jury starts their deliberations. We'll send you in there. Oh yeah, Cleo girl, I could not make it in Texas. I love the state of Texas, but I couldn't make it down there. I'm telling you, it's too hot. Now, if you want, we do have AC, Rob, but first of all, you can't hear what's going on in the courtroom because the AC has to run so loud that literally it drowns out the voices of the people talking. And the other thing is our buildings are very old, so they retain heat well in the winter. They don't keep building. They're not designed to be cold. So when it gets really hot, the air conditioner is doing double duty. It's literally cooling a building that is designed to stay hot. So yeah, it's very, oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, Super Towels, we have just made a gigantic step forward in our towel fundraiser today. Oh, God bless you, towel friend. You know who you are. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, we are at like 80%, and I think I can help Towel Mom too. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to get there. I'm telling you, and I'm not. As soon as we get there, I'm just going to say stop. It's going to have been overboard, but we're going to do it, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't even post the Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal links. You all just figured it out somehow. All right, I'm going to cry. Before this starts happening, we're watching the John DePetro interview. I just wanted to go add a super towel in the chat. I looked down, my phone notified, and then I almost started crying. I need to compose myself. You all are very kind. I cannot believe you have understood. I don't mean to get nervous. I just want to focus on my work, and I'm not bad at life, and I'm not taking advantage of anyone. I just don't know how to manage what's going on or any of my finances, and I need help. So we'll figure it out. God bless you, little towels. I feel so grateful, and I'm not being gratuitous to have so many of you in my life. We are going to watch this John DePetro interview, and by the time I come back, hopefully I will be somewhat composed. I need to breathe. Oh no. Oh goodness, you're real. Okay, we have to start this interview, or I'm really going to cry. Okay, all right. You are all. Listen, I'm not. It's not. I don't. Gifts overwhelm me. They confuse me. I don't understand, but I sense this is coming from a place of you all want me to feel like I'm supported and don't want me to be anxious, and that is what's really touching me. It's all right. We're going to watch this interview. John DePetro is wonderful. Know that I love each and every one of you. The comments, questions, just knowing that I matter to you. You obviously matter to me. It's a lot. It's a lot to take in. It's a lot to process. I need to just watch this interview, and then by the time we come back, I'll have reflected on the level of gratitude that I'm experiencing.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have John DePetro. John DePetro, thank you so much for calling. How are you doing?
Superior, honorary, supreme. It is an honor, and not even technical difficulties could prevent this appearance.
Oh, John, so many of the Super Towels were saying, oh, we hope John DePetro calls in, and look at it, you've done it for us. So tell me, John, we just heard Karen say she expects her case to be wrapping up on Tuesday. You saw Hank Brennan drop an absolute bombshell today with the Turtle Boy evidence coming in through Lucky. Just what is your reaction to just day after day of Hank Brennan outplaying the Reed defense?
I just don't. I fail to see how the defense has even carved in any way into the narrative that Hank Brennan has put together. And I think that's inside that courtroom. And people should understand just what a remarkable job that he has done, and how inside that courtroom, you know, he's the attorney that's been in front of the jury more than anyone else. He has established a very clear narrative that whatever happened outside at that flagpole. And so far, I don't see anything remotely close to the defense puncturing that in any way. So I think, if anything, it's very telling. You know, the witnesses that they're putting up now that they have a chance, I don't see any of them changing the narrative, which is firmly established with this jury, and that is that what happened outside by that flagpole. And I think they're in a lot of trouble. And if there's a way she could take the stand, I think they'd actually consider it, but that'd be a question for your mom. I'm not convinced that she can even take the stand.
Yeah, and I'm not sure I bought her boilerplate response yesterday to the question, why does your defense model jury instruction have a sentence, the defendant won't be taking the stand? I think it's because she's not going to take the stand. Exactly,
yeah. And as I was on with Julie Grant on Court TV this morning, we were talking about, and again, you would know this, but if what we're led to believe is true, and that is, you know, the comments and the clips that we've seen of her with discussing things with David Giannetti, and as you would know, if she did in fact tell David Giannetti that she did in fact quote clip him and she did hit him, and she knows that, then he can't put her on the stand knowing that she would lie on the stand, because that would be the big question. So I think I mean, at this point, based on what as much as you're exactly right, she said boilerplate. I think that's actually more telling.
Yep. Now, John, the consciousness of guilt jury instruction that Hank Brennan put forth, I think a lot of people saw it coming. It's bifurcated. It's got the destruction of evidence, probably the ring videos, and which we know 17 between 12:37 a.m. and 5:08 a.m. and then 1 at 12:35 p.m. But what about the consciousness of guilt for witness intimidation? You know, I was in the courtroom when John's niece testified. It was heartbreaking,
Yes.
but at least Turtle Boy wasn't there. You've been in the courtroom while Turtle Boy was there, while some of these moments were going down. You know, this was a shocker today that Brennan is going to be doing this based on what Turtle Boy was writing about Lucky. What did you think of that?
I agree with you, and I was waiting to see if he was going to play clips, because there are clips. Obviously, he didn't. But clips, it's very graphic, where the turtle is going after him and calling him by name and literally like threatening him of what he's going to do. And I think that was really a shot across the bow. What we've noticed, Hank Brennan, and I hope people are picking up on this, is, you know, all these things that he throws out, and he does it in a very subtle manner, whether it's, you know, that Officer Dever saying that she contacted the FBI because they were trying to force her on perjury, or, you know, little things. Marie Russell with the whole limo, and Allesie, and then also Officer Barrows driving to the hotel. All of those things, they catch the defense off guard. And then when Brennan threw that out with Lucky, I think it was also a really good indicator for this jury, of which he's built, and I can't stress this enough, he's built a very strong rapport with them. He's talked to them the most. They sense the way he has handled this case. They sense the way the witnesses speak to him, how the judge speaks to him. The fact that he threw that out, and then I have no idea why he is still allowed in the courtroom. I think it's an absolute... I don't understand why they would allow that. I haven't seen a lot of what he's posted, but he's like, you know, smirking about it. He thinks this is a good thing. Anyone that watches some of the clips of how he was trying to go after him, that is intimidation. But that's how they operate. You know, you and I know. I mean, anyone that tries to step forward, your mom, with the truth, who tries to just shed some light on this in a logical way, it becomes an element of attack for them, and you put yourself on their radar. But in the end, what you have are a lot of good people that have stepped forward to try to do the right thing in the face of people that are trying to mock the system and trying to, for whatever reason, but help her get away with this. But I don't think she will.
Yeah, and I noticed a distinct change, John, between the first and second trial. I think Hank Brennan has been the big difference maker, but it also seems like that movement, the cult of personality around Karen, is simply eviscerated. It's almost gone.
Yes. Yeah.
And what I noticed, John, and what a lot of viewers, by the way, a lot of viewers want to, especially the Super Towels and Murder by Maestro and so many others, they want to let you know they have your back. But one of the questions we got earlier was, it seems like the movement, that Karen Reed clout chasing movement, is so decimated that we've now seen things like Turtle Boy trying to clout chase off you. So I want to ask you, I want to come back to the Karen implications of Aiden's witness intimidation, the consciousness of guilt. But you had a unique perspective. We had Aiden Kearney basically trying to get a rub off you from your streams.
Yes.
What was that moment like? Tell us about it.
You know, if you step back, and there was someone very high up, I won't say who, but, you know, contact me after that to say, if you just, and saying to me, step back, you have one person that's on court TV literally day and night. I mean, I'm on with Julie Grant in the morning, I'm on with Vinny at night, I'm streaming on Fox Nation. All of my platforms are thriving, and I've been in the courtroom more than anyone. And then you have that, and then you have someone that recognizes now he's not anywhere except, you know, someone who has a radio show just trying to hype crime. He had not been in the courtroom for weeks. He had lost control of the narrative. I know that, various things, the way I would present what I saw in court, were having effect because then other people were mentioning that. And so, anytime it's an annoyance, it's like a gnat or mosquitoes, right? Like mosquitoes, they don't kill us, but they are they pester us. But anytime that it does get annoying, I think of what, the witnesses, what their lives have been like, what they have gone through, how their lives have been threatened, the McCabe kids. It's so telling to me, and it's actually very grateful when the witnesses tell me, thank you so much for speaking up. I think I think it speaks volumes of the type of guy that Officer John O'Keefe was. And I've had the privilege of talking to Paul and obviously Peg, who's so dynamic. But the fact that on that morning in question, that Jen McCabe and Terry Roberts, they didn't hesitate. As soon as they heard he was missing, at 5 o'clock in the morning in a blizzard, they got up and immediately went to go and try to locate him. And I think, as much as that says a lot about them, I think it speaks volumes of John O'Keefe and the special relationship and friendship that he had. And they knew the importance of John to his niece, of which, and I had the honor of sitting next to you when the niece was on the stand. And people need to understand there was this, I thought, and you were inside, and that was a day for all towels worldwide, as you and I sat shoulder to shoulder in unison in that. But what really people need to take away, that I think local media, and I'm going to put Ken Daniel at the top of the list, but what the local media didn't dwell on was hearing that young girl who lost her parents. And, it's going to be hard with, this is your uncle, and he's agreed to move in and take care of, be legal guardians to her and her brother. And she was 12 years old. And at that age, I have 2 daughters, I have 4 sisters. So it's, that's a time when a girl is going through the developmental stage. That's such like an important time for girls, young girls becoming women and their moms. And you have this woman, and to hear her say at age 12 that Karen would give her the cold shoulder, that Karen favored her brother, like that I just found that so repulsive. That Karen Reed, you know what it was though? And I've heard this from friends of John, Karen was jealous of the relationship that John had with his niece. And in a short amount of time, they had forged a very strong relationship. And, few of us, I don't know how many people would even be in that situation where, you're going to do the best you can, not just for your parents who are now deceased, but for your uncle who stepped in to take care of you. And the fact that Karen Reed would give her the cold shoulder, ignore her, she was jealous of the relationship she had with John. She knew that Karen favored her brother. It's just so cruel to do to a young child in such a vulnerable position. To me, it just shows that, Karen Reed just is so morally bankrupt. And, despite the fact that she went and killed her uncle, but just putting, you would think that would, be a situation that you would want to do everything you can to nurture a young person who would just the unimaginable grief of losing both parents. But this whole element of them favoring one over the other, it's just so abhorrent.
It is, John, and people are going to naturally want me to ask you. We were both shoulder to shoulder. We saw the jury's reaction. I want to give you a chance to tell these folks, these listeners, what the jury is like when they're reacting. I saw it. I saw the disdain for Karen. I saw this barreling towards conviction weeks ago. Tell us about it, because so many people, I think, don't realize that jury is young. It seems like they were screened to make sure no one had any bias, and they really don't like Karen.
Right. Oh, I completely agree. And people need to understand, towels all over. People need to understand that in that courtroom, there'd be no reason to like Karen. I mean, they don't hear her talk, and she's on these clips talking about drinking. She's on these clips mocking Peg O'Keefe. She's basically making almost confessions of, I probably said I hit him, but not as many times as they say, but I have clipped him, and then they've heard those voicemails, of which is the behavior of someone unhinged. They saw the police dash cam video. They saw where she's, John, Gary, like, rolling around. And they see Jen McCabe and Kerry Roberts, of which basically the niece reinforced the testimony that they had given. And I liked how the niece even said Jen McCabe was pretty even-keeled that day. But there's a false narrative put out there that this jury loves Karen Reed because she's this person taking photos and selfies outside of the courthouse. But I'm looking for a reason. If I'm inside this morning, that woman that was at the waterfall who was so busy talking with Karen, I think that's the first positive witness we've heard about her. I've covered trials where the kids of the defendants sit behind them. I've covered trials where the spouse is sitting behind them. I've covered trials where all the coworkers were sitting behind the person. The people behind Karen Reed, as I described it to someone, they look like a casino crowd. They look like the type of people you'd see, the way they dress. It's always different faces. And the O'Keefes the O'Keefes look like normal people. The O'Keefes are very solemn. The O'Keefes all kind of sit exactly the same spot. I think the niece, the people absorbed how powerful that was. And the thing about the niece that people need to understand is, it's one thing that his mother lost a son, and it's another thing that, Mike Camerano lost a friend. But the niece and nephew, they were depending on him. Their life was turned upside down because of what? Because she, was an alcohol-fueled rage and backed up the car and went forward first and then backed it up. And I think, because people ask me what's the biggest difference, I think Hank Brennan has really drilled down that this, and I'm so tired of seeing people say it was an accident. They're not absorbing what happened. She went forward to give herself more runway. It'd be like, instead of just like slapping someone when your hand is inches from their face, like you winding it back. She went forward so she could really rev her car. That's not an accident. An accident is not going 24 miles an hour in reverse. What I believe is in that courtroom, the people need to understand, is he got out of that vehicle, and then she went forward and back, and then his phone stopped moving. There's no way to dispute that. This is not about, it's not about dog bites. And then he was found in a debris field filled with taillight. For people that are really paying attention, the truth is out there. For the delusional conspiracy crowd, it doesn't matter. They're not even looking for the truth.
Yeah, and John, tell me that bring us basically to yesterday, that motion for a mistrial by Allesie, he lost, obviously. Yeah. It screamed to me not just desperation, but they know that this jury's going to convict. It's just a question of on what charge, not necessarily will they convict. Do you agree?
Right. Oh, yeah. And if you really look at that, you're great. I want everyone watching to understand your dedication, the way you sum things up, your knowledge of the law. It's an invaluable asset for those that are trying to follow the trial. I love when you sum things up. But if you notice, Jackson is whispering to Allesie before he speaks. Bob Allesie, by the way, I've talked to all the attorneys in there. This is nothing against him personally, but I kind of view him, he's almost like an errand boy. He does the stuff that Jackson and Eddie don't want to do, but they need someone to do it. And so I don't know what that was, the outburst, the temper tantrum. It's too bad the jury didn't get to see that, because that would have been even more effective if the jury could have seen that. But to me, that speaks volumes of just how poorly it's going, is they actually wanted to take a shot, as much as it was a long shot, at trying to get the whole thing the whole thing kicked. You don't. You notice you didn't see that last year. You don't do that if you think it's going well. You do that when you see the writing on the wall. These guys, they're not. You know, they may be a lot of things. Alan Jackson may be a lot of things. He's not a stupid guy. And I want people that are watching, towels everywhere, to understand. They knew what it felt like last spring when they were at times winning. When they've had cases where they get a client off, they know what that feels like. This doesn't feel like that. They know what it would have taken to get her cleared, and they see that it's not happening.
I agree with you absolutely, and I've been trying to tell the towel viewers, and I think people are getting it. There's a lot of noise, but you can tell from the defense's actions that they're tactically off kilter. They're playing defense, not offense, and Hank Brennan has a command of the courtroom. When you go into that courtroom, John, that is his courtroom, and you can tell from the second you step in there. Are the jurors following him when he talks compared to the defense? Are the jurors on Hank Brennan's every word?
They are, and he's built a strong rapport with them. Notice the judge has never told him once he's going to speak up, raise his voice, nothing like that. He is so sharp. He gets what he needs. He knows what he's looking for. He knows what he's looking for. He knows what he's looking to get. He pulls it, and then he exits. And then he does little things to throw the defense off. Like, I love that yesterday when he said, like, over here, because as you posted brilliantly, Barros was looking at the defense for guidance of, like, what am I supposed to do? We didn't rehearse. He was going to ask me about the hotel. I also would be curious, with all the clips you pull, I think Alan Jackson has some, I do, and I know I don't want to sound crazy, but I think he's got some hand signal. You notice he very quickly always puts his hand over his left eye. He brushes above his left eye, and I almost think it's like a third base coach or a first base coach in baseball where they're giving the signal that you're going to bunt or steal. He does that, and I think it's almost, I wouldn't be surprised, I should say. I don't know if it's true, but it's just odd. With witnesses up there that get in trouble, you see him, he puts his hand, his left hand goes over his left brow, and it's almost as if he's saying, like, stick to exactly what we had rehearsed. So I liked when Hank Brennan threw that in. I liked when Hank Brennan got Marie Russell talking about Allesie and the limo, and that Allesie actually wrote the report. I think it really shows and impacts the jury that look at the difference. You know, I'm glad you asked that. And if you don't mind, what has not been covered effectively by the Boston media is the impact Dr. Wolf, the neurosurgeon of Miami, Supreme Towel Grant, Dr. Wolf, he's not the best witness of the trial. He's the best witness I've ever seen. Those jurors, in 10 years from now, if they were at Logan and they saw him, they'd go up to him and be like, I remember you were the brain surgeon. We don't hear brain surgeons that all the time. That was a unique experience. He was so phenomenal and so personal, and that he is such a gifted individual, Dr. Wolf. And he was there for Hank Brennan. He was there for the family. And he talked about, you know, we've seen John O'Keefe's phone, we've seen his clothes, but he talked about his brain, and he talked about the damage to the brain, and he talked about how sensitive the brain is, that, you know, you can put your finger through a brain like watermelon. He talked about death. He talked about it in a manner that only a doctor can talk about, and it was so impactful. And the jury was in awe of this guy. And I think you're going to stand back and, is this guy going to do and testify this way? But he was testifying for the prosecution. He was in such a rapport with Hank Brennan. It was just extraordinary. And then when Hank Brennan followed up with Dr. Welcher, he wasn't using a crash test dummy. He was the guy. That blue paint, I'm telling you, 20 years from now, if anyone in that jury hears about blue paint, that's what they're thinking about. People don't realize that this is Nuttall seems like a lifetime ago. Nuttall, we're going to go next week to 8 weeks. Nuttall seems so long ago to this jury. They're going to remember the blue paint. They're going to remember the slow motion of Dr. Welcher. That was so well done. Welcher, who has a PhD He didn't say it's on my office. He didn't say here's two guys in Mexico. He did it. And dressing as John O'Keefe. I was in the courtroom. The jurors, you felt like you were watching video of what happened to John O'Keefe. And I also want to touch on this false narrative that some Karen Reed people are saying, we need to see it in full speed and blah, blah, blah. You know, I push back on that. We're not accustomed to that because in our worlds, especially American, our technology, watch any sporting event, we're accustomed to the instant replay. We're accustomed to the slow motion. And we know that when something happens in slow motion, that is official, that's a better reflection of what happened, not less of a reflection of what happened. And so I think that was a really powerful moment when he did it. And I don't think they need to demonstrate, you know, that the vehicle's going. The fact that they just did the slow, low, you know, whatever it was, 5 miles an hour, 2 miles an hour of him in slow motion with the arm in the paint, it was, wow, that really broke through. That rattled the courtroom. And I'll say this, I just haven't seen the defense, this vigorous defense that Karen promised. I just haven't seen them even puncture anything that Hank Brennan put on.
Well, it does. You bring up so many points, John. It's a whirlwind of excellent points. I love talking to you. First, how fascinating was it to watch Bob Allesie try to get up there and almost learn how to do his first ever criminal defense cross by asking Dr. Wolf, what do you do in the morning? And then Wolf humanized himself with the cappuccino story. Second, yes. A very similar thing happened today. You were talking about Alan Jackson and his cueing. Well, it was almost like Hank Brennan expected Alan Jackson to be coaching Lucky, and Brennan got Lucky to answer that question, that foundational evidentiary question about whether Lucky's family and friends had shown him the Turtle Boy report so Brennan could get into evidence. Jackson couldn't stop it. I noticed it happened very fast, and that goes to your point. And then the point that you closed with, which is this trial seems to be Hank Brennan not just like putting on a case, but putting on an exhibition in advanced trial strategy, and it's almost like this defense isn't suited to counter it. Did Karen run out of money? Did Alan Jackson and David Unetti never run up against a lawyer like Hank Brennan before? What is going on?
You know, a couple things, and these are, I've learned so much by being in the courthouse and talking to various people, and just, Brennan, he was very successful with a lot of pretrial motions. He understood what was on the line. I would also argue, you know, I was there at the hearing when Brennan wanted to get access to the raw footage of the docuseries. And I was in a unique situation. Let's just say I heard the defense actually saying it's 150 hours, and if he wants to go through 150 hours, like, be our guest. But what they underestimated was, because I talked to a friend of mine who's a tech, and he said, you know, they don't understand. Today with AI, you don't have to look through 150 hours. With AI, you could just program it to you just want the clips of Karen. And the clips of Karen were probably more like 10 to 12 hours. So I think, especially Jackson, he knows when it's winnable. He knows when it's going his way. He you know, I don't think he kids himself. I don't think he'd be successful if he did. I think they realize this time around. I'm willing to bet, you know, they haven't faced anyone like Hank Brennan in a long time. But I think Hank Brennan knew that a lot of this case was actually maybe going to be won with some of the pretrial hearings and not stuff inside the courtroom. And because he took that approach and because he streamlined it, that's why it's just such a different case. And unless you're there as you were, and he has a different presence. And I'll say this, you know, the jurors, no one's left. They're all there. What people have to ask themselves is, at the end of the day, are they going to let Hank Brennan down, the jury? He's been with them every step of the way. He is professional. He is courteous. He's well-spoken. He makes his points effectively. He doesn't talk down to them. He's not slippery. I right now, I find it very hard to believe they're going to let him down. And I also take issue with, I hear people, it only takes one. It only needs one juror to, I take exception to that. I've interviewed people who've been on juries, and they tell me as soon as it went 10-2 and there were only two of them, and I talked to this guy, he was one of the two. He's like, oh, forget this. Because then he talked to the woman that was also a holdout, and she said, oh, forget it. If it's 10-2, forget it. I'll go along. And then now it's 11-1, and he's like, listen, I'm not going up against these 11 people. So I think majority wins out here. And I think right now the defense is really scrambling to come up with something to stop this. It's a game of momentum. And the momentum right now is just riding so strongly with the prosecution in Commonwealth.
I couldn't agree with you more. And John, tell me, one of the other things that defined this retrial was the close of the federal probe. It seemed to me, and I think you and I are uniquely positioned to discuss this, that this was a proxy war until the DOJ changed over and the new administration came in, and then Karen, Alan, and David lost their allies in the Boston DOJ, and Hank Brennan gained some allies. Am I wrong about that?
No, you're right. And it's also interesting. Last spring, they had a skip in their step going into the courthouse. And, certain members of the media always wanted to troll other members of the media. Well, there's a federal probe going on. Who knows what's going on? And, Jackson, Yannetti, they took pride in the fact that, there's a federal probe and there's something going on. And, I also haven't heard anyone mention that a lot of the Karen Reed supporters, for whatever reason, but a lot of them are actually Trump supporters. And there was even this running false narrative that Trump was aware of the case and he was going to, I know it sounds preposterous, but he was going to step in and help her out if he won and blah, blah, blah. And the first thing that happens is the new Trump U.S. attorney in mass comes in, and the first thing she does is there's no indictments and the investigation's over. So I think that also plays to, kind of taking the wind out of the sails. I think they used that as leverage. They used it as leverage with Lally. They used it as leverage with the judge. They had a certain confidence about them, and even arrogance, I'd say, in mentioning this other proceeding that was going on. And it did have people wondering, is there something going on? And I'm not even talking about the lunacy that people were saying at any moment the FBI was going to surround the courthouse and start arresting all the witnesses. That never happened. But the legs being taken out, I think right now, if we had truth serum, Alan Jackson knows their best shot was last spring with Lally, that everything broke their way from, the Commonwealth presented the case the wrong way. They were almost playing defense. There was no buffer zone. Those people were everywhere. There was just a lot of chaos. The Commonwealth kind of underestimated what they were dealing with. I think now they yearn for those. Remember what it was like, and the hi-fi, and the people dancing with the pom-poms and walking her up to the steps. And Alan Jackson, he would do a walking press conference on the way to the courthouse. Then he controlled the courtroom. Make no mistake about it. Adam Lally is a really nice guy, and I have a lot of respect for him, and I think the world of him. But Alan Jackson was the superior attorney, and he doesn't have it this time. He's not what I was trying to figure out who's the king of the court. And Hank Brennan, Alan Jackson must be telling people, I haven't run into anybody like this in a long time. Because you don't run into anybody like this that often.
Well, and Hank Brennan was sneaky because he was always in federal court, and so I can see how he snuck up on Alan Jackson. Sorry, to your point, John. I could see it.
Yeah, and that's thrown them, and they underestimated the use of those clips. They underestimated, I think, some of the damaging things she said, because I'm pretty sure that they had final say over anything that was going to air, but they weren't thinking, what about the footage that they didn't use? and they didn't think that the people that made the docuseries, maybe they thought they wouldn't hand it over. Maybe they didn't realize the extent of the damage of things that Karen said. But getting back to Allesie, and I do like him, Your Honor, and he's so long-winded. And he is having the time of his life. If there's anyone enjoying it, it's Bob Allesie. He's never been involved with anything like this. He's never been given so much latitude. I like when he asks the question and the witness says, well, of course. And then he says, exactly. as if that's where he wanted them to go. Bob Allesie, as good as he is, as I've told people, I was telling someone last night, this guy, you ask him what time it is and he starts explaining how to build a clock. He is, if he can give you a 20-minute explanation instead of a 1-minute explanation, he'll always opt for the 20-minute. But here's what I see when I would sit there 6 weeks in that courtroom with the jury. They'd tune him out. They would tune him out. If they had cell phones, they'd go on their phone. They can't go on their phone because they don't have phones with them. But they would zone out. And never mind, sometimes he's doing it with the lights down. I mean, it's just, they get tired. And the jury right now, I think the judge is smart to give them tomorrow off because they're tired. This is a lot. I've talked to people on jurors, and I actually have to go in a minute, but I've talked to people on juries that, they've told me that their normal job wasn't as intense as jury duty was. Like jury duty, they had to be on their game. This is, there's note taking, you got to pay attention at all times. Not everyone has jobs like that. Not everyone has careers like that. The jury, I believe, is going home exhausted. And therefore, I want to point out one more quick thing. The longer this goes on, the more things like the blue paint, the more like the Karen clips stand out because it drags on. The other thing I want to point out that I haven't heard anyone else say, but maybe you have, but every time every time they have a witness, they're allowing him to get up, he's actually strengthening his case with the Commonwealth. So as much as some people want him to put on Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, Proctor, blah, 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 Hank's getting bigger. He's getting stronger. He's not getting weaker. He's showing a different versatility that he has to the jury. He's showcasing his skills and talents with the jury. Unless they have a rabbit to pull out of their hat, I think they're in a lot of trouble right now.
Oh, yeah. You nailed it, John. Every witness the defense puts on becomes a piece of Hank Brennan's case. And also, yes. I noticed your point with Bob Allesie, spot on. Allesie, after 5 weeks, he finally lost it with one of the witnesses and said, Your Honor, he's pointing at my hands. Literally every single analyst, I'm sure the jury was like, oh, this man is not a serious lawyer. But yes,
yeah.
John DePetro, I think people were saying throughout the comments in the chat, you are appreciated. You are an excellent analyst. You're an excellent reporter.
I am honored to be a towel. I want people to know I come across a lot of content. Your content is original. It is brilliant. It's insightful, but it's entertaining. It's hilarious. You have a brilliant legal mind. You have an entertainment value to you that is unmatched, and you just have so many fans. And thank you so much. It was a privilege being on.
Of course, John, you are a busy man. Enjoy the rest of your day. People can find you at John DePetro Show on Twitter, and I'm going to work on the phonetic pronunciation of your name. I'm from Massachusetts. What can I do?
It's fine. It's fine. Thank you very much, Supreme Towel.
All right. Be well, John. Thank
All
you.
Right. Thank you.
How fun was that, ladies and gentlemen? How fun is that? Oh, very interesting, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to see if there's a catch of Karen potentially signaling one of the witnesses. I'm going to download it now and send it over to myself. But listen, thank you so much to the Super Towel who sent that along. You want to take credit for it in the chat, you go ahead and do that. Here's what I want to do, ladies and gentlemen. We had a question from the Super Towel themselves. Hold on, let me find it here. Let me find it. Make sure your comments are still running. We had a question from the Super Towel themselves. Curly Girly, I love your username because I have curly hair. So, ladies and gentlemen, we had a question if we could look at the video of Hank Brennan catching Karen Reed and her lawyer, or her lawyer signaling one of the witnesses when Hank said, over here. We're going to take a look, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to take a look at Hank Brennan then. By the way, folks, we had our poll. So what are we watching after that? I know there's some ferocious last-minute voting, but I'm ending the poll. I am ending the poll, ladies and gentlemen. That was a great interview with John, by the way. All right, here are the results. What's up next? And don't worry, we can still watch Karen clips. 69 votes in the poll, ladies and gentlemen. The results are 68% Hank, 31% Karen clips. So we are watching Hank's Cross of Lucky next, and then the Karen clips. Ladies and gentlemen, before we do that, though, you want to watch this video? I think we need some comedic relief. Murder by Maestro is hilarious.
Seems a little rude.
Karen, are you suggesting that Deborah may have been coaxed into changing her testimony?
Yes.
What's your reaction to her demeanor?
I didn't suggest it. She did. When she was called into the commissioner's office, the story completely changed, was recanted. So I don't think it was a suggestion. I think I heard what you heard.
But wasn't she confronted with data from the FBI that said, no, you weren't, the car wasn't there by the time you left?
This is the first I've ever heard that. I have no knowledge of anything like that.
Did you expect her to be like that on the stand today?
I've never seen, met, or heard her voice before, so I didn't know.
What's your response to her accusations of pressuring her to perjure herself?
We subpoenaed her to testify to what she told other authorities and just wanted her to be as honest with us as she was with them. And today she's now telling us that was a lie. So we just wanted her to repeat what she told other law enforcement agencies under penalty of perjury.
Karen,
that's all.
Karen,
Thank you.
lie.
Thank you.
You never told her to lie.
Never.
Because Murder by Maestro edited it to make her look like Steven Tyler, Marianne Nizio, and it's hilarious. You want to see a clip of... Oh, by the way, this was a picture of Karen and Alan yesterday, apparently. Hi, Karen. And also, you want to see the footage of Karen leaving court? I got that too, ladies and gentlemen. This was Karen leaving court yesterday. And she is unfortunately not edited in this to look like Steven Tyler. I'm so sorry.
I think the video speaks for itself. Happy, loving, affectionate.
Do you think John and Brian Higgins were at odds? We see this angle of them looking at each other.
That way.
Did you pick up on that though? I mean, you were with John all the night. Were they fighting? Did it seem like they were at each other's throats?
I was not paying attention, as you can see. If you watch the full length of the waterfall between the two trials, I was pretty much in that spot with Karina. We were there about 90 minutes.
So you didn't notice
that? In the same
that.
spot. I didn't pick up on it.
Have there been
any friendly with Karina? I have not seen Karina in person since last trial.
Are you happy tomorrow's off, or would you rather just talk through?
I'm happy. We need to
How do you feel about
get
the
work
defense's
done.
case?
When do you think
How
you'll
feel
wrap?
about the defense's
very,
case?
very well, solid.
When do you think you'll wrap?
Tuesday, give or take. Tuesday.
So, there you go. Karen herself said they'll be done Tuesday. Now, that was hilarious when you all realized it was, some of you knew, but when Marianne Nizio was like, oh, it's Steven Tyler, and just broke out laughing. That's hilarious. I thought she got dentures. Oh, my goodness. Marianne, that's the funniest thing I've ever heard. You are hilarious. Oh, my goodness. I can't. Oh, goodness. But yes, we're going to watch Hank's full Cross of Lucky now. I think we watched, we got up to, the signaling. No, we're going to watch the signaling with Barrows for the Super Towel Curly Girly herself. Then we're going to watch Hank's full cross. So let me show you the moment. I was pretty sure I caught Alan Jackson signaling a witness or wanted someone at the defense table. Maybe it was Karen. I got another video I'm going to be able to show us in a second of perhaps some more signaling going on yesterday. But let's take a look if I can... I have the video. Oh, by the way, look, you want to see a video of Hank Brennan? Well, first, let's look at a video of the O'Keefe family arriving yesterday. Super Towel Elevate the Process found this, ladies and gentlemen. God bless the O'Keefe family. God bless Adam Lally. Hello, Peggy. You're a towel. Hi, Adam Lally. You are also a super towel. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Hank Brennan, the man himself. Elevate the Process got the clip. Hello, Hank Brennan. Hi, Hank. What a boss. Just a boss, ladies and gentlemen. Hank, are you a boss? Yes, I am Hank Brennan. I am a boss. Now, let's take a look. Do you think this was the moment Hank Brennan caught the Reed defense signaling one of their witnesses? You tell me, ladies and gentlemen.
When you met with the attorneys in Boston, what'd you talk about?
It was just a way for them to meet with me and see me face to face, and then ask me how I would be subpoenaed, who would they need to send a court summons to, what my schedule was like coming up in the next month, months.
Those things all could have been accomplished by phone, correct?
Could have.
So the face-to-face meeting, what did you talk about? Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
Over here. What did you talk about? Excuse me.
So that, okay?
Over here.
You saw it, folks. You saw it, folks. I mean, how interesting is that? Hey, and I have a clip I want to show you 1 second. Hey, Karen Reed and Bill Reed. Who you signaling there? No, I think I want to say it this way. Well, this was another interesting... Hold on. I want to show you this clip. Interesting moment in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. I wonder who Karen and her dad, Bill Reed, were signaling with their ear scratches, with their simultaneous ear scratches. Simultaneous ear scratches. It's probably nothing. I'm hilarious. Every single one of you knows that I am a hilarious towel. I'm not sure who gave me a microphone and allowed me to just say things to the world, but I want to show you this video. So hold on, before I show it to you, I got a plan. I'm going to actually retweet the video that I just played here. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to search the word synced here, because I know that I put the word synced Karen cam footage. I'm going to look at latest. Going to grab it, and I'm going to look for, here it is, I got it, so I'm going to repost that. All right, I'm going to copy paste the text that I just wrote. There we go. I'm going to grab the video. There we go. This is the Super Towel themselves shared this with us. I don't know, Super Towel, if you identified yourself in the chat, but if the Super Towel who got us this clip wants to identify themselves in the chat, this is from yesterday's towel stream. I think I found yet another example of Karen potentially signaling a witness. The video is uploading right now. It's at about 40%. It's about 45%, 50%. There's nothing like watching horse racing. Announcer Towel tell you he has a really interesting video clip. The Glare is on Twitter like, why did Judge Cannoni cancel court because it's hot? Well, Glare, if you had listened to Towel Stream, I would have told you that there was actually a very interesting reason for it, which is that our buildings are very old and they're meant to retain heat for the 7 months of the year that it's 30 degrees Fahrenheit in Massachusetts for most of the time. Ladies and gentlemen, take a look at this clip, though. We got this towel clip from a special towel friend. If you're in the chat, I got your clip. Not only did I get your clip, I reposted the footage of the of Karen potentially of the Barrow signaling, and now it's a video of Karen and her dad using ear scratches. Do you think this is how Karen and her dad are signaling witnesses?
That one, I can't tell if that was me again.
Could we go to 6:35:14, please?
Oh, wow. That was very obvious. Oh, wow. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. You think they both put their hand on their ear at the same time? I mean, we can watch it again. Hold on 1 second. But that can't
That
be
one,
a
I can't tell if that was me again.
Could we go to 6:35:14, please?
That can't be a freaking coincidence. Come on. Come on. I mean, there's nothing that will confirm it, but that's just absurd. That's so obvious. Come on. Just so blatant. My goodness. They're not even trying to hide it. Like, come on. Literally at the same time without, like, one looking at each other. Like, Bill Reed does it first, so Karen couldn't have been looking at Bill, and Bill couldn't have been looking at Karen. Bill did it, and with a millisecond, Karen did it. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Wait, is Angela here? No way, Angela. Oh, Angela Whittick. Angela Whittick. Hi, it's actually Andrea I was hoping we'd see. I know if Andrea pops into the chat, it will make Little Towels day as well. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm feeling a lot better. But you saw right there may have been some signaling going on, ladies and gentlemen. That was very, very interesting. Great catch by the Super Towel who sent that in. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. But listen, we had a vote. We took a towel vote, ladies and gentlemen. We took a vote. And I'll tell you right now, the towel vote came out very, very clear. We are watching Hank Brennan's cross. Brian, I didn't know I wasn't Lucky Lofgren. You all wanted it. I isolated it. It's just Hank Brennan's cross and the recross. There's a little bit of my analysis in the middle, which we'll jump over. So it's only about 45 minutes to an hour. Buckle up. You love Hank. You requested Hank. We love Hank, ladies and gentlemen. And can you tell Little Towel's anxiety levels have gone on because we've done such a good job unintentionally saving Towel from his own inability to manage his life. And if anyone wants to, I guess I'll have to screen them. JVA, maybe you could do it. Anyone want to come into Towel's life and help me manage my executive function issues and my emotional underdevelopment, that would be great. We don't have to work on the emotional underdevelopment right away, but my executive function issues are preventing me from managing my life, and I'm very analytically intelligent, but I don't know how to manage my life, and I need some help. I'm not saying that it's a failure of me as a person. I just don't have that part of my brain working the same way as others. And I think it's because that part of my brain doesn't work as well and my emotional intelligence doesn't work as well that I compensate with very high analytical intelligence. It's kind of like people who can't smell or otters who can't see. Did you like that? That was a good pun, Deaf Otter. They compensate for that with heightened other senses. So I have very heightened analytical intelligence and I don't have very high other intelligences. Oh, goodness. Phyllis Daniel, thank you for your comment. Thank you. That's a very good insight. I want to take a look at that fake yawn. I will definitely do that. But we got to watch Hank Brennan's cross. I promised it. I refuse to deny the towel friends what they demanded. Actually, you know what? Before we watch the cross, can we do one more thing? Can we already watched it a few times today, but would you mind if I just indulged myself? Would you all indulge me, towel friends? I know Colleen Henry isn't with us yet. Maybe she is, and I haven't seen her in the chat. But can we do it one more time? Just one more time, ladies and gentlemen. Will you be upset with me if we watch what I think that people want to see just one more time? You know what it is. I know what it is. Before we watch the Hank Brennan cross of Lucky, which was one of the greatest crosses that I've seen, and you must watch this. It has 2 points to eviscerate Lucky's credibility and his own Lucky's own memory about his prior testimony, where he clearly saw a car at 5 and 6:30 a.m., not earlier that morning, as he tried to claim. And then, ladies and gentlemen, the Aidan Kearney pressuring of Lucky is the second part. So 2 components of Hank's cross. Be watching out for both of them, and watch how Hank gets Lucky to do what Hank needs. Hank needs Lucky to explain how his memory is really bad, which he does, and then Hank needs Lucky to say he either read Aidan Kearney's blog about him or someone in his family or community told Lucky about that specific blog, and eventually Lucky says yes. Hank goes to sidebar. Glorious. I wish to bathe in the atmosphere created by Hank Brennan. He is a super towel. Phyllis Daniel, welcome to the ranks of honorary super towels, by the way. God bless you. Welcome. We're glad to have you, my dear super towel friend. And super towel Andrea, I know you're out there. I know you are going to chat. We will welcome you in the chat. We want you in the chat. Just because Towel doesn't speak Spanish, you must forgive me. Callie Trish, well, there's more than that you should forgive me for. But I also have to take responsibility about being a towel. Anyway, Andrea, we know you're out there. Come say hello. Callie Trish, it's great to see you. God bless you, dear friend. Yeah, Rita P. It could have been either Karen's car at around 5:23 or Kerry Roberts' Ford Explorer around 6, and then obviously the police tape around 6:30. But yes, you all, you know what we're going to. I got a little distracted, but we're going to the moment the people want to see. Okay, the moment the people want to see. The towel friends have a request. It's a standing request. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. One more time. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. You know we had to play it. It was apropos to play it, ladies and gentlemen. It was apropos to play it. Why was it apropos, you may say, ladies and gentlemen? It was apropos because we're about to watch Hank Brennan's cross of Brian Lucky Lofgren. Brian, I didn't know I wasn't Lucky Lofgren. Rachel McIntyre, you came and picked a great time to come in. Not only did you get to see the Call Me Hank clip, you're going to get to watch Hank's stunning cross of Brian. I didn't know I wasn't Lucky Lofgren. Got the whole thing ready for us. I got it queued up. I got it clipped up, and we're ready to go. And, of course, watch for Karen doing a potential signal to Brian. I didn't know I wasn't Lucky Lofgren. At this moment right here, ladies and gentlemen, keep an eye on this moment right here, about 10:49.
Can't tell if that-
Oh, we might not actually see it because it's only Hank's cross. Oh, so we might see it. 10:49. Oh, 10:49:49. Look at this signal. Does Karen try to signal Brian Lucky Lofgren? Does her dad with this
That
ear
one, I
movement?
can't tell if that was me again.
Could we go to 6:35:14, please?
What are you signaling, Karen? Why is your hand on your ear? And, of course, I'll call you Ange. I'm so sorry. I forgot about that. I thought it said Andrea at first. But I'm excited to see Ange Whittick, of course. Ange Whittick is the super towel. Call me Hank, and you can call me Ange. I love it. I try to make Hank smile. Who wouldn't want to make Hank Brennan smile? He's a super towel. All right, my name's Grant Smith Ellis. We've prepped, we're ready, we've celebrated, we've adored Mr. Hank Brennan, and we're ready to hear it. Hank Brennan, you had a great day yesterday. Take it away on your cross of Brian. I didn't know I wasn't Lucky Lofgren. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. Thanks for joining me. We're off today in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial, but we're getting caught up. It was a brilliant day yesterday. Remember, 2 sections of Hank's cross. You're keeping out for it. Only has 2 points. 1, decimate Lucky's credibility. Lucky did that to himself. As to his eyesight, the timing of the events, Lucky being raw, Lucky admitting he didn't see a car until around 5 or 6, didn't see police tape till after 6:30. That's section 1. Section 2, and they intersperse, so you got to pay attention. Aiden Kearney's tormenting of Lucky. Brennan needs Lucky to say either I read the article Aiden put out or someone told me about that specific article. Does Hank pull it off? I'm going to guess yes, but keep an eye out for both as we watch. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. Love all of you Little Towel friends. You've made Little Towel's day better. We're doing a half day today, so we're going to watch this. We're going to watch Karen clips. Any other requests, get them in now, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting caught up. We're doing things. We're being informed. Erudite, cogent Little Towels. Oh, and remember, that's what we have to go over first. Okay. Oh, my goodness. I would be so remiss, ladies and gentlemen, if I was about to dive you in to Hank Brennan's cross of Brian, I didn't know I wasn't Lucky Lofgren, without doing an analysis of Hank Brennan's consciousness of guilt jury instruction. Ladies and gentlemen, do you understand that I would be derelict in my towel duty? Especially to MJ Baker, who is a super towel. Hello, my dear friend. Did you know I would be derelict in my super towel duty if I didn't explicate for you why Hank Brennan's proposed jury instructions in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial are not so incredibly important to the cross of Brian? I didn't know I wasn't Lucky Lofgren. I would be a derelict. I would literally be a towel who is nothing more than an abdicated civic duty towel, and therefore my towel fibers would not be fluffy, and I would be sad. So therefore, I shall go and I shall obtain for you, ladies and gentlemen, the document that Hank Brennan was that gave the hint, if you could put it all together, as to what Hank Brennan was really doing with his brilliant cross of Brian, I didn't know I wasn't Lucky Lofgren. Now you might be saying, sir, first of all, you say that you're a towel a lot. Would you like to tell us something? And the answer is yes, I am a towel. Now, you might also be saying to yourself, sir, I'm utterly baffled and perplexed. Why are you a towel? Well, listen, it was a long time ago, Little Towels, in January of 2024, when some person on, I think, a YouTube comment named Stoop the Kid said that my pronouns were towel. And ladies and gentlemen, if you say that my pronouns are towel, I will adopt my identity as an anthropomorphic towel for the world to see, which is exactly what I did, and then I proceeded to become a towel. Now, for some reason, there's lots of towels. Well, it's not for some reason. It's because towels are wonderful. Now, there's lots of towels around the world. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen, we have towels in over 87 countries around the world. We have towels in Germany and France and Croatia and Portugal and Spain and the UK, in Ireland and Northern Ireland and South Africa and Zimbabwe and Mozambique, in India, in Malaysia and Singapore and the Faroe Islands. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen, the USA, every single state, in Canada and Mexico, Brazil, Mexico, Guatemala, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Panama, Honduras, Brazil, Chile, Argentina. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a worldwide towel movement. It all started because some person said my pronouns were towel, some random Turtle Boy fan named Stoop the Kid, and now we have towels in 87 countries. I'm a little bit perplexed by it all, ladies and gentlemen, but I still want to tell you about the analysis of this specific document, which is Hank Brennan's model jury instructions that went in 2 days before the cross of Brian, I didn't know I wasn't Lucky Lofgren. Now, you can see in this proposed model jury instruction, ladies and gentlemen, which I'll zoom in for you. No, which one am I zooming in? No, I don't want to zoom that one in. I want to zoom the other one in. Sorry, little towels. Give me 1 second. Okay, there we go. I'm going to zoom in on this. Nice for you, nice. All right, see little towels so we can take a look down at the actual document. And here's what it says. I'm going to zoom in even more. It's going to still be hard. No, wrong one. It's going to still be hard for you to read. Don't worry, little towels. I have a plan. I don't actually have a plan, but I am a towel. All right, so it says, you have heard, this is Hank Brennan, what he wants to propose the jury here as an instruction before they go into deliberations. I'm in Massachusetts. I'm in a towel. You have heard evidence suggesting that the defendant may have intentionally tried to destroy, conceal, or falsify evidence in this case. And you may have intentionally attempted, so that's the Ring videos probably, and may have intentionally attempted to harass and intimidate witnesses whom the defendant believed would testify against her, probably Lucky Lofgren and others. If the Commonwealth has proved that the defendant did, you may consider whether such actions indicate feelings of guilt by the defendant, and whether in turn such feelings of guilt might tend to show actual guilt on these charges. Okay? Okay? So you all have to think that keep this in mind. You are not required to draw such inferences, and you should not do so unless they appear to be reasonable in light of all the circumstances of this case. And if you decide that such inferences are reasonable, it will be up to you to decide how much importance to give them. This is what Hank Brennan's proposing, okay? Now we're going to listen to the cross of Brian, I didn't know I wasn't Lucky Lofgren, ladies and gentlemen, okay? And we're going to listen to that cross because you got to remember Hank Brennan is establishing the evidentiary foundation for his consciousness of guilt instruction, which he has to win permission to deliver, for Judge Cannone to deliver from Judge Cannone. And in order to establish that evidentiary foundation, ladies and gentlemen, you need to get in a piece of evidence that either Karen or someone she had a joint venture with, which is like co-conspiring. You don't have to be charged with a crime or anything, just co-conspire with someone to torment or harass a witness in the case. Aiden's article, June 5th, 2023, same day Karen's investigators were meeting with Lucky. Lucky had ghosted the investigators prior to that, Karen's investigator, then all of a sudden he cooperates. Pressure campaign from Aiden, Karen talking to Aiden, Karen's lawyers and Karen potentially influencing Aiden's content. It all builds up, ladies and gentlemen, under McCarthy, which is the case. I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice, I'm a towel. Under McCarthy, which is the case, under Reporter's Note 2 of the Model Jury Instructions for Consciousness of Guilt, you can find that the standard is that a person who was engaged in a joint venture with a co-conspirator can be subject to the Consciousness of Guilt instruction for witness intimidation if those two people if Brennan can establish that those two people, beyond a preponderance of the evidence, which is like, think of a 50-yard football field, like arena football, it's like the halfway line, 25-yard line of a 50-yard football field. So, way below reasonable doubt, higher than probable cause, way higher than reasonable articulable suspicion. So somewhere like 25%. If Brennan can prove, it's like a civil standard. If Brennan can prove that Karen and Aiden were engaged in some kind of conspiracy to publish this article, Karen and Aiden don't have to face criminal charges for it. That's enough. Even by circumstantial inference, Judge Cannone is the fact finder and will make the decision for Brennan to get his consciousness of guilt witness intimidation instruction. All he needs from Lucky. Remember, going in, this is probably what Brennan's thinking. I'm gonna quickly dispatch with this man's credibility as to what he saw that night, because his timing was wrong and he's colorblind and he hit a basketball apparatus, as David Dinetti put it. But then what Brennan does is even more brilliant, ladies and gentlemen, and this is what you got to think going into this cross. Brennan's like, I'm gonna get Lucky to admit that he either knew about this article or read it, because that's evidentiary foundation to submit it. Not necessarily to show the jurors now up on the screen as a chalk, but to use it to get the granted motion for the consciousness of guilt witness intimidation instruction. It's brilliant. It's genius. Take a bow, Mr. Brennan. You have earned the applause of towels worldwide. We love you. We adore you, Hank. We will call you Hank, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, when you watch this cross, keep all that in mind. Just remember. Oh, Marianne Nolan, welcome, my dear friend. Hello to Northern Ireland. We love towels from all over the world. You are welcome in this fluffy towel fold. But remember, if you're taking notes, if you're watching this with an analytical mind, we're going to check the box. Remember, you're Hank Brennan, you got 2 segments of your cross. Check the box, decimate Lucky's credibility. When we get to the second part, remember, Brennan's thinking, please, Lucky, I need to get this piece of evidence in. I need to get the Turtle Boy evidence into evidence so the jury can see it in deliberations and so that Judge Cannone can take it into consideration when ruling on my motion for a consciousness of guilt instruction related to witness intimidation pursuant to the progeny established in McCarthy, which requires a joint venture be established by inference through preponderance of the evidence as the standard to confirm that Karen Reed engaged in some kind of plan with Aidan Kearney to publish that article. There's enough there. He's got the evidentiary record, but Lucky has to say yes to one of two questions. That Lucky either read the article directly or that someone in his family or community, which is the evidentiary standard under the rules of evidence, sent him that article and he was aware of it. Do you understand what the stakes are, ladies and gentlemen? So get ready to watch Hank Brennan's Masterclass. I watched this unfold and I was like, oh my God, I want to take notes. This man could be my professor. This is the greatest thing I've ever watched in my entire life. I love this man. I love what he's capable of. I love his mind. I think he's a national treasure. I want to put him on the Supreme Court. And then, ladies and gentlemen, I was like, oh, goodness, that's going to require me getting elected. I don't know if I can handle that. I better come up with some kind of diplomatic framework to protect the petrodollar, ward off the rise of the BRICS, save Ukraine, insulate Europe from Russian aggression, and also facilitate economic cooperation between the Americas based on sustainable towel production, where we pay people in Mexico or Brazil $40 US an hour to make towels that I can then sell to have benevolent influence over the government. I've thought about this a lot. I'm a towel. Let's watch Hank Brennan's cross.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Have you and I met before?
No, sir.
This is our first time speaking?
Yes, sir.
Sir, you say that your memory from that night is very strong. Would it be fair to say that before today, you've talked about this case many times?
Yes.
You've interviewed with different law enforcement people as well as civilians and attorneys, haven't you?
Correct.
I have not been one of them.
No, you have not.
And is it fair to say that when you've recounted that night as far as times and what you saw, many times your memory has changed? Is that fair to say?
It has not.
You spoke to a private investigator on behalf of the defense shortly after that night?
Yes.
Was that the first time that you spoke to somebody about what you had seen or not seen?
Yes.
That is the first time?
Yes.
Inevitably, over time, you have given statements to at least 4 different people, correct?
Correct.
And you've testified in court under oath?
Correct.
During the pendency from that night until today, it's fair to say there are many times where you have been intimidated, isn't it?
No.
You've been threatened.
No.
You were aware, sir, that you were being threatened by an online blogger to expose you?
I was not.
You're saying as you sit here today, you have no awareness in the history of this case that you were being threatened by an online blogger?
I was not threatened by an online blogger.
Was the online blogger threatening or saying that he would expose you and tell personal things about you if you weren't helpful?
He was not threatening.
All right, pause. Hold on. We're going to come back to this cross. We're going to start at 2:09. But I just want to play this video. Like, Lucky, how can you say that? How can you say that, Lucky, when every single person in the world can just go find these clips? Like, I understand Lucky is trying to do his best for Karen, but just look at these clips that came out of Aidan. Now, listen to what Lucky just said on the stand, and then listen to what Aidan said about Lucky at the time.
Lucky? Mr. Lucky? You know who you are. And you know what you did. And you know what you're hiding. And you know what you said. And I know shit. And I know all about you. And you're going to be seeing me, sir. And we're going to have some questions for you. So I highly suggest you reach out to me first before I put this all out there. Because we'll see what happens, sir. Because I know you're watching this. And you know who I'm talking about. Because Brian Albert called you that day. Brian Albert called you a couple times. And I know that is a fact. So stay tuned with that. But at least Brian Albert has I hope he's listening right now. I know whatever you're probably afraid, right? You don't want to come forward. You fear the Alberts, but you should fear me. Like not like physical fear, But like I said, the Alberts fear me much more than I fear them. Because I have the ability to severely change their lives. And that goes for you too, Stephen. And that goes for you too, Mr. Lucky. We don't have to get into that yet. But I know your friends are gonna send this to you. I just want you to know. You've wanted to keep a low profile for a reason. I get it. I'm not gonna allow it anymore. Just know that. The jig is up. Time's up. You've had the chance to do the right thing. So now you've chosen not to, and now I'm giving you an ultimatum. You need to contact me and do the right thing, and you're going to have a conversation with me, or Brian Albert finds out what you did, and then you can deal with him. I heard he's real friendly. I heard he's real nice. Yeah, you can deal with it. He doesn't know, does he? He doesn't know what you did. He doesn't know what you did, does he, huh? He's going to find out. He's going to find out, and I got proof. So we'll see. Yeah, I'm being intentionally vague. Right now.
Yeah, that's a little weird. Lucky. That is weird. Just everything about it, Lucky, is weird. All right, Hank Brennan, we need you to continue your cross of Brian. I didn't know I wasn't Lucky Lofgren. Would you be so kind to do that for us, Mr. Hank Brennan? We know that you are a super towel. We're going to pick it up around 2 minutes and 9 seconds. Right. Here we go. Give me a second. We're not going to repeat anything we've seen, but let's listen to that last part. Let's listen to maybe like 30 seconds where we picked up. Brian, were you threatened by Turtle Boy? Remember, we just watched the videos.
I was not.
You're saying as you sit here today, you have no awareness in the history of this case that you were being threatened by an online blogger.
I was not threatened by an online blogger.
Was the online blogger threatening or saying that he would expose you and tell personal things about you if you weren't helpful?
He was not threatening.
Let's remove the word threatening. Was the person communicating and making clear to you that if you didn't testify in a certain way, there would be some consequence to you?
Objection. Can we have a time frame, please?
Anytime from when you first spoke to the private investigator until today, were there communications made to you by an online blogger that there would be consequence for you if you didn't testify in a way that was acceptable to them?
No.
You listened, of course, didn't you, to podcasts that were about you?
I did not.
People told you about them.
Yes, they did.
When friends told you about them, you knew who that person was that was making those claims, correct?
Correct.
You were well aware of the person had a very strong and large social media presence.
I didn't know how large or what his presence were, but yes, I knew he had a blog.
Well, you know now because you follow that blogger now, don't you?
I do follow him, yes.
You pay for a subscription?
I do not.
Did you get one for free?
I did not.
And in following that blogger, you know full well the power that person has to get attention from the community to harass, correct?
Yes.
And so during the pendency of this case, not only were you aware that you were being pressured to testify a certain way, you also need to be consequences of it. Isn't that true?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
The premise of that question is not accurate.
So he can answer it.
You knew there was pressure for you to testify a certain way in this case, didn't you?
I did not know I was being required to testify a certain way. I was also at the time dealing with the loss of my wife. I was not paying any attention to any social media.
Sorry for your loss, but you are aware during the pendency of this case that there has been pressure on you to testify in a certain way. Isn't that fair to say?
No.
Sir, you received a call from that blogger, didn't you?
I did.
And during that call, did you know the person was recording you?
I did not.
You later learned that the person recorded you.
I did not.
Do you know that your conversations were spread throughout the community online?
I was.
Sir, some of those communications or inquiries were claims that you would be exposed for personal matters if you didn't testify a certain way, weren't they?
No.
Inevitably, you've met this person, haven't you?
I've seen him. I haven't met him.
Have you ever spent time with him?
No, I have not.
You're still a follower of that blog.
I am.
When you follow the blog, do you read anything or do you watch it?
No, I don't do much anything towards the blogger.
As you follow it, you can see there are oftentimes articles about you.
No.
Haven't you ever been encouraged to do the right thing?
No.
Haven't you ever been celebrated after you've testified in a way favorable for one
Yes.
side or the other?
Yes.
And so when you were being celebrated, that certainly took off any pressure that there would be consequence, didn't it?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
When you were celebrated for testifying a certain way, did you find that to be encouraging?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
I did find it to be encouraging. But I did not want it. I don't think I deserved it. All I was doing was my job and telling the truth.
Did you enjoy the attention that you got?
I did not.
Did you pose in photographs with people who support one side or the other?
I did.
And when you were in those photographs, are you saying that you didn't enjoy the attention that you were receiving?
I did not. Again, I was trying to be polite and trying to avoid any confrontation that may come from something if I said no.
Well, did anybody from the district attorney's office ever suggest they would confront you or punish you if you didn't testify a certain way?
No.
How many friends contacted you about what was being said before you testified, the pressure? How many people told you about that?
I couldn't tell you. All my friends were telling me.
So you were hearing a lot of noise or information from your friend group and community about what was being said about you?
Yes.
And this was before you testified at the first trial, sir?
This was before.
Sir, you work hard, don't you?
I do.
You work many different jobs.
I do.
You try to be a good citizen.
I do.
You are not looking for attention.
I am not.
It was brought to you.
It was brought to me.
You wish you never had that attention, don't you?
Yes.
Because you just want to live your life the way you want to live it rather than have people you don't know attacking, criticizing, or intimidating you.
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Could you repeat that, please?
Would it be fair to say that you simply want to live your life the way you've been living it without outside people attacking or pressuring or threatening you?
Yes.
On June 15, 2023, you were contacted by the defense private investigator, weren't you? And you may not know the dates. Were you contacted twice by the private investigator?
I would need to know what time frame we're looking at.
Fair enough. By the way, the blogger that I speak of, do you know if he is friendly or supports one side over the other?
I know he is friendly towards one side, yes.
Okay. The side sitting in the back of the room?
I would say the defense team.
You've interacted with a private investigator hired by the defense?
Yes.
Have you also interacted with any of the attorneys?
Yes.
Which attorneys have you interacted with?
Mr. Yannetti.
Have you contacted or have you spoken to any other attorneys other than Mr. Yannetti?
Just Mr. Yannetti.
How many times have you spoken to Mr. Yannetti?
Again, what are we talking? First trial, this trial?
The entire time from that night until today. Can you remember how many times that you've spoken?
About 5 times.
How many times have you gone in to be interviewed by him?
4 times?
During those interviews, were they spaced out over the course of this case?
Yes.
What was the purpose of those interviews?
To go over my testimony.
When you went over testimony, were you ever shown prior testimony?
Yes.
Were you shown prior reports?
No.
Were you shown a prior investigator's report?
Yes.
Were you shown a prior report by a law enforcement agency that is not the state police and not Canton?
Not by Mr. Yannetti. I saw that first document for the first time during the first trial.
When you were discussing your testimony, was there a discussion about the fact that the times that you gave the private investigator were different than the report from that law enforcement agency?
Could you repeat that question, please?
When you were preparing the trial in those meetings, was it brought up, did you discuss that there was a difference in your memory, or at least in the reports, between what you told the defense private investigator and what you told that other law enforcement agency?
No.
Were you aware that there was a difference between the different statements attributing your memory as to time?
The first trial, yes.
When you were with the defense preparing for trial, did you go over your testimony?
Yes.
Did you go over questions and answers?
Yes.
Were you ever subjected to a make-pretend cross-examination about issues that were important in this case?
No.
Were you ever pointed to any particular issues that were important to talk about in this case?
No.
When you did the questions and answers, were they written down or just a conversation?
Can you repeat that one, please? I'm sorry.
When you went through the questions and answers in preparing, practicing for your testimony, were they written down?
So ask it differently.
When you were preparing for your testimony, were the questions and answers written down, or was it just speaking?
Just speaking.
Those 4 times that you met, is that a guess, or was it 4 times?
It was about 4 times, yes.
Could have been more?
No.
And during those 4 times, was there anything different other than going through questions and answers about testimony and preparation? Was there any other subjects you talked about?
There were none.
Did you ever receive any compensation, sir?
I received none.
Do you know whether people were sending you compensation that you didn't receive?
No.
You don't know?
I never received anything.
Were you given anything to bring home with you so that you could remember past testimony or some of the questions and answers that were going to be asked?
No.
How long were your meetings in preparation for your testimony?
About 45 minutes to an hour.
Were they all about the same time, or were they different? When you came into court last year, it's fair to say this is after you became aware of essentially being targeted, correct?
You can answer that if you can. Can you answer that, Mr. Loughran?
I can. I don't ever felt like I was being targeted.
This was after you received all the information from your friends and people in the community that you were being attacked.
I'll allow that.
Again, I don't feel like I was being targeted.
Are you concerned after this case what happens with the blogger that you follow?
No.
You talked about your meeting with the private investigator. The first time you met him, do you remember that meeting?
Yes.
Do you remember where you met him?
I met him at my place of employment.
Did you go anywhere with him that day?
No, I did not.
You had a conversation with him and you spoke about what you had remembered from that night?
Yes.
Do you remember when you spoke to that private investigator, you weren't sure how many times you went up and down Fairview that night? That you had said 2 or 3?
No, I told him I went up at 2:30 at 2. I told him at 3:30 I went up 2. went up and down. And I told him about 3 hours later, I went up and down. I went down and wasn't able to go around the police cruisers and had to turn around at Carriage Lane.
You mentioned that you believe you told the private investigator that you went up and down at 2:30. Do you remember when you spoke to the private investigator, you actually said 3 o'clock?
I don't remember the 3 o'clock.
May I approach?
Yes.
And before I do you remember you said that when you went on your second pass, it was around 3:15?
I told him I went up Fairview between about 2:40 to 2:45, and I said about 45 minutes later, I went for the second time.
Okay. Now you had said 2:30, and you just now said 2:40 to 2:45, and then you said 45 minutes later.
Yep.
Okay. Do you remember telling the private investigator that when you think, or you said you saw a Ford Edge, you were actually still on Cedar Brook, not on Fairview, passing by it, but you saw it from the street at Cedar Brook? Do you remember telling him that?
I don't remember.
Crest.
I don't remember ever saying that.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
I'll show you a copy. This is a report that you didn't write, so I don't want you to read it. I want to show it to you and see if it helps remind you of what you told the private investigator that day. You can look at any part of this, but what I'm asking you is whether or not you remember telling the private investigator that when you saw the car, you weren't passing on Fairview, you were up on Cedar Crest. That's the question I'm asking. So I'd ask you to look whatever part you want, but I'm going to point out the part to you. When you're done, don't answer, just look up and then I'll get to ask you some questions about your memory, okay?
Okay.
So I've directed to this part, but you can look at any part that you want, sir. Are you done, sir?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, do you now remember when you were speaking to the defense investigator about seeing a car? You said that about 3:30 to 4 a.m. when you were plowing Cedar Crest Road, you looked toward Fairview Road and saw a small SUV parked in front of the house. Remember telling the PI that?
I never remember telling him that.
When you spoke to law enforcement, not the Canton police or the state police, you understood it was important to be as accurate as possible?
Yes.
And you understood, at least with that law enforcement agency, if you misled them in any way, it could be up to a 10-year penalty?
Yes.
When you spoke to them, did you take that interview very seriously?
Yes.
Try to be as precise and accurate as you could?
Yes.
And when you spoke to them, obviously, like anybody, you had in mind there could be serious consequences if they felt misled.
Yes.
You try to be honest with them.
Yes.
Provide them your best memory in good faith.
Yes.
And this was shortly before, well, actually, this was May 24th, 2023, correct?
Correct.
When you met, there was more than one person there from this agency?
I believe so.
Was there potentially two?
There was two.
And when you met with them, they asked you about when you began working that night.
Yes.
You told them 11:30 to midnight.
I never told them that.
And so as you sit here today, your memory is you did not tell those law enforcement agents that you began work at 11:30 to 12?
We had a 2:30 start time.
I understand, but I'm asking you,
I never told them. It was always 2:30 start time.
when you spoke to them, do you remember telling them the first time you were out near the area was midnight?
Nope. No.
When you spoke to those law enforcement personnel, were they taking notes?
I believe so.
Have you ever seen their report?
The first trial I did, yes.
Who showed you that report?
It was shown to me by Prosecutor Lally.
You think Prosecutor Lally showed you that report?
It was shown to me.
And do you remember telling those two law enforcement personnel that you believe that there were emergency vehicles, ambulances, or police cars in front of Fairview at 3 to 3:30 a.m.?
I do not.
Are you saying that you did not say these things to them, or are you saying that that's not your memory?
That's not what I said.
And so you're saying that's wrong. You're denying
Correct.
you made those statements.
Correct.
At the time they say that you told them there was emergency vehicles there at 3 a.m., that is the same time that you told the PI that you saw the Ford Edge, around 3:30 to 4, correct?
About 3:30 is when I saw the Ford Edge.
It was dark out that night, wasn't it?
Correct.
There are no street lights down near that flagpole area of 34 Fairview, is there?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Was it on that night?
I can't tell you honestly if it was.
You testified at trial? I'm sorry, at a proceeding last year?
I testified that there were. It was asked to me that there were not any streetlights, and I answered it in the affirmative way. And living in that neighborhood, I saw that there were actual streetlights.
You testified at a proceeding last year, didn't you?
Yes.
And when you testified at the proceeding, did you meet anybody from the defense close in time to that proceeding?
I don't know, when we met, how close to the proceedings it was.
Do you remember being prepared before you went into trial last time?
Yes.
By
Yannetti, excuse me.
Do you remember telling the defense private investigator that you made your final pass at 6:30 a.m.?
I remember I told him it was about 3 hours going down Cedar Crest and was not able to go to the end of Fairview due to the first responders.
At trial last year, do you remember saying it was 5:30?
I did.
And today you had said about 6:15.
Yes.
Okay. You weren't timing anything on a watch for times, were you?
I was not.
You were not accounting in any way for time whatsoever when you were out that night, were you?
No, I was not.
When you're providing times, are you trying to use your best memory?
Yes.
Do you recognize that you have a differing memory on times of what you did that night?
No.
you talked about your view from the tow truck and that you have a bunch of lights on it. On the tow truck, you had mentioned that your vision to the side was 5 to 6 feet.
Can you rephrase that, please?
Yes, of course. You said when you were driving your tow truck, you could see forward and sideways.
Okay. I don't want to be... I don't drive a tow truck.
My apologies. My apologies. Your snowplow.
Thank you.
You said you can see forward and sideways.
I can see forward, I can see diagonal, and I can see right to left.
When you look right to left, you said you could see about 5 feet?
Correct.
Do the lighting conditions affect how well you can see?
No.
Does the weather?
Yes.
When you're plowing, are you ever looking at the street in front of you?
Yes.
Are you looking at people's front yards?
Yes.
And so, what did you see as far as the front door of the Albert House that night? Was it open or closed?
It was closed.
With lights on?
I can't answer that for sure. I don't remember if there were lights on.
How about the neighbors on the left? Were you looking at their front lawn?
Yes.
Did you see if their lights were on?
Again, I didn't recognize if their lights were on.
Do you look at every neighbor's front lawn up to the door as you're driving in the snow plowing?
I look to the right and to the left, and my eyes will graze to the yard. Yes, I will look there.
You were saying you have a specific memory of looking at the Albert front yard all the way to the door. Do you have a specific memory of looking at the other neighbors' yards to their door?
Can you repeat that, please? I'm sorry.
Yes, you said that you looked at the Albert house all the way to the door.
Correct.
Do you have a memory of looking at any other houses all the way to the door?
Yes.
Okay. Which house had a dumpster in front of it?
I don't know. I wasn't paying attention to a dumpster. Dumpster wouldn't be in the front yard.
Are you sure on your route there was no dumpsters in anybody's front yard?
I can tell you there was a dumpster this week.
I'm more interested in January 29, 2020.
I can't answer to that. I don't remember.
A dumpster, a 15 by 20 foot dumpster, that would be bigger than a man's body, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would be.
And so you have no really specific memory of the other homes in the neighborhood that night?
I mean, I looked. I saw. I didn't see a dumpster that would have definitely stuck out.
Okay. You said you had vision as far as your eyes could see.
Correct.
What does that mean?
Means if there were, my eyes were, as long as they're open, I can see as far as they will let me see.
Is that dependent on lighting conditions, darkness, snow?
Correct.
That night, did you have any difficulty paying attention or driving?
I did not.
Did you have a small accident that night?
I did.
Okay, what did you hit?
I hit a portable basketball net.
Was that part because of the weather conditions? You didn't have a good opportunity to see it?
No. I definitely saw it and just did not judge enough.
You said that you went up and down the road a couple of times. When you were asked to describe the car that you said you saw, when you first spoke to the defendant's private investigator, you didn't give any detail about the type of car, did you?
I told her it was a Ford Edge.
Okay. When you first spoke to the investigator, you used the words Ford Edge?
I did.
Did they bring you to a parking lot at some point?
They did.
And when they brought you to a parking lot, did they have you go out in the parking lot and look at a Ford Edge?
They did.
And when they had you go out and look at the Ford Edge, did they have you identify that as the type of car?
Yes, they did.
And when you did that, how many cars were in the parking lot?
We had a hockey game, so there were several, at least 100, 150.
Who pointed you to the Ford Edge?
I pointed to it.
Did the investigator take you to the Ford Edge?
No, he did not.
It was just an open parking lot, and he asked you to look around to see if there happened to be a similar car?
No, I told him a Ford Edge. He wanted to make sure I knew what a Ford Edge looked like. I pointed to the Ford Edge, and he was satisfied.
So after you said a Ford actually brought you to a parking lot to point out a car?
We were at my place of business. We just walked out the door.
Where was that?
At the Metropolis ice rink.
The rink?
Ice rink, yes.
Did you then meet the investigator later on at a school?
Yes, I did.
And who did you meet at the school?
I met Paul again.
And what was the purpose of that?
He wanted to go through my route.
You wanted to go through your route?
Correct.
And then, did you choose to meet at the school?
I did.
You did?
I did.
And why did you choose the school?
It was an easier landmark for the gentleman to get to, and it was minutes from my route.
Did you know that former Trooper Proctor's sister worked there?
I had no idea.
You said last year that when you went by Fairview, did you say that you would buy your final pass at 5:30 a.m.?
No.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Sir, when you have contacts, you also wear reading glasses?
Yes. I can't read things up close.
Understood. This is trial testimony, testimony from June 21st, 2024.
Mm-hmm.
And you were asked do you recall what time it was that you wound up back on Fairview? You said, I don't honestly recall what specific time. Yes?
Yes.
And then you were asked, sure. Approximately, if it was 3:15 to 3:30, that second time, what would be your best estimate of the time when you came back? And what did you say?
Say about 5:30.
And so even last year, you were having some difficulty remembering the times, right?
Objection.
System.
Were you having difficulty last year remembering the times that you were on Fairview?
No.
When you said you were on Fairview last year at 5:30, you didn't see anything on the Albert front lawn at 5:30 a.m.?
I wasn't on Fairview at 5:30 a.m.
Okay. Were you asked last year about your travels on Fairview?
Yes.
Okay. When you asked about, you recall, was time you wound up on Fairview, and you said you didn't remember. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
And is that true testimony?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so you had some difficulties in your memory of when you were on Fairview when you testified last year. Isn't that fair to say?
No, it's not fair.
And then you were asked approximately if it was 3:15 to 3:30 the second time, what time did you come back?
And I said, if I were to guess, I said 45 minutes later.
Did you say, I would say, if I had to say, it would have been 5:30 up Fairview?
That time was incorrect. It was 6:15. I couldn't go down any further due to the police presence.
So your testimony last year, you understandably made a mistake about the time, correct?
I did.
And it's true, isn't it, that you really have somewhat foggy memory about the times.
It is not.
That time of 5:30 is very different than the time you told the agents when you met them. I'm sorry, the law enforcement officials that weren't from Canton or the state police. That was very different than when you told them 3 to 3:30.
Very different.
And it's different than the 3:30 to 4 timeline that you gave the defense private investigator the first time you spoke to them. Correct?
Correct.
And it's different than what you told the jury today that it was 6:15.
It's different, but it's not.
you plowed that night, did you have any reason to look for somebody who was lying on the side of a yard?
No.
Did you have any expectation somebody would be lying helpless on the side of a yard that night?
No.
If you had seen somebody, certainly you would have helped.
Correct.
When you said that, when the private investigator asked you where you were when you said you saw the Ford Edge, are you saying that you didn't tell the private investigator that you were on Cedar?
I don't remember telling him I was on Cedar Crest. I do remember telling him that I had turned onto Fairview and saw the vehicle.
Cedar Crest in a storm at night is quite a distance from the flagpole at Fairview, isn't it?
No.
About 300 feet?
Roughly.
Difficult to see under those conditions?
No.
Could we have Exhibit 71, Stream 0, at about 6:17 a.m., please? Stop it there. Do you see that street light?
I do.
Okay. At the end of that road, past the street light, is Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct.
Is that a fair depiction of the elements that night around that time?
Yes.
And in this case, there's further illumination with the car that's facing us?
Correct.
That wasn't there, was it?
Correct.
You said after you saw law enforcement, did you come down Fairview after you saw law enforcement?
I was on Fairview already when I saw the law enforcement.
Did you drive by Cedar Crest again to go back and forth and watch what was going on, or did you go on your route?
I went on my route, which included Cedar Crest.
Did you keep driving by because you wanted to watch, or did you just leave and do your regular route?
I went and did my regular route.
Could I have 6:19:27, please? And could you play it? If you could back up a little before 6:19:27. Is that weather consistent with what it looked like to you?
Yes.
Is that you there?
I don't know if that's me. Yes, that's me. That is me.
Could we go to 6:32:45, please? Is that you again?
That one, I can't tell if that was me again.
Could we go to 6:35:14, please? Is that you?
I don't see it. I don't see the truck. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Could we go back to 6:35:12?
That looks like to be a pickup truck. That does not look like my truck.
6:37:45, please. And that's you again, right?
Again, I can't tell you for sure if that was me.
Those were not your red and orange lights consistent with the earlier ones that went by?
What I saw the first time was the reflecting tape off the body of my truck.
We go to
I have
7.
a plow guy that is a contractor that we work tandem together.
And was he out there that night as well, going by Fairview?
Correct.
Okay. Did you ever tell the private investigator about him?
Yes, I did.
7 o'clock, 22 seconds, please. Is that you, sir?
I can't say for sure.
7:15, 45 seconds, please. Do you recognize that plow?
I do not.
7:19 and 55 seconds, please. Was that you, sir?
That was me.
How long does your route take?
It's hard to say. I mean, as long as it's snowing, it can take as long as it takes.
Well, if you're going to do a pass, how long does an entire pass take?
If I were to do from Cedar Crest to the end, it would take probably 10 minutes. If I were to do the entire route, I'm not cleaning up. I'm just giving it a pass so people can get through. Could take about 3 hours. Could take 4 hours.
When you mentioned Brian Albert on your direct examination, had you talked to the defense about Brian Albert in your preparation for testimony?
No.
You knew some of the Albert family?
I know the entire Albert family.
And you know Brian Albert as a police officer?
Yes, I do.
Why is it that 3 times in your direct testimony you characterized him as a first responder?
Because he's a police officer. They're first responders.
Did anybody ever suggest to you to use the terms or the phrases first responder when you were describing Brian Albert?
No one did. Those are my words.
Since your trial testimony last year, have you received any more focusing or targeting of harassment?
Objection. Let's get to Mr. Brennan.
Since last year when you testified, have you received any recent aggression towards you for testifying?
No.
Have you had any further focus or problems?
No.
Objection. I move to start further objection. I'll strike that.
I have no further questions.
Very briefly, sir.
All right, so that was the end of Hank's Cross. Now listen, we have had a few requests. We'll watch the Hank's Recross, but we have had a request, and let me tell you, folks, we get a request from Super Towelette Dewdrops. You think I'm just going to ignore that request? No, folks, that would be sacrilegious. Oh, look at me. Look at me. Apparently I'm a handsome towel. I don't think I'm that handsome. I think this side's better than this side. I don't have a good side. Towels have two sides. They are both equally fluffy. I am a towel. I don't know what a good side is. Towels are just towels. But anyway, Ange Whittick, not just Ange Whittick, but multiple friends, including the Super Towelette Dewdrop, said, "Would you be so kind, little towel? You know that we love watching the clip of Bob Allesie with his hands." Yes, of course, I would be so kind as to bring it up. I would bring this up if Hold on. I would bring this up if Super Towelette Dewdrops were just like, "Would you please be so kind?" Oh, this might not have great audio. Hold on.
3D images.
Yeah, this doesn't have the best audio. Hold on. Hold on. I have a plan. I am a towel, and I have a plan. Well, I want the better audio. I want the better audio. This isn't a good one at all. Hold on. Hold on, little towels. I have a plan. We are going to watch the audio of Bob Allesie being a Bob Allesie. I absolutely refuse, ladies and gentlemen, to not show you this audio, especially because it was the Super Towelette Dewdrops herself who asked for it. So hold on. We're going to do a special towel investigation. Listen, that is a new word. I want it to be the word of the day, investigation. It is where I, as a towel, declare myself to be a towel and search for things on the internet while you all sit around giggling. That is what shall be defined as investigation. And you might be saying to yourself, ladies and gentlemen, why is this man calling himself a towel and telling me that the word investigation refers to when he is browsing Twitter and trying to find clips to show the towel friends? Well, listen. First of all, I'm a towel. Second of all, we're doing a catch-up stream, and there's no court today in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial, so we're watching Hank Brennan's cross of Brian Lucky Lofgren. We got a Tony V interview replay coming up next. We got Karen clips on deck, ladies and gentlemen. I might even not go out to get lunch. Listen, you towel friends, when I said earlier, it was this, we didn't go into details, but just this, I was literally streaming. I was having a good morning. I get this, text, and it was for good reason, because my father has passed away, and we're managing some of the administrative stuff with the estate, and the phone plan we've been on for 20 years is actually very, very expensive per month. And I was like, but can't I just pay $10 per month towards it? And reasonably, we had this discussion, but then the end result was I was going to have to get a new phone plan. I was having a complete meltdown. I had to help my mom with something. And so just Towels Day just all of a sudden melted down. Then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, I didn't even post anything in the chat. Towel friends heard my call for help, and we fixed, at least for the next day, and I haven't got the phone yet, but we've moved Towel in a direction where he is not having an existential crisis entirely out of nowhere in the middle of stream. So if you missed it, that's how the day started. But ladies and gentlemen, let me just tell you, I have an ethical obligation. I'm not really sure what that had to do with me being a towel, other than the fact that it's a day off of court and I wanted to do a stream to get caught up, and inevitably ended up talking about some kind of apoplectic existential crisis, and now I've decided I'm going to get a cheeseburger. Now, all of those things don't necessarily tie together, but it does relate to the fact that Super Towelette Dewdrops asked for a picture, asked for the Bob Allesie hands clip. And listen, I would, if Super Towelette Dewdrops asked me to fly across the ocean so that I could defend the island of Britain from some kind of invasion by penguins, I would do it. Now, you might be saying to yourself, sir, I don't think that penguins are going to be invading the United Kingdom anytime soon. Well, okay, you have a point about that. But listen, have you ever thought about what Antarctica really is? It is clearly a staging base for penguins to invade the United Kingdom. Oh, goodness. This is what we talk about when I'm looking for clips of Bob Allesie screaming for his mommy in the form of the witnesses talking about my hands. I'm a Bob Allesie. Some of you tuning into this who have never seen it before are going to be like, oh my God, what is this? What have I found? Why am I here? And why does this man think he's an anthropomorphic towel? Well, you know what? There are towels all around the world, ladies and gentlemen. So you should ask them. Apparently, one of our super towel friends, I think it was Luisa Ramirez, was on the phone with their towel spouse and husband and closed the conversation by saying, "Bye, I'm a towel." And their husband said back, "Yes, I know." Oh, ladies and gentlemen, John DePetro was in the comments also and let us know that the towel movement has taken over the FKR movement. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are towels. I am a towel. You are towels. Oh, goodness, it is a glorious day to be a towel. But also, ladies and gentlemen, Before we get to the replay of the interview with Tony B, I have to show the picture. I have to show the image, ladies and gentlemen. I have to show the Bob Allesie hands moment. I have to show it. It would be sacrilegious to not show it, ladies and gentlemen. It would be a violation of intergalactic towel law. Also, I have 2 hands free now, so I don't really know what to do with myself. I'm a little bit of a confused towel, ladies and gentlemen. Have you ever woken up in the morning and said to yourself, I have 2 hands to use today and I don't know what to do with myself? Well, that's me most of the day nowadays, ladies and gentlemen, because I don't have to hold my microphone anymore. All right, now let's see. We want the Bob Allesie hands moment. It was from May 29th, but I probably didn't actually get the good audio. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Okay, yes, I don't have time right now to look at that, but I will do that today. All right, let's see, ladies and gentlemen. All right, hold on. So here it is. Where is, I want to see the Bob Allesie hands moment, and I need better audio. Oh, I know I have it somewhere. Hold on. No, I don't want the Karen clip. No, I don't want that one. I want the Bob Allesie hands moment. I got it, Super Towel at Dewdrops. I found it. You are going to be so excited. The Bob Allesie hands moment. Let's watch it. Here we go.
I'm not sure what you're referring to. You had 3D images, correct? I did. You could have shown and measured 3D images to get almost the exact contact point and almost the exact dimensions if you had just used the 3D images that you had available to you. Isn't that correct?
That's exactly what we did. When I went through the video analysis, I showed you how we overlaid the point clouds, the 3D scans, on top of each vehicle. So we took the, we took the vehicles.
Please don't interrupt.
Hold on.
Your Honor, he keeps referencing my hand and saying I'm doing something when I'm not, and I think that's distracting to the jury. So, I'm not interrupting him.
Hold on. Let the witness answer the question.
I'm just holding my hand like this, Your Honor. He keeps saying that I'm doing something.
Mr. Allesie, please.
All right.
Go ahead, finish the answer, Dr. Love.
Again, in the photogrammetric analysis, I showed the video. I showed how we overlaid the point cloud on top of the video. That proves that the way we solved it, correct camera characteristics, matches. Otherwise, that would be distorted. We overlaid the scans of the Lexus into the photogrammetric analysis. We overlaid the scans of the scene into the photogrammetric analysis. We overlaid all that stuff into the analysis. We did exactly what you're suggesting.
Yeah, so that was the Bob Allesie hands clip. Isn't it glorious, ladies and gentlemen? Isn't it one of the most glorious things you've ever seen? Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a look very quickly. I'm so glad Dewdrops requested that. We're going to take a look at the Hank Brennan conclusion of his recross, because the recross is actually when the Aidan Kearney stuff comes up. So stay here, little towels. We only saw Hank Brennan's cross. There's more Hank to come. Listen, I feel like I don't even have to tell you, ladies and gentlemen. If I say there's more Hank Brennan to come, you all are going to stand up there and you are going to say, oh yes, give me the Hank Brennan, and you know I'm going to play Hank Brennan. Now, David Giannetti, thank you, but please allow Mr. Brennan to step up.
So what?
Hold on.
Ask my strong.
There's no reason to
wait for it.
You mentioned you're trying to do the math in your head. There is no reason why you would specifically remember certain times on each pass other than trying to remember and give an accounting, right?
Could you rephrase that, please?
Sure. You don't have your watch out on a certain schedule that you have to pass a certain street at a certain time.
Correct.
You weren't marking your times to some event when you were driving up and down the street that night, were you?
No.
So you're trying to go back with your memory and piece it together the best you can.
Correct.
And that's why you're giving estimates, yes?
Correct.
And when you spoke to those law enforcement officials, not Canton, not state police, and you said at 3 o'clock you saw first responder vehicles, that was based on your memory, wasn't it?
Judge.
It was based on your memory.
Not at 3:30.
Right. Do you know that there was a car similar to a Ford Edge in front of 34 Fairview around 6 a.m. that morning?
I wasn't able to get in front of Fairview Drive, 34 Fairview, at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Have you ever met Kerry Roberts before?
I have not.
Counsel just asked you if there was a lot of media about this case, and you said that there was.
I
Did he just ask you a question about whether there was a lot of attention on this case?
Objection.
Did he just talk to you about everything that happened after this case, all the attention on this case?
Objection.
You remember his question about all the attention after this case?
He asked specifically a question about the dumpsters.
And he said that wasn't subject to a lot of attention, was it?
Correct.
Right. But this case was.
The case itself, yes.
The people involved in this case were subject to a lot of attention.
Correct.
And you spoke to the defense investigator after this case as far as attention is concerned. You remember speaking to the investigator on June 5th, 2023?
Yes.
And do you know, coincidentally, that is the day that the blogger put out the articles on you, accusing you of not doing the right thing?
Objection.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you a document. Let's take a look at that document. What day is that document dated?
June 5th, 2023.
Without reading it, that document talks about you.
Correct.
And your friends and people in the community talked to you about this article, didn't they?
Not specifically this article, but they were sending me stuff that were being printed about me, yes.
Why don't you take a little look at what's said and you can tell us whether that's the same type of information that was being conveyed to you through intermediaries.
Can you ask that question again, please?
Answer. Was this some of the kind of attention that you were receiving on June 5th after you spoke to the defense investigator?
Yes.
Like come side by?
Okay, folks, you heard it. Now watch Aiden. Understand what's happening here? This is just absolutely, we're at an absolutely huge moment, folks. Do you understand what's happening? With that, hello, Peggy O'Keefe. Oh my goodness, the shot is on Aiden. Oh my goodness, Aiden Kearney is in the courtroom. Do you understand what Hank Brennan is moving to do right now, ladies and gentlemen? Hank Brennan is moving to introduce Aiden Kearney's blog that he wrote about Brian Lucky Lofgren. Now here, do you see the questions Hank Brennan is asking? It was genius, ladies and gentlemen. It was genius. Now listen, we are now going to watch the Tony B interview. While you all get settled, I have to read a decision in another case as well, but we're going to get this Tony B interview fired up. I'm so excited to watch it. You all voted for it, and guess what comes after the Tony B interview, ladies and gentlemen? Oh yes, folks, then we go right on to the Karen clips. I know you're excited. I'm excited, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I hope you are having a good afternoon, folks. I'm going to be with you as we watch these next two overviews. We're off day from court today, but I think that'll help all of us get caught up. We're only doing a half-day stream. Tal's going to get ready before lunch, but let's take a look at this Tony B interview. I'm excited to watch it. You're excited to watch it. I have a bit of a headache, but I'll get through it. Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Tony B, take it away. Go, Tony. Welcome. You are on the screen. Thank you for your patience. Thanks for being with us. How are you, Tony? Quite a day to join Towel Stream, I must say.
Yeah, I've been watching this morning, and it's been a little interesting to say the least. I'm just catching as you're coming on here. I heard the scuttlebutt. What's the rumor of what's going on here with the O'Keefe family? I didn't quite catch what was going on.
Yeah, so this is just literally within the past 3 to 5 minutes. There was some discussion on another channel about the health of one of the O'Keefe family members.
Oh.
Nothing confirmed. Obviously, as someone who's following the case, you could sympathize. A lot of people, when they saw that, became very concerned, and this was just an initial discussion.
Sure. Well, I sure hope everything is okay. That's always scary when that stuff happens.
Absolutely, Tony. And as I get you centered here on our screen for the viewers, I've talked about your YouTube channel, your Twitter today. Could you take maybe just a minute, tell us a little bit about, your channel, where people can find you, and then I have some viewer questions and some questions myself.
Sure. Awesome. Yeah. Anywhere you get podcasts, just search Hidden Killers with Tony Bruski. Anywhere, like I said, you get podcasts. And on YouTube, you can just search us there. Hidden Killers with Tony Bruski. You'll find us there. We're a true crime show, and we do all sorts of true crime, not just Karen Reed, but obviously right now, that's a pretty big focus. But we cover everything that's the big cases out there, from Koberger to Lori Vallow Daybell, who's actually back in court today. And I haven't even seen anything about that yet because I'm so engrossed over here. But you name it, we talk about it, and love to hear everybody's comments on the cases. So we kind of work through them, with not getting on one side or the other until like it's just really obvious what the hell's going on in a case. And we've kind of walked the line of the middle of this one from the beginning. And this round, things have seemed a lot more obvious, and evidence as to what was really going on here, I think, is evidenced most by Karen's own words in those documentaries, and when she leaves court every day too.
Yes, and I have a number of questions for you on substance about the case, but I think the thing that is on everyone's mind is so much of this case has been defined by the pernicious, toxic atmosphere, the targeting of the witnesses. But today we heard a defense witness stand up there and say Alan Jackson, this was Kelly Devers, a former Canton police dispatcher, say that not only she had no idea what she was called, but that Alan Jackson threatened her with criminal charges unless she would lie for the defense on the stand. How did you react to that? How did you process that? What did you make of that element?
I think there's been so much conjecture that's come in on this case that's been non-favorable to Karen Reed. It's kind of stunning because it wasn't even, she just kind of added that into the question that was being asked by Alan Jackson. I thought it was pretty shocking and stunning. I'm sure that did not read well to the jury, being accused directly of saying, we want you to say this and we're going to threaten you basically if you don't. I saw Alan Jackson then come back and say, have you ever heard of a defense attorney being able to charge anybody with a crime? Of course, a defense attorney can't charge anybody with a crime, but yes, things can be reported and gone around, which is how she explained it. I think the candor and the tone deafness of the defense is really quite stunning in this. These are decent attorneys, very good, experienced attorneys. I don't know what the hell's going on in their mind. I can't speak for it, but I got to say, they're probably exhausted. They're human beings as well. And they're being shot in the foot every time they turn around by Karen and what she says out loud, whether it be leaving the court or another clip that's coming out. They got to be frustrated at this point. I know they're doing everything they can to represent their client, but I think we're seeing a real kind of breaking point, just like we did with Allesie the other day with his issue of judge that he's raising his hand at me and that's making me feel uncomfortable, whatever he said. It seems that I feel like we're at a real human breaking point with some of these guys where it's just, okay, I don't know what else we're going to do here, but little bumps in the road are feeling more like mountains, I think, to them right now.
It's so well put, and it actually leads me into a question. So I know you maybe have heard a little bit about the towel motif. We have towelettes, super towels, etc. But one of the towelettes, Jew Drops, who is here in the chat all the time, had a question for you, and I'm wondering what you think about this. So there's obviously a huge distinction between the first and the second trial. The federal probe's over, Hank Brennan's involved. But what do you think so far about the dynamics between the prosecution's case in the first and second case, and how big of a difference maker is Hank Brennan?
He's the definitive change in this, and his approach, I think, has been very humanistic. I found him to be, at the very beginning, I was like, he's really boring. But as he got going, he's not. Like, he knows how to deliver this thing. And a lot of this, obviously, it should be decided on facts. It should be decided on evidence. But this is a case that has, from the first trial, it's been about likability. And that is always a huge part in any case, whether anyone wants to admit that or not. You got to be likable. And in the first trial, Karen, kind of likable. There was kind of a moot point. We didn't know a lot about Karen in the first trial. We didn't have all these video clips of what she says in the first trial. Now we have that. And as far as Brennan being a part of it, he's been able to walk everybody through this, I think, with such expertise. He's led people through this and told them the story in a very specific way, which is a hell of a lot more effective than the way they did last time, and really painted the picture of who Karen Read is with Karen Read's own words. And obviously supporting testimony from other folks, but I feel like most damning pieces of testimony that are painting the picture of who Karen is have come directly from Karen Read. It doesn't necessarily come from Jen McCabe. It doesn't necessarily come from anyone else. It's Karen's own words that are, I think, sinking her ship, in my opinion. And there isn't yet, the big boogeyman with the police department. Now, do I think that there was a really, not a great investigation and there were a lot of things that could have been done different? Yes, without a doubt. But it's not as dramatic because they aren't the only boogeyman here. And Karen's character has been painted in such a way by herself that she's to such an unlikable point that now that we're getting to the point of maybe we'll see Proctor, maybe we won't, or we're seeing evidence of what Proctor said in those texts, they're not landing the same. And I don't condone anything that Proctor said. I think it was horrible and completely out of line. But if people are talking crass and people are being really, cold about things, people are going to be able to relate to him more and go, oh, that's why he felt this way about her. Not saying it's right to say that out loud the way that he did in any way, shape, or form. But she's very unlikable, at least by the way that she's presented herself. So I think it gives a little more context to why maybe others were kind of feeling that way as well about her. I don't for a minute buy that when Proctor was saying, she's going down, it wasn't a way of like, we're going to frame this on her. More so, the evidence is there. I mean, look at this. Like, what happened here, the system will do what it's going to do, is how I kind of always took that one.
Yeah, and there's something to be said about Hank Brennan teaches advanced trial strategy, right? So yeah. Hank Brennan has picked the best witnesses. This was a shorter, condensed, very easy to understand case with Karen's own words being used against her. But I'm wondering in particular what you think in terms of these Karen clips combined with the fact that Hank Brennan's version of trial strategy seems to be, and this is where I was going, Michael Proctor's text. Once the defense brought them in, Hank Brennan didn't just cross on them. He brought in other parts of them to show, like, you're exactly right. It wasn't that they were setting this girl up. They knew that Karen Read hit John with her car, and those Proctor texts ended up quickly being used against Karen by Brennan. And if you notice, Brennan did this earlier. He brought in some of Proctor's texts on direct, forcing Alan Jackson into the position where Jackson started bringing up the Higgin text to get it ahead of the affair, which worked against Jackson. It's Hank Brennan laying traps and Alan Jackson falling into them.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And I don't know, at some point, like, how do you, I mean, once these things are out there, it's got to be kind of hard not to fall into them because they're just there. And a lot of it is just the own words of Karen that are out there to walk into. It's I don't know. It's really stunning just how much the personality is playing a role in the direction that this case goes. But on top of that, I feel the evidence has been extremely strong against Karen this time, where we're getting down to literally within 30 seconds of where O'Keefe's phone stops working and where there, I know you can't show a vehicle strike, but where there likely would have been, why the car was recording. At this point, yesterday I was driving back from Kansas to here, and I had 4 hours to listen to all of Friday's testimony. That was boring, but it was 4 hours of them basically going back and forth on about 30 seconds of what could have happened in that window. Even if it is 30 seconds off, let's just say it is. I mean, I don't think it is. I think they got the timeline down. But if it even were, what does it make a difference? I mean, the phone locks at certain times. It's within 30 seconds. I think a reasonable person would go and say, yeah, she hit him. Look at all the evidence around. Look how these things stop working. I know we're really trying to get this down to the second, but even if there's room for debate there, I think the outcome is still the same.
No, absolutely. And what it naturally leads me to talk to you about is, look at the distinction in the chip off for the Lexus, right, between the first and the second trial. So for some reason, You had Maggie Gaffney, Karen's expert during the first trial, doing the chip off of the Lexus board, right? It has 3 chips on it, and then it has a micro SD card. 2.4 gigs of 8 gigs of data she gets the first trial, right? But then the second trial, when Hank Brennan's expert from Aperture does the chip off, we get the 6.6 gigs of data from the second 2 chips, the infotainment chip that had the backup event between 12:32:04 to 12:32:09, and then the black box EDR data. And that was enough for Hank Brennan to get the running clock from the moment that Karen turned that car on at 12:13 outside the waterfall, synced with Waze data. That was what I believe one of the Aperture experts found. And it was the running clock that really narrowed in the time. Now, the reason this is relevant is you might know, like Universal Timer example is monitored by a network of atomic clocks around the world. Clock drift is natural due to the rotation of the Earth and things like that. So all Hank Brennan was really establishing with that clock drift was we will be precise here because data that was not available in the first trial is now available, and I think there's an untold story about why Maggie Gaffney didn't get that data. What do you think?
I don't know the answer to that question, honestly. It is fascinating that we didn't have that in the first trial, and then we get it this trial. But the fact that it is there, I mean, it says a lot. I mean, I just take the data alone and the fact that they can correct this. I think we really, or they have more data. It doesn't necessarily align with what the defense, obviously wanted, but obviously we saw more evidence today with Kelly's testimony that they kind of stomp their feet when things get more factual or change or are clarified because it doesn't go in a narrative. I get it. You're there to represent your client and you want things to go a certain way. But unfortunately, objects in the rear view mirror may be closer than they appear. That's sort of a pun on this where it's not always exactly what it looks like. And to me, it looks more like, okay, more data is going to answer our question as to what happened to John O'Keefe, not more speculation about a jawless dog and that doesn't have DNA attacking someone. And I don't know. I guess if they're going to argue it now, some people are behind the conspiracy. It doesn't make sense.
No. Listen, I put it all together, Tony. If you account for an anti-gravitational dog who doesn't leave DNA, this very special type of dog, then yes, it all fits together perfectly.
Yes. I hear they have him at Petco this week.
Yeah. Tony, let me ask you though. I have a few more case questions. I want to talk a little bit about ARCA in a little bit as well. But we had a combination question from Bossy Texas Chick. Her super towel cat Bella is actually one of the mascots of Towel Stream. And this is also a question from Macy, and then there was another super towel PK, and they all have a similar question, which is first they all say, Tony, we love your stream. We're so glad you're with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then they said, were you always on the side of Karen being guilty? Did you start impartial, or was there something that turned your view on this case?
I started impartial. If you go back and watch our coverage or listen to our coverage, I don't know if we were doing video at that point, but we certainly have audio coverage. I was very, very harsh of the police last time, and I still am to a certain extent, but I think the facts have come to light. The FBI has done their investigation. They were looking into all of these oversights and all of these issues. And, was this done perfectly? No, not by any stretch of the imagination. I can see the perspectives better this time, I think, on how things were done, why they were done, explaining the blizzard conditions. I thought with the prosecution this round made a lot of sense as to why, things that were very questionable, the red Solo cups. Well, it's now or never, guys. This is all we have. Get this. We wish we had something better, but this is what we have to do. And in the spur of the moment, you do what you have to do. Could there have certainly been other things that were done better? Should Proctor have recused himself? Yes. But I was very harsh on that round one. I think what really changed me on this, or not necessarily changed, but just swayed me kind of more in the other direction, was Karen herself, just watching these documentaries, listening to her own words, seeing the personality type that she appears to be. And I'm not here to diagnose anybody. I can't say that she's this or that. No one can, only a clinician can. But the traits that she seems to be examining are very narcissistic. I've seen a lot of people throw out the word borderline and such into the equation. And again, cannot diagnose her. I'm not saying she is, I'm not saying she isn't, but I have a lot of experience in that world in my own personal life with people who've been very, very much with that, I don't want to say affliction, but disorders. And once, my big point on this psychology-wise or psychologically has been, once you know the playbook of a lot of folks like this who seem to exhibit and demonstrate their personality to be like this, you can predict what else they're going to do and the moves they're going to make and what they're going to say and how they're going to handle it. And it's been pretty much textbook for Karen Reed most of this time. And you go, oh, that's why she thinks this, or that's why she's saying it this way, when there's been some very just absurd, bold statements and ways of looking at the family and ways of viewing this that way. And I know she's fighting for her life, and Karen is out for Karen. And I don't blame her to be, but at the same point, you got to be out for yourself for the right reasons. And it's become very evident, I think, to me that she's not out for herself for the right reasons, not because she just doesn't remember and she's fighting for her life. There's clearly a consciousness of guilt here. There's clearly at least alleged consciousness of guilt that she knew. And in my opinion, I think she fled because she didn't want to deal with how is this going to make me appear to all of these other people out here. And that's a really dark way of looking at the world, because when you're doing that, you're discounting reality, and you'll go with whatever you need to go with. She clearly was considering that she hit him early on. But then suddenly the magical man came in and talked to her attorneys, and they said, oh, well, look at the people in the house. And suddenly that was the way to go. So to me, her personality and her admissions of, yeah, I know I said it, but I didn't really say it that many times. And the cold and crassness to, I think, the family, the whole situation in general. This is someone you loved, and this is how you're handling it on a psychological window or angle. That's how it's really affected me to go, this is, I recognize this type of behavior. And when you couple it with the evidence now, especially with the vehicles and the timestamps, I think we know what happened to John O'Keefe now. Now, can we prove it was intentional? Or I don't know that we're ever going to be able to do that. But I think beyond a reasonable doubt, to me, it's been shown that she hit him. Did she know that she hit him? I think we're pretty close to showing that too, but I think that could be up in the air a bit.
Yep, and of course, there's no intent requirement for malice, second-degree murder, or involuntary manslaughter. It's just doing an underlying reckless act that a reasonably prudent person knew or should have known would pose a strong and plain likelihood of death. But a few notes, because you made some great points. One, how great was it during the Canton Police Department audit that those former DEA agents found that the use of leaf blowers to process snowy crime scenes not only wasn't novel, but it's best practices in like Alaska, where they actually run into this kind of issue.
Yeah. I mean, that was one of those things where I thought when I first heard it, and to most people, you go, well, that's absurd. You're using a leaf blower and solo cups, but context. Look at it wasn't like summer in 75. Like, this is what they had to do in a nor'easter to do the best that they could. And just watching these guys' testimony and such, they were being resourceful as best as they could in a really bad situation is how I end up looking at it at the end of the day.
Yep. And so to tie two questions together, a lot of this became an exercise in mass psychology for the defense, public relations, maybe some bought and paid for protesters. Sure, there's a core movement, but it leads me to two questions. Because I was listening to your recent interview with a psychological profiler or an analyst. They had written a book too. Very, very interesting interview. And it made me think that this type of person like Karen, it's almost like Zygmunt Brzezinski writing the Grand Chessboard, right? Someone who thinks on that international diplomacy level, not in content. She's not a diplomat, but in form, right? Bentley professor, economist, powerful father, etc.
Sure.
And it made me think about two things. One, was the Free Karen Reed movement artificial? And then two, tying into something bigger, we know that the same unit, the MSP unit that investigated Karen Reed, also investigated the death of Sandra Birchmore. Is it possible that although the attention paid to and the investigation, the federal probe of John's death was going on. It was actually cover, and is the big secret that we're going to find out in hindsight of this whole thing, that Karen Reed and maybe even Aidan Kearney helped the federal government stumble onto the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder. The reason I say that is that probe literally started in August of 2023 of Sandra's death, which is right after that summer of chaos surrounding Karen and Aidan. And if you've ever read Black Mass, would it really be out of the question for the FBI to give a wink and a nod to someone like Karen and Aidan to draw all this attention to the MSP, generate leads and tips, and then do an investigation? And of course, remember that old DOJ in Boston, Rachel Rollins, Dustin Chow, Josh Levy, no love lost there between them and the Norfolk DA over unrelated political issues. That's actually why Rachel Rollins got fired from her position as U.S. Attorney, forced out. She started a pretextual federal probe into the Suffolk DA because that person, Kevin Hayden, beat her ally, Ricardo Arroyo, for the Suffolk DA seat, launched a probe, leaked it to the Globe and Herald, and got pushed out of office for it. You think something's going on there, Tony? Was this really deeper than people see?
I don't know. I mean, I feel obviously the two get connected pretty quickly because you share, some of the same individuals, some of the same cast of characters in this. So what were they connected by the investigation? Like, did something lead them to that? I don't know the answer to that question. I really can't speak to it. I would have to do a lot more research in that area, which I just have not done. But certainly the Birchmore case is crazy. Obviously, we know that's a big cover up over there. And I think just on a general public layman's level with all this, you see that over there and you see how horrid that case was, and just how methodical those officers or that officer was in grooming Sandra Birchmore from such a young age, and then just how they treated her literally, like subhuman, like a piece of meat, of just, I'm not trying to be crass here, but passing her around and things of that. It's god awful. And then you start going, oh, God, well, he was an officer over here. Who did he know? Who was involved in this? Who helped and looked at this case and said to Birchmore, oh, yeah, we're going to go with what you said, that this is just, it was a suicide. Who did not cross a T or dot an I or just looked the other way? And if you're cool with doing that, what else are you cool with doing? And then you start to look, okay, the company you keep, these other officers know this. And it really, it's an infection. When you have a really bad cancer in a group, you're going to find other cells that may, be precancerous and could, be very detrimental to the being. So it certainly has infected this whole thing. I think there certainly are probably really good, decent officers and investigators involved in this case, but it certainly taints the whole damn thing. So as far as them being connected in terms of with the FBI, I don't know the answer to that question. But obviously they did do an investigation into the officers here and came back with basically the conclusion of it was a shitty investigation, but we didn't find a conspiracy or some sort of a wrongdoing.
Sure. And Tony, I know we were going to go back to the other point about the profiling of Kara and the operation, but just quickly about Sandra Birchmore. Yes, you nailed it. I know you said you're going to do more research, which I encourage. Sandra died February 1st, 2021 at 9:23 p.m. By February 4th, that next Monday, when the Canton PD found Sandra dead, within 48 hours of February 4th, so February 6th, they turned over to the state police evidence that Farwell was at her apartment at the time, and that Farwell had been saying to people if Birchmore wouldn't get rid of the baby she was carrying, he would take care of the problem. And of course, Tony, to tie it up with a neat little bow, John Fanning, the officer for the MSP, the Norfolk DA unit assigned to the Birchmore case, who cleared Farwell, used to work in Stoughton with Farwell.
Yeah, I mean, and to give another example too of just where there seems to be, like, the cancer of this case ends up affecting other ones. You also have the case of Anna Walsh and Brian Walsh in that whole thing. And obviously, I think Proctor was the one that was involved there initially. But that's a case, too, where I've been following it from day one, where before we knew Proctor had his hands in any piece of this thing. And that to me, yes, you have a guy who's shown some very poor judgment over here talking to his friends. But that's a case that seems pretty cut and dry with the Google searches that Brian Walsh did on his wife. I don't suspect just because Proctor had a piece of existence here that was flawed. So you got to look at everything individually, and I know you are. And there's a lot of things that can certainly taint it, but does it mean that the whole thing needs to be thrown out the baby with the bathwater? No, I don't think that.
Yeah, and so let me take you back to that recent interview you did about the psychology of this. Brian, it was actually in the Brian Walsh case that we first got confirmation the federal probe of John's death was closed. Then the Canton police confirmed it, Helena Rafferty, before she announced her retirement, then Hank Brennan, in that order. But tell me, obviously, Brian Walsh couldn't go out there and run a PR operation and get all this attention. No, what was it about Karen Read? What was the psychology, not just of this woman, but the people around her? And I'm not asking your opinion.
Yeah.
Can you tell us what you learned from your recent interview, your excellent series with this professional, I'm sorry, I'm forgetting the name, who wrote the book about this kind of psychological analysis?
I'm not great on terms all the time, but there is a group think here that's going on, and it's the same way that you see cults develop. It's the same way you see large, sometimes political movements develop. People want to belong. People want to feel that they're part of a group. It's just natural. It's what we do, and especially if you feel slighted at something in your own personal life, you may end up gravitating towards others you see that you feel as if, I could relate to this in some way, shape, or form, or I see myself in that person. Even if you don't have a lot in common with them, you may view yourself in this way, shape, or form. And there's a lot of, wound collecting here. There's a lot of, as Robin Dreek on my show says, he's the retired FBI special agent, chief of the counterintelligence behavioral analysis program, that wound collecting that goes on, basically being a victim a lot. And we see a lot of that with a lot of the FKR folks and such. They're kind of communally becoming part of this victim, and they feel that they're doing the right thing. And, some people can be influenced fairly easily, some cannot. I think initially you had a lot of people who were in the FKR movement that really thought they were on the right side. And I don't blame them. But now, you look and there's like 5 people out there in front of the courthouse, not a mob, because I think a lot of them used deductive reasoning and just their own ability to think and realized, hey, maybe we were sold a bill of goods, maybe we were misled. And that's good. You can change opinions. You can realize, hey, maybe I don't even say duped, but upon new evidence coming out, upon new information coming to light, my opinion's going to change. And I think that for a lot of people, that has happened. For some people, they're dug in, and it's far too painful. It's almost like kryptonite for them to dig out of that. They'd rather go down with the ship than say, hey, maybe we should chart a different course here. And that's human psychology. Some are going to go with that, some are not.
Yep, absolutely agree. And just to push this a little bit further, what is it about Karen? I've called it a Mona Lisa smile with a soulless glare. There's something about this woman. It's not her speaking style. I wouldn't call her very articulate or well-spoken. She's intelligent, but she's not a generational orator. She's not some celebrity. She's not like Alan Jackson caliber. So what is it about her? Is she seductive? It's more than just the case. It's Karen Read.
I mean, her looks certainly have attracted a lot of, I think, men to the case, men that seem to almost kind of worship her and, talk on the phone for 4 or 5 hours a night, 5 to 6 days a week, those type of guys. And I think that there's some of that going on here, but there's plenty of, female followers, straight female followers of Karen Read that totally, back her up. I don't know if it's initially the reaction this was a woman who people believed she was being wronged. She was being taken advantage of by this boys club, and she was a scorned woman. And I can see that at the beginning, where you don't have a lot of evidence on the surface. You may just glance at this and go, oh gosh, this is something to look at. And then you learn more and more and go, oh, it's not quite what it appears to be. But she went down that road. She and her attorneys went down that road, and they made that the identity of the case. And then she screwed it all up by talking. She was, if she would have just been quiet and just maintained that I've been scorned, there's these people that are trying to take advantage of me, But then she started talking, and then she became very, very, very unlikable. And that's where everything shifted for her. There was that likability factor in the first part because I think a lot of people could relate to her and they saw themselves in her. And then as she started talking, I think a lot of people started to go, well, that's horrible. I would never say that about even my worst enemies, or I wouldn't talk about anybody that dies this sort of way. And the behaviors, and I'm speaking more to why I don't like her than why people did like her. But I think these are the things that turned her away. The kids stuff. We learned in the trial here that basically what she presents in these documentaries turns out to be almost the opposite in reality. I was getting closer to the kids. John didn't like it. Turned out that was actually the opposite of what was going on. I kind of guessed that, though. The way that she handled herself that night, going back to the house with the kids and, saying that she's lying in bed there next to them and she's calling him these horrible names. You're cheating on me. You're effing another woman. You're all the things that she said. I know I'm paraphrasing, but she says she's doing this right next to the niece. Whether she did or not, I don't know. But clearly just not anyone with a parental bone in their body that has any sort of clue how to act around these kids, if this is in fact how it all actually went down, allegedly. The character is what has really done it for me. It's just a really kind of a gross way of handling life and society and situations and people around her. Very, very manipulative is how I think it reads to a lot of people. And that's come with time. I didn't think initially it came that way, but as it's sunk in and we've dissected this more and more, I think people are seeing and perceiving Karen in that way, more so than a victim.
Yeah, and it does make me wonder just how poorly Karen executed on this public relations strategy, because a classic, and I'm not a psychologist, I'm just offering an opinion, a classic manifestation of like parental narcissism is very much cares what Jack and Jill next door think. The reputation is very important, but how they're perceived as a parent in public is important, but the actual bond, the in-home relationships aren't actually that important. In fact, they're often quite abusive. So is what we saw here, was this the PR campaign really just the fact that Karen didn't want to attach to her name unequivocally the truth of what she had done and who she was as a person? Was it really her coping with her own portrayal?
I'm not a doctor, so I'll say that too, and I'm not diagnosed, but I think that's part of it. I think it was her trying to cope with the reality, and yes, her portrayal, because that her image of what people think about her, in my opinion, with a lot of folks that behave like this, that's usually number one. I can't speak for her, but let's just say someone like her. And then anything that's going to come and challenge that is going to be kind of like a kryptonite moment. Either they can kind of handle it, but they can write it off and they can kind of go another direction with it. She seemed to be kind of like, could I have done this? But didn't necessarily want to take accountability to any of it. And then when the attorney came back with the mystery man that said, look at the people in the house, it was an off-ramp and she was able to take it. I don't know if she believes it. Maybe she does at this point. I don't think Karen honestly has a huge memory of what actually happened that night. I think she's still trying to put some pieces together. I think there's enough in that brownout memory that she knows that something bad happened and she ran away from it. Maybe doesn't even remember exactly what or how, but in the back of her mind, these pieces are there. So she maybe can't conclusively say that she knows she hit him, but I think there's enough that she knows she probably hit him. But that again, that's kryptonite to someone like that, and the brain will do what it's going to do to self-preserve itself and not have to take that information in. And if you have this large group of people over here who are going to support this new direction that your mind is going in, you're going to latch onto that. And she had a ton of that support. So she went in that direction. Again, that's my non-clinical, I'm not a doctor opinion, just looking at the way that she's played this out and kind of the psychology of it, and go, yeah, I mean, that's the playbook she's running with.
And I just noticed court will be back around 2, so don't let us keep you if you need to jolt. But I have to ask, because we have like 14 minutes until 2. I have to ask this question, which is, so much of this seems centered around money. She was a finance professor. Her father leveraged his home. She sold her home. She had these millions of donations coming in. God knows how much got sent to her personal Venmo. You had other people running fundraisers for her. Do you think she was looking at those projections and then the funds just stopped coming in? And then that's what we're seeing now, a movement decimated, a defense without any money, and laid bare for the world Karen's humiliation. And then my question to you, I know you won't have an answer, but where did the money go?
Did the money, I mean, I don't know that the money's dried up. I mean, she still does continue to get donations. So did that affect the case, or like this all falling apart because more people are seeing this? I don't know that that's it. I mean, I think they're going to do they're just trying to do the best they can at this point. I just think the facts are sinking her more than the money drying up is. Who knows where the money went? I mean, it's got to cost something for that hotel. I mean, there are general expenses here. Does it add up to the amount that she's gotten? I have no idea. The fact that she finds it appropriate to be buying, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 suits. I don't know the exact dollar amounts, but I know that they've been expensive. And walk into court and being dropped off, basically like.
Oh no! Don't worry, Tony comes right back. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I text time traveling towels. I get back. Version of Zoom, and it caps back with us though. But continue, Tony. You were saying something so interesting. I'm sorry to deprive the audience.
I'm trying to think but do I think the money had anything to do or has anything to do with how this is falling apart in court? No, I just think it's falling apart because it's falling apart. But where did the money go? I have no idea. I'm not saying that they're doing anything nefarious with it, but it's got to be going somewhere. I think the only people who are, and I don't know if it falls into the line of any sort of crime either, is that, you're asking for the Karen Reed Defense Fund and you're openly saying you're not paying your defense attorneys. I think the fault lies with those who decide to donate, honestly, at the end of the day. If you think this is a great way to spend your money and it turns out you just help, buy her another dinner at Capitol Grill and another suit, hey, I guess that's what you like to spend your money on, because it's pretty much right in front of you where it might be going. Maybe it is, maybe, I don't know. I can't speak to it. I have no idea. But to answer your question, no, I don't think it's affecting the case one way or the other.
It's interesting because I do agree she kind of built this kind of case. She had her experts before the money really flowed out. But it is interesting to me. Maybe this is one of the last questions I'll ask you before we go back to lunch here, back to court. This is Grant Smith Ellis and Tony Bruski talking about the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. Court will be back into session at 2 p.m. Eastern. How do you compare the defense from the first trial to the second trial? I didn't find Bob Allesie very effective at all on crime. I'm sorry, and I'm not being overly judgmental. Just as an objective analysis, he was not a very good lawyer.
No.
Did that cause a very big issue out of the gate as you were watching for the defense as well? To me, I thought that the Reed defense putting Allesie up there over and over and over during Hank Brennan's case in chief kneecapped him right out of the gate.
I don't know what they were thinking. I mean, and that's where I wonder a bit about the echo chamber that they're living in. I wonder how much are the attorneys in the echo chamber as well, and they're just paying attention to what the FKR folks have to say, because that's not a great place to be. If you need to be paying attention to all sides of this, so you're understanding how others might be perceiving you. But that's been one of the biggest, I think, issues in this case to begin with. Whether you're on this side or the other, there's not a lot of people who are just kind of in the middle going, I'm willing to hear both sides. I feel like I've always been willing to hear both sides, but I think a lot of people, just by nature, they dig in on one side or the other. And I feel like, I mean, obviously you're the attorney, so you're going to want to do that, but you're going to want to hear what's going on beyond your echo chamber. So I don't know if they were just hearing that their side saying they did great, because we saw them online thinking that they, prevailed. And on the other side, everybody thinks they did a great job too. So I don't know. I don't know if it was just tone deafness to what was going on, or just I'm going to knock it out of the park today, guys. Just every time it was like, ooh, that didn't work out well. It didn't seem to make a lot of sense. It might have just been, some rough days in court and things not landing where they thought they would.
Yep, and I also wonder how much of it is, this isn't necessarily a prosecutor versus a defense attorney. It is Hank Brennan versus a defense team, and it isn't the defense defining the narrative or the Overton window, the range of acceptable discourse. It is Hank Brennan. I've been in that courtroom, as I'm sure you saw. I was there for the niece's testimony, John's niece. Hank Brennan controls the atmosphere of that courtroom. The jurors hang on everything he says. He kind of controls how people ebb and flow in that courtroom. The literal energy of the courtroom is defined by how he's acting. That seems to me to what's really thrown the defense off. It was almost like when that witness, I believe it was Dr. Isaac Wolf, when, or maybe it was Welcher, when one of the witnesses said, "And what's your name, Attorney Allesie?" Completely threw. It was so simple, so brilliant, but such a microcosm of what's been different. The witnesses, the state's in control.
Very much so. 10 times more in control than they were last time. And again, personality plays a big role in this. And Brennan has a personality that people like. He's coming across far more likable than Allesie, than Alan Jackson. And it's a shame because I feel like, I won't say it's a shame, but if you're looking at the defense side, I feel like it's a totally missed opportunity where Karen Reed is coming across as your most unlikable character here. Come on, guys. If you're wanting to do the best for your client, you're going to have to come across as likable more than normal, because that's about all you got, because Karen's not going to change, and you can't change what is going to come across in those Karen clips. So you better be liked by that jury and not come across as, very childish or short or disrespectful to witnesses, because it's not reading well at all.
So in light of that, Tony, second to last question here, what do you think about the chances of conviction on one of the 3 counts at minimum after this morning? Because that was their one hope. Jackson or Yannetti during the case, the defense's main case, kind of becoming likable to getting something. But it all fell apart. It all literally, this was the worst thing that could happen. The jury seeing Jackson get accused of threatening a witness if they didn't lie on the stand, and Jackson got combative. So what are you thinking after this? I agree with you.
I feel like we've been sitting here that she's going to get the manslaughter charge. I feel like that is beyond a reasonable doubt now. And it just keeps getting worse. I think we could get to murder too. I think me personally, if I was on that jury, I'd be voting for it. But have they convinced everybody? I don't know the answer to that, but I feel like she's going to get one of the charges for sure. Again, there's still many more days here. So we don't know what else. Reasonable doubt is a big thing. I feel like they've already proven, though, beyond a reasonable doubt, but that's a different meaning to everybody and every one of those jurors.
Yes, and I was going to say, so having been in the courtroom, I'll tell you why I think the defense has been apoplectic for weeks. The jurors hate Karen. I was watching them, 14 of the 18 of them, not just dislike, I think they might hate her. And I think the defense knows that's why they had to switch things up mid-trial. But Tony, with just a few minutes left here, first of all of the Towel Friends, I don't know if you saw that there's actually a chat above your head. It has just been scrolling with love and appreciation for you. So all the nice comments are just right above your head.
Well, thank you, everybody up there. I can't hear you.
So I got a new mic. You are definitely a super towel. 78 countries around the world, I think at one point, were saying hello to you.
Awesome. Hi, 78 countries. Nice to meet you.
Yes, I think the Faroe Islands is the most remote. So yes, I was having fun saying hello, Faroe. But yes, Tony, I have to ask you this because this was one of the closing questions from Macy, actually. So what other cases are you planning on covering after this trial ended? After this trial ends, you teased us a little bit with some of the other work you're doing. And are you, in a similar vein, what got you into true crime? And we have about 3 minutes, so please take it.
Some of the big ones. The Koberger case we are following in depth every week. We still put a lot out about that. The other ones that are coming up, obviously Diddy, we're following pretty good.
Adelson.
Adelson, yes, you read my mind. I can picture her in my mind with the shocked look on her face. Donna Adelson, those are some of the big ones. The Delphi murders, we still are following because I think that was a case where Richard Allen got railroaded, and I think that's a. If anybody wants to like get behind a case where somebody like there's a lot of hard evidence that shows that this person should not be not only convicted but should have never been looked at this way, that's a big one in my opinion. So we're always following that and watching the appeals. We'll see what happens with Murdaugh, if there's going to be a second trial, which could be very interesting because of Becky Hill's actions. So pretty much anything big, we're following it. And then we have individual off channels for each case. So in case you just want to follow that case, you can follow that too. How did I get into it? It's always been an interest of mine. I've been doing podcasts. I've been doing radio since I was 14 years old. Left that about a little over 10 years ago and started doing podcasting. We have a channel called Real Ghost Stories Online where it's just people sharing ghost stories. And that's how I started doing it. And then ended up moving into the true crime stuff around the time the Kohberger thing started and the Idaho 4, and just started following that case. And was just really kind of blown away by the community and following these cases. And I kind of it made me excited to be on the air again and doing this sort of coverage in basically real time of cases. Because we cover a lot of things in real time versus long, serial type storytelling of things that have already been done. So we very much like an active type newsroom on current cases. And I don't know, I just love it. It's very fun. I met a lot of great people. Here's some of our contributors on our show, Robin Dreek, Coffin Daffer, Siobhan Scott, Eric Faddis, that we have, all just really great people. And the other guests that we have on as other guests are really wonderful. And it's been just, it's fun because my biggest thing is justice. I think truth is a very, very paramount thing in our world, and we need more people that are out there looking for it. And I know a lot of people disagree with me and you on this case, but it's important to stand up for what you think is right and being able to hear both sides too and have a conversation. Bob Mata is one of our contributors, and he's a good friend of mine, and we can have a conversation and we can walk away and go, okay, I respect your side, you respect my side. And we need more of that going on in this world.
Yes, Tony, well said, both for the tactical benefits of not getting caught in a hive mind, and then also in the spirit of disagreeing without being disagreeable.
Yeah, very much so.
Well, Tony Bruski, folks can find you at the Hidden Killers True Crime Podcast. I know that you also have a Twitter. We've posted it in the chat. I think you may have more friends and fans in this chat than me, Tony Bruski, and I was thrilled to spend my lunch hour with you. You are amazing. You have so many wonderful insights, and I think hundreds of people expressing that sentiment is for a reason, and I'm honored to have interviewed you.
I appreciate it. Anytime. Let me know. I'll be happy to come back.
Well, enjoy the rest of your day watching the trial. I'm sure we're going to now hear all the Towel friends fawn over you. You have a great afternoon, Tony.
All right. Have a great one, Brent. See you later.
Bye. Guess what, ladies and gentlemen? That was great. And gentlemen, wasn't that worthwhile watching, my Towel friends? I am so glad we got to watch that interview with Tony B. And listen, how great was it that Tony B mentioned in the interview, ladies and gentlemen, that he wanted to see the Karen clips, because guess what? We have two things we're going to do. One, ladies and gentlemen, the Super Towel herself, Eva, apparently sent me over a message, which I'm going to check into right now. We're going to take a look at it, ladies and gentlemen. And we are going to watch a video from Tony B's feed. Oh my goodness, it is Murder by My Astro. Oh my goodness, it's Gail, it's Greer's Garden, it is Jailbreak 74. Ladies and gentlemen, look at all the people flooding into the towel chat. Paula, I'm so happy to see you. But ladies and gentlemen, before we do anything else, the Super Towelette themselves sent me over a very funny video from, oh no, is this it? Is this it? No, this is a picture of a dog. Oh, I love this Irish sitter. Oh, I found the video you want me to play. Hold on, I have to make sure I can play. Hold on, is it like a music video? Hold on one second.
It's time for this week's...
Oh, okay. It's a trolling thing. All right, we're watching it. Tony B, ladies and gentlemen, the super towel herself, Eva, sent over Little Towel an amazing super towel video. And you know what, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to watch it. At first, I thought it was a dog, and I do want to put the dog up. But, well, if you give me permission. But, ladies and gentlemen, I have the video, Murder by Maestro. It's not Baby Lucky, but it may as well be just as good. It's from Tony B's Twitter. Get ready. It's apparently hilarious. I am a towel. This is satire.
And now, it's time for this week's long-distance dedication. This one comes from Karen in Massachusetts. Karen writes, Dear Casey, I'm writing to you today because I have been unfairly maligned, slandered, and misrepresented about one thing and one thing only, my drinking. People say I was hammered the night in question, and honestly, Casey, it's offensive. I barely drank. I had one vodka tonic, but it was practically a non-alcoholic beverage. The bartender, and I'm not naming names, but he knows who he is, gave me the weakest pour in the history of bartending. It was like drinking a glass of LaCroix that someone yelled vodka at from across the room. So obviously, like any reasonable and dignified woman, I ordered an extra shot to fix it. That's not excessive drinking, Casey. That's beverage repair. That's holding the service industry accountable. That's feminism. Then yes, maybe I had another vodka tonic. But again, it was a mockery of a drink. More like a hint of vodka mist trapped inside a glass of tonic despair. Naturally, I ordered another shot to balance it out. Which still doesn't count as 2 drinks, Casey. It's just 2 broken halves of one perfect drink. You wouldn't call 2 slices of pizza 2 whole pizzas, would you? Exactly. Basic logic. At the next bar, yes, I ordered another vodka tonic. But that was only because the first 2 had been such cosmic disasters. That wasn't drinking for pleasure. That was drinking for dignity, Casey. For justice. And if another shot appeared somewhere in there, it's because the drinks were weak, Casey. You cannot judge a woman by the number of glasses on the table. You must judge her by the strength of the pores within those glasses. That's biblical. Besides, vodka is clear. Clear liquids don't even count the same way brown liquors do. Clear drinks are practically diet drinks. If you squint hard enough at a vodka tonic, it's basically a bottle of smart water with ambition. And another thing, everyone's body metabolizes alcohol differently depending on stress, lunar cycles, astrological betrayal, and the ambient negativity of the haters around you. Scientifically speaking, I probably sobered up mid-sip. That's just human biology. So when people act like I was drunk just because I had 4 vodka tonics and 4 bonus shots, it shows how little they understand reality. You know who was really drunk that night, Casey? Society. Society was drunk on jealousy and lies. Anyway, after everything that happened, after all the blame unfairly hurled at me, I know deep down who truly set all of this in motion. It was the bartender. If he had just made me a proper vodka tonic, one good, strong, soul-affirming vodka tonic like I deserved, none of this would have happened. No shots, no confusion, no tragedy, just hydration and peace. So Casey, for this week's long-distance dedication, I'd like to dedicate a song. Not to my haters, not to my fake friends, not even to the broken legal system. I dedicate this song to my bartender. May you pour better and may you pour stronger, so no woman ever has to order 4 weak drinks and 4 powerful shots just to be heard and understood again. Please play Tainted Love by Soft Cell, because that first weak vodka tonic, Casey, ruined everything. You know, I've read a lot of long-distance dedications in my career. Letters about lost pets, lost loves, lost dreams, but never before have I read a letter blaming a potential homicide on an underpoured cocktail. Karen, wherever you are, may your pores be strong and your memories be selective. Here's your long-distance dedication, Tainted Love by Soft Cell.
Oh, my dear goodness. Eva, I am so glad we watched that. You are hilarious, and that is hilarious. I'm glad we got to watch that. My headache's kind of going away, ladies and gentlemen. I had a little bit of a headache because, do you want to see what I was working on? Little Towels. I worked really hard on this. I just released it. over on my towel Patreon. You all were sitting there, and I was really interested in this ruling that just went up on the docket in the Shannon O'Brien and Deb Goldberg case. So I was like, I'm going to be a little towel. And you know how we read a lot of case documents in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed case? Well, I had to read this fascinating 20-page order and explicate it in the Shannon O'Brien versus Deb Goldberg case. And I was like, oh, I'm a little towel. I can do this. Watch me be a little towel. And I, started working on it while you all were watching Tony B interview. It has to do with the unsealing of an administrative record in the Shannon O'Brien, who's the former chair of the Massachusetts Cannabis Control Commission. It's an administrative agency, and Deb Goldberg, the state treasurer. And Shannon O'Brien has won. The entire administrative record is going to be released. It has to do with these allegations that O'Brien was targeted with pretextual allegations of misconduct in order to take her out of the office. Now, I had been covering this hearing, ladies and gentlemen, in the lead up to it occurring. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I am thrilled to announce that Shannon O'Brien has won. So that was my initial coverage. The hearing was in secret last week, but check it out, ladies and gentlemen. It should be loading up on your page. This is a brief aside before we watch the Karen clips. Little Towel put this together for you. Well, I wouldn't say for you, but for my audience, and I want to share it with you because I am a little towel. We're also going to watch more Karen clips. This isn't actually the story that I just wrote up, what you're seeing on your screen. That was my cover. I don't think any hearings should be private. This is an administrative matter related to other stuff that Towel covers. And if you've ever wondered, Towel, do you only cover these cases? No, I cover every type of case on the docket, civil cases involving regulatory agencies and things of that nature, little towels. Oh, yes, it is a glorious day to be a towel. And we're also, as I wait for this to load up, we're going to take a look at Karen clips, ladies and gentlemen. I can't wait. It was great to talk with Tony B, by the way. That was an excellent interview. I'm so grateful for Tony B joining us. But take a look at this, little towels. Take a look at this. This is what I just posted. I worked on it for so long, little towels. It took me 50 minutes to write up that 20-page order. You can see the way that I summarized it was breaking news. Shannon O'Brien wins, ladies and gentlemen. Shannon, and I know you're thinking, Towel, I have no idea what you were talking about. It's okay. Shannon O'Brien wins in scathing opinion. Judge rules against Massachusetts CCC and State Treasurer Deb Goldberg in effort to hide documents from the public. Just minutes ago on Thursday, Judge Robert B. Gordon of the Suffolk Superior Court handed down a major ruling in the ongoing case involving Shannon O'Brien and Deb Goldberg that will see the entire administrative record in the ongoing high-profile legal feud made public over the objections of Goldberg and the state's cannabis control the state's Cannabis Control Commission, and certain high-ranking members of CCC staff. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, that's what Little Towel was working on. And you might be saying, Towel, wow, I had no idea. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you asked what other cases I cover. I don't know if you want me to cover that. I don't know if that's very interesting to you, but to Little Towel, oh my goodness, that is like Christmas, ladies and gentlemen. You don't understand. I've waited 2.5 years for this document to be made public. This may as well be Towel Christmas. God bless America, ladies and gentlemen. God bless America. It is a beautiful day. We're going to watch Karen clips in celebration. We're going to wrap this stream up in a little bit after the Karen clips. I am a celebrating towel. I cannot tell you. I know some people are going to say, listen, this man who thinks he's an anthropomorphic towel, who thinks he's a horse racing announcer, who thinks he's an auctioneering announcer, gets way too excited about court rulings. I'm going to admit to that. Ladies and gentlemen, you made me less anxious today, and I will tell you that this ruling is huge. It may not make a lot of sense to you, ladies and gentlemen. Free Chloe. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I can't wait to show you the compendium of Karen clips. Listen, what better way? Oh, is Colleen Henry here? Colleen Henry, you in the chat? Oh, you know what this means, ladies and gentlemen. I saw Colleen Henry's name in the chat. There is only one thing that's going to happen when Colleen Henry's name pops up in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. You know exactly what it is. I know exactly what it is. Ready your little towels. Ready your towel hearts out, ladies and gentlemen. We are doing it. Yes, it's happening. Colleen Henry, get in the chat. I saw you right now. Oh, Colleen Henry. Oh, God bless your husband, Luisa Ramirez. Any person who serves their community is a valiant hero. Luisa Ramirez, you tell your husband that he is an honorary super towel for life. I have designated him as such. If he would like to be in charge of the diplomatic efforts, don't tell him about the kangaroos. I think he'll be a little bit confused. But tell him that we would love to welcome him into the honorary towel fold. He doesn't actually have to do anything. Just ask Allie 90211. There is no responsibilities. You just simply say, I am a towel, and you are thus part of the honorary towel fold. Oh, yes, Colleen Henry, you know what's coming, my dear friend, before we watch the Karen clips. Murder by Maestro's here. I'm a towel, and here we go. Murder by Maestro, did you know I know an extensive amount about the way in which Florida's adult and medical use market work, including the interplay between the medical use operators who attempted to pass Proposition 64 and spent hundreds of millions of dollars trying to do so, but failed because you needed a 2/3 vote for it to pass? Now, ladies and gentlemen, that is a very complicated subject, but if it plays into the Adelson trial and there's elements of that, I can absolutely explicate the nature of the adult and medical use market dynamics and how that interplay may have facilitated some kind of political institutional corruption involving large sums of money being transferred between different parties and factions involved. I am thrilled you brought that up, Murder by Maestro. You don't understand. I am a towel. And you might be saying, yes, I know you are a towel. You say that all the time. Well, but Murder by Maestro, I want to just be clear to you. I am a towel. I just want to reiterate to you, if there is any confusion, I am a towel, and I'm going to get you a hamster, and the hamster will arrive with towels. You will be baffled, and I'll think it's hilarious. Colleen Henry, this for you.
Good night.
You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. That's a great clip. Also, ladies and gentlemen, I have news. I have spoken to the powers that be involved in the doggo pictures, and I have wonderful news, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, this is going to absolutely make all of you towel doggo lovers out there go wild. Try not to lose yourself, ladies and gentlemen. I have a very special towel picture coming up for you, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness, I don't even know if I can contain myself. Ladies and gentlemen, try not to get overloaded when I bring this image up on the screen, okay? I want you to calm your towels. Some of you may actually lose it, okay? But I'm going to show it anyway. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Can this dog be one of our towel mascots? Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, look at it. Oh my goodness. Yes, Modella Macy, you think I'm loved by everyone? I love that dog. Oh my goodness. I just want to give the dog a very big fluffy towel hug. You and I, little dog, we can go on walks around Dublin, and I will tell you about the commodious vicus of recirculation that thus define your city, and then I will tell you all about historical allegories and Shaman Shem the Penman, and Here Comes Everybody, and Anne Olivia Pluribel, and then we can talk about Charles Dickens. It will be wonderful. Okay, that little dog and I are going to go for a walk, and we are going to talk about complex Irish literature, and then him and I are going to sit down. He's going to have tea. Well, maybe I shouldn't give him tea. I'll give him water. He'll have some kind of a biscuit, and then I will have some kind of a towel biscuit, and we will debate complex European philosophy. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the kind of thing that I need to do with my life. I need to, oh yes, please let us know, Eva, what we should call the towel doggy. Bruski! This is Bruski, Bruski the Irish settler. Bruski, the Irish settler, is innocent, ladies and gentlemen. He did nothing wrong. He is an Irish settler. It's just that Bruski and I are going to discuss James Joyce on the bank of a river in Dublin so I can say the phrase, commodious vicus of recirculation, and then just laugh. I think the Irish settler is going to look at me like this as I'm just laughing because I think I'm hilarious. And then the dog's going to be like, this human is very baffling, but I'm thrilled to be in his presence. And that's exactly how it's going to play out. I just want to let you all know, ladies and gentlemen, I have a plan. This Irish settler named Bruski and I are going to go to Dublin. I'm going to read Bruski, James Joyce's Finnegan's Wake, and then I'm going to say the phrase commodious vicus of recirculation, and I'm going to think it's hilarious. Now listen, I'm pretty sure that when this dog sees me do this, it is going to be utterly baffled. Bruski is going to look at me and think that I need help, because first of all, I don't think Bruski is going to understand what James Joyce is. And if he does, well, he is Irish, so maybe Bruski will have some context as to James Joyce's literary brilliance. But then, listen, even a somewhat well-versed DNA-based, non-gravity following, laws of gravity following dog, okay? I don't think, even if the dog knew what James Joyce was, if I said the phrase commodious vicus of recirculation, it would have any idea what the hell was going on. Most humans would not have any idea what was going on if you just randomly said, I would like to tell you about this commodious vicus of recirculation. They would be utterly baffled. So, in short, ladies and gentlemen, it's an Irish setter. Okay. Wait a minute, Greer's Garden. Hold on. Are you telling me that we can't use this dog to settle colonies on behalf of the Irish state? Wait a minute. I thought that dog was some kind of diplomat. I thought it was basically Luke Ming Flanagan redo, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry, it's not an Irish settler. He is not a diplomat. He is an Irish settler. I can't. He's an Irish setter. I literally could not say the phrase. Oh no, what have we done yet, ladies and gentlemen? Oh, he's not a... Listen, Eva. That is not a clown. That is clearly a diplomatic Irish dog who will be utilized to expand the influence of the Irish state through territorial acquisition. I need you to speak to Bruski. You let Bruski know that he can keep up the appearances, he can put on airs of being a lovable, friendly, goofy little dog, but the reality is he is a diplomatic dog who represents the Irish state, the free Irish state, and therefore he must settle colonies on behalf of the free Irish state. The dog is going to be utterly baffled by this. I'm thrilled that Bruski's going to be brought into this situation. I think I should put Bruski on the boat with the kangaroos, the koalas, the peacocks, the pandas, the camels, and someone wanted to bring a sheep. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. We've put it all together. Bruski will facilitate world peace by becoming a settler in order to expand the territory of the free Irish state. Don't tell the Faroe Islands. Oh, no, I didn't think about the consequences of this, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, don't tell France. Second of all, don't tell the Faroe Islands. Third of all, don't tell Iceland. Listen, don't let that dog into any of the countries around Ireland or it's going to engage in territorial expansion. I blame Greer's Garden for this. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, I am so glad we got to do this, ladies and gentlemen. None your business. Listen, I have a plan. I'm going to appoint None your business as the captain of the Good Ship Towel. None your business, I need you, well, I will do the work on collecting the animals, but I need you to captain a relatively large ship. We're going to have to start in Australia. We need to pick up kangaroos and koalas. Then we're going to go to China and get a panda. That one's going to be a bit of a risky mission. Then we need to go to somewhere in the Middle East and get a peacock. And then we need to go to India, and I think actually we get the peacock in India. Then we need to go to the Middle East or Africa and get a camel. Then I'm not really sure where we're supposed to pick up this sheep, because someone was just like, I'm going to bring a sheep. We need to go somewhere around the Atlantic Ocean to pick up a sheep. Now I think I also need to bring you on board to go to Ireland, because we have to get this dog who's a Bruski the Irish setter, who's actually an undercover Irish territorial expansionist that settles colonies. We need to bring them to Jerusalem. I need to meet with the Muslim Caliph and I need to talk to him about a gate. None your business. Can you do that? Listen, I think we put it together. Nunya Business has decided this will be called Nunya's Ark of Misfit Creatures. All right, Captain Nunya, we are on the way. Now, I don't think, please don't tell, first of all, don't tell the French, because they are going to be very concerned. Because I just think they're almost certain I'm going to get some kind of territory in northern France. They are never going to let me into that country, ever. Second of all, don't actually tell the Muslim Caliph of Jerusalem what we want to do. Just say that there's this man who thinks he's a towel, who has this ark that's captained by this guy who's called Nunya Business, and there's a bunch of animals and an Irish setter who's not an undercover territorial expansionist. We need to come to Jerusalem, and we need to talk to you specifically, about a gate. Now, I think that all of this is going to work, ladies and gentlemen, and I am pretty sure that Nunya Business is on board with the plan. And you may be saying to yourself, what am I watching right now? Well, you know what, ladies and gentlemen? If you send me a picture of a dog and I mispronounce the dog as a Bruski the Irish settler instead of the Irish setter, and then someone decides, and the Greer's Garden points out that I was saying settler instead of setter, then I'm clearly going to go off on an exposition about how this dog is responsible for expanding the territory of the Free Irish State. It all makes sense when you think about it in context. I know it's a little weird if you join in the middle. It's like that time someone fell asleep, I think it was Ange Wittick, and woke up to me talking about the movie The Brave Little Toaster and saying that I wanted to make a cartoon called The Brave Little Towels, where we're all going around in cartoon form and telling heartwarming, uplifting, morally inspiring stories like Hey Arnold about towels. It will be great, ladies and gentlemen. I'm telling you. It was also like the time someone joined and I was saying, oh yes, and then there was that one time I ate a slice of an apple. People are like, what is this? How did I find this? Who is this man? What is going on here? And why does he think this dog is responsible for expanding the territory of the Irish state? I don't understand any of this. Well, you know what? I'm having a great afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm thrilled that you all are as well. I am certain that some of you are literally laughing so hard at this point that your endorphins are running and we are eliminating depression worldwide. All right, who's ready for Karen clips? I know every single one of you are ready for Karen clips. We went around a lot there. We went from Shannon O'Brien to Deb Goldberg to an Irish settler who's actually an Irish setter, and then a diplomatic mission involving Nunya Business and an ark of misfit creatures that has to get to Jerusalem to talk to the Muslim Caliph about a gate. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, God bless America. Only in America can a man like me go and talk to the entire world, 94 plus countries now. I saw that, listen, I don't know if it's because I mentioned Somalia yesterday, or Somaliland. People in Somalia started watching the stream. Mogadishu was on the list. I don't understand. Hello, I just want to say hello to Somalia. I've always wanted to visit. I'm a little bit concerned about your conflict with Ethiopia and the secessionist region of Somaliland. But then again, who allowed me to talk to all these countries? I'm not really sure how this has happened. I think it's hilarious. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I am just thrilled that you're all with me. I am thrilled that this country, the United States of America, has given me the ability to pretend I'm an anthropomorphic towel. Well, maybe I am an anthropomorphic towel. And sit here with a microphone and two free hands talking to 94 countries around the world about how I am a towel. I think there was more to that story. It possibly involved a diplomatic mission involving animals, but let's not go down that road again. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen, the humanity of it all. Who allowed me to do this? Listen, I'm not really sure if freedom is a very dual-edged sword, ladies and gentlemen. It really can be a great thing for the world, but also it can bring about moments like this. All right, we got the updated compendium. On that note, we got the updated compendium of Karen clips. And after this, we're going to do our close. We don't have to do a wrap-up today, but we're going to do our close because I want to go eat my lunch and I want to take the afternoon off. So I know everyone's going to indulge me in that. Who's ready for Karen clips? Oh, we love you, little doggy. All right, hold on. I got a plan. I am the man with the plan. Hold on. Before we start the Karen clips, I am the man with the plan. I would like to put a motion on the table, ladies and gentlemen. hold on. I would like to put a motion on the table. Now, no, I don't want to make a motion on the table. I don't want to get up and dance on the table. I have a motion I would like to move on the table, ladies and gentlemen. So, in the interest of justice and fairness and doggo territorial acquisition, I am going to move a motion on the table, and I would like you all to participate in the motion. Motion to adopt Bruski. Hold on, I have to spell this right. Motion to adopt Bruski, is it with Bruski with an I? Hold on, Eva, this is going to be very difficult here. Hold on. I gotta find how, I don't know how to spell. Do you understand, ladies and gentlemen? You have no idea how difficult it is to spell. I have to go all the way back in chat, and I have to find those little Irish clovers. Oh no, you were all using Irish clovers. I have to find how to spell the word Bruski. Okay, so oh dear goodness, Brushi. I got it right. Bruski, the Irish territorial acquisitionist. His new nickname is Bruski, the Irish territorial acquisitionist. I am sure you are totally okay with that, Eva. Acquisitionist. I don't even know if Google knows how to spell acquisitionist. It's a title, isn't it? So acquisitionist. This is hilarious. Where do I come up with these words? Acquisitionist is a great word. Motion to adopt Bruski, the Irish territorial acquisitionist, as an official mascot of Towel Channel. Ladies and gentlemen, the motion, that is not how you spell acquisitionist. What do you mean? It clearly had, no, not unionist. It clearly has an A and a Q in it, ladies and gentlemen. Have you ever thought about how difficult it is to spell the word acquisitionist? I just would like to let you know, I think I spelled it like Thomas Aquinas. I did not do a very good job. I forgot a C. Well, so it's like the word acquire, so acquisitionist. Oh, I put like 5 I's in there. I don't think that's right either. Oh my goodness, I would never have known how to spell this. What the hell is this word? ACQUISITIOINIST. I would never in a million years have known how to spell that. That has like 17 I's in it. Who created this word? I want to have a discussion with them. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. It's not even in the Firefox dictionary. Yes, of course. I can't write Free Ireland because we have UK people. Yes, of course, I love Bruski. BRUSCHI. No, I am a terrible person. Okay, Eva, I'm thrilled to announce that towel poll is now live. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, will we be adopting Bruski, the Irish territorial acquisitionist, as an official mascot of Towel Channel? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, now listen, Dewdrops, I just want to assure you, I have negotiated a special agreement with Bruski. Bruski is not to take any territory from the UK. This is a special condition of Bruski's territorial diplomatic expansionist mission. He is not to take any territory from the UK except for maybe that island between France and the UK, which I kind of want to hang out on just so I can say, oh my God, look, it's France, and then turn around and say, oh my God, look, it's England. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I have not put a lot of thought into this plan. All I would like to let you know is that the vote is very, very rapid. It is occurring very quickly, and I will protect the territorial integrity of Ireland and the UK. I'll negotiate some kind of solution, and it will involve a fleet of diplomatic animals, including Bruski, the Irish setter, who also is an undercover territorial expansionist. Now, ladies and gentlemen, oh no, Marianne Nunzio, you are not a terrible person. I'm ending the poll because I'm so excited to do this before we play this Karen clip. Ladies and gentlemen, I am thrilled to announce, Eva, I am thrilled to announce the poll results very quickly came in, and it is 89% to 10%. We won by a wider margin than Brexit, ladies and gentlemen. Now I'm thrilled to tell you, I am thrilled to bring this up on your screen. It is official, ladies and gentlemen. We are adding the wonderful, absolutely lovely Bruski, the Irish undercover territorial expansionist, to Towel Channel as one of our official mascots. And you might be saying to yourself, I love dogs. I am thrilled about this. Yes, I'm thrilled. world. Now, if you're in the British government, you might be a little bit concerned about whether this is going to impact your territorial holdings. I just want to assure the British Crown that everything is okay. We are only going to bother France and potentially that island in the English Channel, and then also Iceland. We are not going to bother you at all. Don't worry about it. I'm a little bit concerned for the Icelandic people, but that's okay. Bruski, you will be very nice, and he will be a benevolent ruler to all of Iceland. Seriously, who allowed me to speak my mind to the entire world? I'm not sure this was a good idea, ladies and gentlemen. All right, who's ready for the Karen clips? I'm debating whether I should be allowed to have the platform that I have. I'm just not sure that I should be allowed to tell the world that Ireland is going to expand its territorial holdings by virtue of a dog named Bruski, who is also the mascot of Towel Channel. At the same time, I think I'm hilarious. So what do you... And look at me, I'm blending into the background today. I'm flailing my arms around and you can't see them because they're hidden. I'm a little towel. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, none your business. Listen, none your business. We are not doing any gardening on the towel ship. I have a plan for sustainable fishing, and then we also need to bring a lot of cheeseburgers, but you are not bringing gardening instruments. That is absolutely uncouth. I don't understand. Where are we going to fit this garden? Oh, goodness, I didn't think about how we're going to feed the animals. All right, fine. Listen, Nunya, you may be permitted to bring one backhoe, one giant shovel, one rake, and 3 towelies who will assist you with the gardening. We also need to develop some kind of plant-based medicine garden. It's in international waters, so there are no laws, but you may not bring any animals with knives. There shall be no knife fighting, even though The Simpsons did it, and I think that's hilarious. All right, Captain, none your business. I'm getting a little bit worried now about putting you in charge of this ship. I'm a little bit concerned as to what exactly you're going to do when we're in international waters. Oh, of course. Bruski, the Irish territorial expansionist, is now an official mascot of Towel Stream, and I think we have confused half of the world, Eva. This is wonderful. Yeah, okay. None your business. I am willing to come to terms with you. This is a very good diplomatic negotiated agreement. We will use only sporks. On our diplomatic flotilla. And listen, when people ask us what we are doing, we will hold up a towel in one hand and a spork in the other hand, and we will say, "We come in peace." Oh my goodness. This is we could make a whole episode of the Brave Little Towels where, it could be a whole season of the Brave Little Towels where Captain None Your Business and Little Towel and all these other people get all these animals from the different countries, and then we learn about all the different countries. I talk to Mike about continental philosophy, and then we end up in Ireland, and I get to explain to a very confused dog who's an undercover government agent trying to expand the Irish Free State about why there's a commodious vicus of recirculation. And then I will have completed my life. I will sit there under the sky, and I will say, it doesn't matter what else has happened in my life. Everything has happened that I wanted now, and I can simply lay down and eat a cheeseburger. All right, well, we've gotten a little off course, ladies and gentlemen, but you know, that's what happens when you're trying to pilot a ship with some guy named None Your Business who's a wonderful super towel, who's very interested in sporks, who wants to lead a cruise around the world from Australia. We're not going through all the countries again, just know that it involves kangaroos, pandas, koalas, sheep, an Irish territorial expansionist dog named Bruski, and then also camels and peacocks. And then I mentioned the sheep. All right, so let's go to the Karen clips. The continent. Listen. Oh, wait. Oh, listen. Oh, what's going on here? Did something happen? I don't know what happened. Hold on. Hold on. Huh? I don't know who. Wait, what? Oh, I am so very terribly perplexed. Malcolm Barrett, we are not getting into a debate about whether Eurasia is a continent. We are watching Karen clips. Deaf Otter, you listen, Deaf Otter monitors this chat. I know exactly how attuned Deaf Otter is, and therefore whatever happened there, I defer to Deaf Otter. I salute you, sir. You are the commander of the Towel Expeditionary Force in Europe. Let's watch the Karen clips. I don't know what happened there. I didn't mean to cause any problems. I'm just a towel. Can we please go to the Karen clips? Yes.
Commonwealth moves to introduce and play clip 26. Your Honor, the Commonwealth rests.
Karen, what can we expect from the defense? Will you testify?
TBD.
How long will your case last?
1.5 to 2 weeks.
How are you feeling after today?
I feel very good, thank you.
So the approach from the north, we actually missed the turn, and John says to me, "It's Fairview, we just passed it, it's back there, it's on my left." I said, all right, so I pull nose into a driveway and back out onto the street, which I now own as Cedar Crest, and then you come from the north onto Fairview.
Like the next play, clip 25.
At 12:41, I leave a voicemail to John where you can clearly, and this will probably be played on Monday, you can clearly hear me pull into John's garage. You can hear my car sensors beeping as I come close to the sides of the garage truck. And then you hear the car go off, and then you hear the sled ding, ding, ding as I open the door, shut the door. I had high heels on that night. You hear me walk in, go into the stairs up into the kitchen, shut the door. You hear me walk in the kitchen. It's like a full minute long. That's at 12:41.
And finally, clip 24.
I do. I mean, I'll tell you, John and I argued the morning of the 28th, Friday morning. So we think he died right around 12:25, 12:30 on the early morning of January 29th.
Thank you.
Hey, guys. Very good. How are y'all? Any reaction to the clips, Karen, that are being played?
No.
So John's laying there, his left and his right, and I approach John from the left. That's where the street is. And he had a piece of glass, like, perched on his nose, like, just wedged like a splinter would be. And I just pulled it, and as soon as I pulled it, it just gushed blood down his face. Totally more than Jen McCabe. Jen McCabe, it's me or her. Either I'm going down, Jen, or you are.
There's any window here that you guys have really been going at it. This was sort of had like a last date element to it. Was that going on?
That was not going on. John made it clear to me, I'm never breaking up with you. Not never that we're in this good or bad, but you're the best person I've ever.
The Commonwealth would ask to show clip 19.
Okay.
I don't see how John would have known about my text with Brian. And I'm not sure if he knew he would have reacted very strongly. I think we would have broken up, but I don't think John would have lost it and caused a fight. I didn't feel like John's emotions with me got really strong. I mean, I didn't think I hit him, but I clipped him. Could I tapped him in the knee and incapacitated him? He didn't look mortally wounded as far as I could see, but could I have done something that knocked knocked him out, and in drunkenness and in the cold, didn't come to again.
And this was the moment you dropped them off at the party.
Yeah, would have had to. And his mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think it looks like you got hit by a car. It looks like you got hit by a car.
All right, who's your next witness, Mr. Brennan?
Next witness is Jean DeMoulis.
Karen, did you see John go in the house?
I did.
You saw him go in the house?
I saw John go in the house.
Can you describe him going into the house? Which door and how and when?
No, I have, though, and I'm sure the prosecution will play it.
John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. So when John got out of the car at Brian Albert's house, he took my full vodka soda, which is sitting in the cup holder.
Thank you.
Comment?
That.
Thank you.
All right, your next witness.
One more, please, Your Honor. The Commonwealth moves into evidence and seeks to play clip number 17, please.
Okay.
I gave an interview with ABC with Matt Gutman. I think this was whom I gave the interview to, and I said, he asked why was I saying, could I hit him, did I hit him? And I said, yeah, my first thought was, I've been out late, I've been drinking, and he's in the general vicinity of where I last saw him. I mean, they talk about the left side of the property and the right as if it's, Hammersmith Farms. It's a postage stamp. It's 50 feet. So he's in the front yard, to the left of the front door, and no one's coming out of the house. Jen's telling me nobody's seen him. So I'm thinking, Jesus, was I starting to pull away and I ran over his foot? Like, he's roughly where I left him. So yeah, when I found him, I was thinking, did I clip him somehow?
Anything more to say about the clip that was played today?
No, thank you.
What about the clip that's inaudible? Can you say what's in that clip?
I'm sorry, Matt. Just hit you.
How about the, do you remember making those phone calls, Sam?
Yes.
What was your emotion?
All right, Ms. Roberts, please. Okay, thank you.
We'd like to play this first and then call Ms. Roberts.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I remember it, but I question, do I remember it because it's been relived so much? I mean, when I see the video of me driving from the waterfall, like what I just described, tapping the brakes when I crossed the intersection, Washington over Sherman Street, do I actually remember that I kind of slowly proceeded through that green light? No, I don't actually remember that. But I've seen the video so many times that you then question, did I remember it on my own? Or was my memory jogged? But I also wondered, did I say, could I have hit him? Or was it told to me that I said I hit him? And I knew I never could have said that, so the closest I must have said was, did I hit him? I know I said I hit him, but did I really say it as many times as law enforcement's claiming I said it?
Thank you. I now call Kerry Roberts.
When you walked out of the bar, how many drinks had you had?
I had probably about 4.
Clip 8, please.
Okay.
And is the level of intoxication pretty high here for everybody?
It's happy.
Yeah.
It's
Because you'd had a lot to drink, right?
I wouldn't say I had like a normal amount. Like a vodka tonic every 40 minutes.
Okay. And so are you feeling like buzzed? And I'm not judging, I'm just trying to get a sense.
Buzzed.
Yeah.
Clip 9, please.
The final count of my alcohol intakes, probably about 5 or 6 or 4. The drinks that they were pouring me at McCarthy's, which is where I consumed most of the alcohol, was the weakest vodka tonic. It tasted just like old soda water with lime. Not that I needed to be a martini, but it might have had a splash of vodka in it. So I said, John, this drink tastes like it has no vodka in it. He said, just get a shot and mix it yourself. So each drink was being counted as a double. So I would get a vodka tonic and then I would pour a shot into it. So that would count as 2. Frankly, it just felt like a regular cocktail. It was just a really weak pour. So I asked for a shot. So for my taste, it just tasted like that's the normal strength of what a drink should be. So I had maybe 2 or 3 that are being counted as 4 and 6. And I don't know. I felt fine. I felt like I was buzzed. And then there was one drink, the last one that was given to me, which I would have counted as 3, but they're counting as my 6th cocktail. The guys that we were with brought around shots, and they gave me one that I didn't drink, but I poured it in my drink. So that's now my 5th and 6th drinks, with the 7th, which is a shot that all the men did, and I poured it. So that one glass that I'm holding, that I go into the waterfall with, has 3 drinks in it, a vodka tonic and 2 shots. And which is why John said to me, you're not leaving that drink here, like you haven't touched it and just poured a bunch of onions, like just take it with you, which was something he always did. So then I go into waterfall and I put that drink down and I would socialize most of the time. So that would have been my 5th, 6th, and 7th drinks. Then John orders me a drink at the waterfall that I don't drink, that he takes with him. And then there was a round of shots that Chris Howard bought that I did take. So that would have been the night. But I did not consume 9 vodka martinis or take 9 shots, depending on how you count it. And the last 2 drinks I didn't touch.
Clip 10, please.
And I'm not as clear as I would be if I hadn't been drinking. I mean, I had drank, so, and that led me to question, like, could I have hit him? Did I run over his foot or hit him in the knee? Did I incapacitate him? I mean, I always drive with my music blasting ever since I was 16. And I know when John got out of the car to go into Fairview, I know my car was blasting because when I got in it the next morning to go look for him, I had to immediately turn it down. And I don't know, it's stormy. I have had a few cocktails. I didn't black out, but I wasn't as lucid as I would have been if I had gone to bed at 9 and drank a tea. But so I was fuzzier than I would have been if I had had no alcohol.
Clip 11, please.
How did you feel after that many drinks? When you got in the car, did you feel like you could drive? And did you feel how
I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway. I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway at 12:15 on January 29th. I mean, it was quiet. The roads were very quiet. You can see it on the videos. And I was going, when I've had a few drinks and I drive, I always drive extra slow. So I know my alerts aren't as sharp as as they should be. But I shouldn't have been driving. But I don't think I was driving. I know I wasn't driving recklessly. I've got plenty of video of myself driving all over the place. John's did put my car in John's garage, which is incredibly narrow, and I had a very oversized SUV. You see me. There's a video of me driving through the intersection when we leave Waterfall to go to Brian Albert's, and I was always taught by my father, even when you have a green light, you always should tap the brake. You don't know who's going to run red. And I see me doing that multiple times between 12 and 1 and 5 and 6 a.m. So I know I was driving safely, not as safely or as alert as I would be if I had no alcohol. But I was not driving recklessly by any measure.
Thank you.
Heard it, folks. There you heard it. That was the moment. That was the moment Karen Read was forced to watch videos of herself admitting, first of all, evolving stories about how much she had drank in that night, but admitting she shouldn't have been driving, admitting she was under the influence of alcohol. 9 drinks over 3 hours. You heard it in Karen Read's own words from the unaired footage from the ill-advised 400 hours of interviews Karen Read did with the ID Discovery and HBO Max documentary. That footage has now come back to haunt Karen Read. You saw it in real time right there, folks, with Hank Brennan playing clip after clip after clip after clip for the jury to crescendo into the end of the half day of today's presentation of evidence in the Karen Read and John O'Keefe retrial. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm clipping this to upload. You can watch more of this Karen multicam fascinating coverage in the future for the trial at youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. And after I clip this, I'm going to go back to talking to all the towel friends. So thank you for your patience.
10 seconds.
I'm sorry.
All right, you can play them now.
Okay. May I proceed?
Yes.
I'd like to play clip 12, please.
There was a woman who was a mother to kids that were close to John's kids, who lived very close to the Alberts. In fact, when Jen was navigating John to the Alberts when I was driving, she said, it's near Ashley's house. Ashley and John were hooked up prior to John and I dating. There was a woman...
Well, hold on. Hold on before you play it.
We've already played that one. We don't need to play it again.
Okay.
12A, please.
Two things. Either he's hurt himself and is incapacitated. He could be passed out on someone's couch, which is just weird. We're not on a campus. Everyone lives in their own room with children. Or he's sleeping with someone. And there were multiple women in the neighborhood of Fairview that John had been with. And one of them very recently, before I started dating John.
Clip 16, please.
We'll backtrack later to the time. Let's start at 34:30. So, who are you with? Pull up and let us see.
I'm with Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts. And Carrie Roberts is Ford Explorer. And I'm in the back, leaning over the front 2 seats. Carrie's driving and Jen's in the passenger seat. And I describe this to everyone, so you've probably heard this before, but John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. And the fear of what I was going to see is the worst feeling I've ever experienced. The anticipation of what is awaiting me was as extreme a feeling. I wouldn't say it was as extreme a feeling as the grief of realizing what happened to him.
And finally, clip 17, please.
They don't get to play this one. Oh, maybe they do. Oh, we don't actually end up seeing this one now, but we do see it. We had already seen it in the clip. Folks, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. So listen, I just want to let you know I had a really tough day to start the day. Unexpectedly, we were just going to do our recap stream. Then out of nowhere, just like a terrible thing happened, and you all... listen, I did not expect it. You can actually probably watch back when I got the text and looked down, and I was like, oh no, I have had a terrible day. It was some family stuff, but we fixed it. Towel friends came through. I just want to let you know how much you all mean to me, and as a result of that, guess what we're doing? Oh yes, are you here, Colleen Henry? Are you here, Towel friends? I know every single one of you is ready. Before we go into our close, we don't even have to do a recap today. I'm thrilled. Cat in the Hat, I am doing better. Wicked Uma, it's great to see you. Beach Nance, oh, Macy, it was great to see you. Jew drops the super towelette. What document are you talking about? Hold on. I see. Yeah, like sometimes you can ask to view like maybe there's like a specific like a document you want to see, and you can ask to review like an evidence log for a piece of evidence or something, and maybe you want to see like 5 pages or there's only 4. Like the jury can ask for anything. That doesn't mean it actually got entered into evidence, but the stuff that's in evidence, the videos of Karen, all the clips we just saw, that gets to be played, ladies and gentlemen, by the jury. They can bring it into the deliberation rooms. Colleen Henry, you're here. Guess what? We're going to play the clip. We don't have to do a recap. I'm taking a towel half day. I'm going to miss you all, but I need to get some rest. We're going to do a full day of court tomorrow, 7:30 a.m. I'll be there bright and early with you Eastern time, ladies and gentlemen. But I had a very tough day. The towel friends literally brought towel to tears at certain points. Everybody sometimes, as you've noticed over the past week, we have our ups and downs. Sometimes randomly people just run into issues, and we towel friends, we will come up together and fix anyone's issue. You need help, you want a fundraiser ran for you, you just let me know. I can't see every message, there's a lot of them, but just find me and eventually I will see them. I have like 100 DMs to go through, but I will read everything eventually. I'll get caught up. And ladies and gentlemen, sent you, oh goodness, oh no, oh goodness, we're doing one thing before we close, because Just Being Nosy, you watched the Call Me Hank clip for a little bit. Just Being Nosy has sent me something very special, and I'm going to go look while you watch this clip run a few times.
Good night.
You as well, Mr. Brennan.
Call me Hank.
Okay, sir, I will, Hank. You as well, Mr. Brennan.
Call me Hank.
Okay, sir, I will, Hank.
Good night.
You as well, Mr. Brennan.
Call me Hank.
Okay, sir, I will, Hank. You as well, Mr. Brennan.
Call me Hank.
Okay, sir, I will, Hank. We love it, ladies and gentlemen. I know you all could watch that like 67,000 times. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we love the Call Me Hank clip. And also, listen, folks, Just Being Nosy, the special super towel, Just Being Nosy has graced us with an amazing update, ladies and gentlemen. Listen, I want you to calm down, none of your business. If you're here, I don't know if you're going to be able to handle this, but I have found us a deckhand for the towel, towel diplomatic mission, Captain Nunya's boat of misfit creatures. Ladies and gentlemen, oh my goodness, look at it. That is our deckhand. That is how we will stage our invasion of Northern Europe peacefully in order to conquer Northern France peacefully for the Towel people. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, we have, Just Being Nosy, you are a super towel. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Look at it. Look at it, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, it is glorious. We have found a deckhand. God bless you, Modella Macy, super towelette, Jew drops. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Hugs to you, Murder by Maestro. I am thrilled. We have found a deckhand. None your business. You must be so excited. He has a spork and a towel. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. This is the greatest possible crescendo. I don't have to do a recap today. I'm going to go get my favorite special towel lunch. I'm going to get grilled chicken, rice, and potatoes. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, so Beach Dance, the state has already moved for their proposed jury instructions for a consciousness of guilt instruction. That's coming in. We're going to hear more motion argument about that before closing argument, I'm sure. So just get ready either before or after closing argument for the state's proposed jury instruction with consciousness of guilt, which has to do with witness intimidation of Lucky, which is why Hank Brennan introduced that article from Turtle Boy and asked those questions on cross. Remember, it all is a purpose. That it's already in. The question is, will Hank Brennan win the motion? And the answer is going to be yes. So Beach Nance, thank you for that question. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's you, Peach Pie. You don't have to present evidence of the erasing. The testimony was from Trooper, who did the Trooper Buchanan, that there were videos, 17 videos between 12:37 and 5:08 a.m., 17 of the 18 videos deleted or unable to be found. That's enough. Missing evidence. It doesn't necessarily have to be deleted. Missing evidence. And there was another piece of missing video from 12:35 p.m. when Karen's family leaves with the alleged murder weapon. That's enough at John's house. That's enough for the argument. I don't know if Hank's going to win on the... Remember, consciousness of guilt. Consciousness of guilt, you can get the instruction for two reasons. You don't have to win both. You can win one or the other. Missing evidence or deleted evidence by the defendant potentially, or missing evidence because of the defendant, or the witness intimidation. If Hank loses on the missing evidence related to the ring video, which we heard the ring videos were missing in evidence from Trooper Buchanan, then Hank moves to the witness intimidation prong. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, remember, if you ask me lots of questions at the end, I will just keep going and going and going. So let's everybody take a breath. I don't, people are like, no, I just was chatting with my towel friends. I know, but I get excitable. So I can also just not look at the comments. But yes, None Your Business is so excited that this man has a spork and a towel. The good ship towel is off on the seas. It is not Captain None Your Business's ship of misfit creatures. We have kangaroos, we have pandas, we have koalas, we have sheep, we have an Irish setter named, oh goodness, I'm not going to forget it, an Irish setter named Bruski, who is actually an undercover Irish territorial expansionist that won't be going into the UK, along with peacocks and camels and koalas. And we're going to go to, on this ship, captained by None Your Business, with this first mate who has a spork and a towel. We're going to go to Jerusalem, where I'm going to talk to the Muslim Caliph about a gate. Ladies and gentlemen, oh goodness, it all makes so much sense when you put it in context. But yes, you know, we have three things we got to do, ladies and gentlemen. We saw the Call Me Hank clip. We saw the Karen clips. We all got to breathe. And one of the things I think we have to do, ladies and gentlemen, to end the stream is we have to say this. If you like this stream, first of all, God bless you for all of your support today. Your comments, your love for each other, it means so much to me. But give a like. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Maybe you want to use towel emojis. That helps the channel. It means so much to me that you all have supported Towel Stream. We were an off day. This was an off day, and it was still fun. We went, 5.5 hours? That's great. I'm feeling good. I'll go take my half day. I'll play some 2012 video games and watch 1980s wrestling, because that's what Towel does to relax. I know I'm a little weird. I'll listen to audiobooks later. Second, ladies and gentlemen, I have a rule here. I like to go through the Towel chat, and as many comments as are in the back scroll, I like to say things like, yes, I'm going to go eat Jew drops, none your business, I'm hilarious. Hello, Wicked Uma, Colleen Henry, Tom Grist, it was great to see you. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. I am a very respectful towel. Hello, Peach Pie. Oh, it was great to see you. Chris, I'm so glad I saw your name in the back scroll. Hello, friend. Eva, it was great to see you. Just Being Nosy, you are a super towel for that hilarious spork image. You made everyone's day. I extend you a super towel hug. Wicked Uma, again, super towelette Jew drops. It was great to spend some time with you. Tell Kiki and Riri, I hope they can hear me, that they are super towels. I have a new microphone now, so they can hear me very clearly. You tell your mom, Kiki and Riri, that she is a super towelette. And when I'm eating my grilled chicken today, I'll be thinking about how Kiki and Riri are very nice to their mom, who is a super towelette. yet. Maybe we will have Arca tomorrow. Maybe it will be the other defense witness. Who knows, ladies and gentlemen? 7:30 a.m. tomorrow, Friday, June 6, 2025. We'll be here for coverage. Court will start at about 9 a.m. for a full day, 9 a.m. Eastern. And Whittick, Greer's Garden. It was great to see both of you. None your business. Captain, sir, you let us know where we need to go. I will follow you as long as you get me to Jerusalem so I can speak to a caliph about a gate. Just don't forget the animals. And also Bruski, the Irish setter, who is actually an undercover territorial expansionist. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Cat in a Hat was here. You are amazing, Cat in a Hat, and I love your username. I love so many of your usernames. Modelo Macy and Beach Nance, I extend you both super towel hugs. Look how happy you made me with your presence. Murder by Maestro, you are a super towel. You speak binary. You are 1001 years old in binary. I'm going to send you a hamster with 42 towels in tow. I don't know how I'm going to get it to you. I have plans. Just give me some time. Modelo Macy, again, you are a super towel. Thank you for the strength and positivity. Paula, it was great to see you. Super towel hugs. I hope you have a great rest of your day. Marianne Nizio, I would be remiss if I did not say hello. Dark Side of the Moon, thank you for being with us every single moment of the day. I love that album. I love syncing it to the movie Wizard of Oz, and I love the thought that the movie album Dark Side of the Moon is a microsecond by microsecond commentary on the film The Wizard of Oz, and also that it's perfectly split so that you can run the album twice as a meta commentary on the first and second part of the film. I love your username. Every time I see it, I smile. You are amazing. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. No, I think we really will be done by Tuesday. Oh, thank you for calling me a sweet boy, Wicked Umam, and have a great lunch. Macy, it was great to see you. Malcolm Barrett, God bless you, my dear friend. I'm so glad you're here. Towel Nation, certainly. Oh, Colleen Henry, we got to watch the Call Me Hank clip. One more time, I saw Colleen Henry's name in the chat. One more time. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. We have an excuse to watch it again. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. I love it. I love it, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, goodness. Wicked Uma, I saw you again up there in the chat. Paula, Greer's Garden again. Look at all you towel friends just having a great day chatting with each other. Oh, Antone. I'm going to add you as a super towel. I'm so sorry I missed you earlier, dear friend. I've added you. Thank you for being with us. Andrea, if you're out there, I'm sorry. Come back to Towel Channel. We miss you. You will be welcome. The towel friends love you. Towel loves you. Oh, Towel's just an idiot. Lady, not an idiot. Towel is just a well-meaning fool. Sherry McElroy, it was great to see you. Oh, Eva, it was great to see you. Luisa Ramirez, God bless you and your super towel husband. Have a great rest of your day. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, look at all these towel friends. You all were just chatting up a storm, even on an off day. I can't put into words how much it means to me. Oh, I love all your hearts, Sherry McElroy. God bless you. JVA, I know. That Colleen, that clip warms me up. Colleen Henry, I'm on a diplomatic mission. I know you all defend the sweet boy Little Towel. God bless you. I know how much I mean to you all. We will protect Little Towel. I promise. Towel is happy. No one is in danger. No bears are chasing me, and I am okay. Greer's Garden, you're wonderful. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I love you all so much. You all mean so much to me. I can't put it into words sometimes. I just want to gather you all for a big towel hug and say you are a towel, and it means so much to me that you are in my life. And then once I say that to you all, I want us to all walk around in Dublin, and I just want to say the word commodious vicus of recirculation like 47 times so that I can think I'm hilarious. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, I don't think you've ever met a towel who loves the word commodious vicus of recirculation quite as much as me. I also love that I have two hands. I don't know what to do. You all are so wonderful. Eva, The super towel lemon emoji, I know popped up in the chat because the chat got loaded back, but I loved that super towel lemon emoji. That's how I feel when I think about the towel friends. Even on a bad day, I'm like, I am loved. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, God bless you, super towel Eva. Yes, I'd love to come to Dublin. It would mean so much to me, JVA. I've always wanted to go for a walk around that river by Castle Adam and Eve and Bendith Bay and whatever that shore is there where the river runs like the commodious vicus of recirculation. I will feel like James Joyce. Lovely Sphinx. Thank you so much, folks. By the way, please drop a like, a mention in the chat for Lovely Sphinx. Lovely Sphinx gave us an interview today. They were our third ever interview on Towel Chat. They were, we had Tony Bruski first, then John DePetro second yesterday, and then we had Lovely Sphinx today. What an excellent interview, a forensic professional who talked to us about how they changed their perspective on the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed case from Karen was innocent to Karen is guilty because of Roberta Glass's excellent coverage. Oh, that was wonderful, and I know that was great. Jojo, I'm so glad you got a membership. D-Nice, it was so great to see you both pop up there at the end. And ladies and gentlemen, oh goodness, I'm so glad to see so many of you. Yes, Wicked Uma, maybe we do we need to fundraise? Ladies and gentlemen, you just let us know, Wicked Uma. We will get you a bigger screen. I'll contribute. I'll do whatever I can to help you. Do not go blind, my dear friend. We love you very much and we need your site. Although even if you did go blind, we'd still welcome you. I would describe things that are happening on the stream if you needed me to do so. God bless you, Jew Drops. You are a super towel. I love you so much. You and Kiki and Riri have a great night. I'm so glad we got to watch the Allesie hands clip. HB, my dear super towel friend, pound sterling, and your comments and your support and your love and compassion make Little Towel's day. Please never change. Keep being you. I hope you enjoyed that sunshine today on your day off. God bless all the towel friends in the UK. Towel loves you all. Towel loves all his Irish friends, too. We had a great day talking about Bruski, the Irish setter, who's an undercover territorial and expansionist. God bless you, Allie 90211. I didn't even see that adorable towel lemon emoji. Oh, my goodness. It is looking at me as if it loves me. I love you, little towel lemon emoji. Oh, my God. My heart is jumping out of my brain. Is that possible? I don't know. I haven't thought about that. Oh, I love you, little towel lemon emoji. I want to be like that. Oh, I don't even know if I can make a face of joy like that, you little towel emoji. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Allie 90211 has a sardonic heart of gold, and we love Allie 90211 very, very much. Joe O'Keefe, you will enjoy the replay, and Murder by Maestro, yeah, it's at the very beginning, right before I go to play the John DePetro interview. We get a great call in from Lovely Sphinx, and they talked to us for about 20 or 30 minutes. They were wonderful. Their first ever live interview. They did it no prep. Just called in, they were confident, they knew exactly what they wanted to say, and they talked to towels around the world and did a wonderful job. Oh, Joe O'Keefe, God bless you. Can't wait to see you all tomorrow. Lisa Cox, oh, look at that towel emoji's heart pounding out of his little lemon towel emoji chest. That is how I feel right now, just surrounded and enveloped with towel love. Oh, Mira Hardy, I'm so sorry I missed you earlier. I was being a little towel and multitasking. I love you too, and Mira Hardy is a wonderful super towel. You are appreciated, you are loved, and I think you are wonderful. Paul Doherty, I know you were watching earlier. I appreciate you, my dear towel friend. I got to pause the stream and tell you I appreciated you. You make Little Towel beam with excitement with all of your questions, all of your funny comments, and just the fact that you are you. Amber Am, oh my goodness, you sent a hippo emoji that said one up. I feel like I have one-upped life today being with you, ladies and gentlemen. You invigorate and inspire, Little Towel. Taterbug, oh, you are just the most wonderful person. Taterbug has a heart of gold that just radiates outward, and every time Taterbug comes in the chat, people just drop hundreds of hearts, and they're like, oh my goodness, it's Taterbug. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we had such a wonderful day. Claudia Franco, I am so glad I got to see you right at the end, friend. God bless you, towel friend. We had a great day, and you are appreciated. Oh, towel friends. Oh my goodness. We have just had a day, haven't we? We got caught up. It's a half day. I'm going to get my lunch. And you know, there's one more part of the closing. I actually forgot to do this for the ex-friends yesterday, so we're doing it today for everyone. If you benefited from this stream, if you learned something, this is a public information service. It's designed to educate, inform, and entertain the wider public, such as to engender cogent discourse and ward off the usurpation of our representative forms of government around the world. If you learned something, if you feel that those values inspired from Lord Reith, who created the British Broadcasting Corporation, are worth something, then I ask just one thing of you, ladies and gentlemen, and that is to look for a reason to pay it forward with small acts of service or kindness in the furtherance of universal and unconditional love in your everyday life. Look for a reason, ladies and gentlemen, to donate in support of homeless veterans. Shout out Eva. No one who serves should ever be left to be homeless, ladies and gentlemen. They will not be forgotten. Look for a reason to say hello to someone on the street. Call a friend. Visit with a family member you haven't seen in a while. Look for a reason to donate 200 tomato plants like the wonderful towel Francis Frutrell, and have those tomato plants designated honorary towels. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, look for a reason in your life to, one small act of kindness at a time, make the world a better, fairer, more beautiful place. And maybe, just maybe, ladies and gentlemen, through those small acts of service, we can bring about a new political world order, not based on the current realpolitik of expanding, preserving, and demonstrating our power, but instead based on a realpolitik of expanding, preserving, and demonstrating our capacity for unconditional and universal love, as made manifest in those small acts of service. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it means so much to me that we have looked for reasons to ripple out our acts of towel kindness and fluffy embrace of each other throughout the world. 94 countries, ladies and gentlemen. Every continent in the world except for maybe Antarctica, although I'll call someone at Maduro Station if I have to and tell them to show the penguins this stream so that we can say all 7 continents, even though I'm pretty sure there's a debate about whether Europe and Asia are a continent or 2 continents, have watched Towel Stream. Oh, the towel friends from every state in the USA, from the golden fields of Nebraska. Do they have golden fields there? Kansas, Montana, Florida, California, New York, New Mexico, Montana, Washington State, Maine, Massachusetts, New Jersey, Arizona, North Dakota, Mexico, Canada, Guatemala, Nicaragua, Honduras, Costa Rica, El Salvador, Brazil, Argentina, Chile. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, our friends in the UK, in Ireland, in Northern Ireland, in the Faroe Islands, in Scotland, in Iceland, in Greenland, in Mozambique, in Zimbabwe, in South Africa, in Egypt, in India, in Turkey, in Germany, in France, in Italy. Oh, in Denmark, in Holland, in Sweden, in Finland, in Norway, in Malaysia, in Singapore, in Australia, and New Zealand. I mentioned the Faroe Islands. Ladies and gentlemen, there are so many of you that I am trying to memorize the list. There are more of you on this list in different countries than there are American presidents, and I can do the American presidents dating back to like James K. Polk, and I can do about 40 of the 98 countries, or 78. There's so many of you, 94, whatever it is. I cannot keep track. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we are universal towels all around the world. Oh, goodness. And as Murder by Maestro said, all of us towels are built by a single thread, which is looking for reasons to make this world a better place. Look at how you inspire Towel. Look at how you inspire each other. Look at the friends you've built here, in particular in Towel Chat. It's possible. It can happen. And as those small acts of service and kindness ripple outwards, they become the predominant world ethos. And energetically, ladies and gentlemen, and towels, and towelettes, and washcloths, and hemp towels, and soap dispensers, and flannels, and paper towels, and microfiber towels. Ladies and gentlemen, we in turn can bring about a new world ethos, the Aquarius, the digital age, the digital epoch of Aquarius the water bearer, carrying a towel, ladies and gentlemen, will be defined by unconditional love and small acts of service. It is possible. We will make it possible, and your collective support of each other, this channel, and a better, brighter world is what inspires me to do this every day for you. It means a lot. Now, you know how this works, ladies and gentlemen. Deb H, Jojo, Malcolm Barrett, I'm so glad you all checked in. I'm going to take care of myself. I promise I'm going to go eat my sandwich. But you know how the end of this stream works? Same way every time. We say our good wishes and goodbye to the ex-friends first, and then I spend a few minutes with the towel friends on YouTube, because the ex-friends get a few minutes extra in the beginning, and then the YouTube gets a few minutes extra at the end. I think that's fair. Those are the kind of things I think about during the day. All right, so to the friends on X, we'll be back 7:30 a.m. Eastern tomorrow. You can always tune in youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis if you want to join the towel chat. If you want to participate, meet some wonderful people from around the world. We love you all. A Polk Hotel sounds wonderful. Lovely Sphinx did do an amazing job. I agree. Thank you so much, Deb H. Your spirit is wonderful. I'm so glad we almost share a birthday. I feel a kindred connection to you, Deb H. Towel love and hugs to you. Okay, so towel friends on the X, be well. It's hot out there if you're around Massachusetts. Stay cool. I'm going to get some chicken, maybe a cold drink like Gatorade, because I only drink water and Gatorade, basically. Every single one of you out there on X, God bless you. Be well today. Be safe. Towel is with you. Towel loves you, and I'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning. God bless. Oh, hi, Bossy Texas Chick. We will definitely watch videos of Bella tomorrow. I just saw she posted a video. All right, friends on the X, God bless. Be safe. Be well. Until tomorrow, my name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I'm a towel. Friends on the YouTube, this is my favorite time of the day. Yes, penguins, Jojo and Wicked Uma, we need to figure out how to get Towel Stream into the hands of the penguins. I think if we tell penguins about Towel Stream, we can bring them onto the flotilla, None Your Business's diplomatic flotilla, and then we can go around the world. I don't know how we're going to keep the penguins cold on the flotilla. We will have to get a lot of ice. This ship is basically going to have to be an aircraft carrier. We can talk to the French. I'll borrow the Charles de Gaulle. That said, ladies and gentlemen, I will, and I love each and every one of you. I hope you know, when I lay down to bed at night, being alone with my thoughts isn't good. It's why I listen to audiobooks. It's why I listen to like streams, or just try to distract myself. But recently I've been able to actually sit in silence, and what I will reflect on is, one, growing as a person and as a towel, and being a more robust and fluffy human, but also, and compassionate, but also how much you all mean to me. As you noticed, I remember where you're from. If you say it, I remember who details about you, your birthday. I try so hard. There's a lot of you, but I really, really try, and I understand it's not meant to be surface level. Like, if we sat down and met each other and talked, I would be so happy. But it's because I care. You all are humans to me. You've made a very special community here. I watch you all be friends with each other and all these branches that grow out. It is beautiful. It's a special thing. None Your Business. We can't print the towel ship. We're going to have to design it. I think we should speak to the Finnish towel friends. Their national industry is making ice-breaking ships. So we just talk to some Finnish towels. We give them some saunas. They really like saunas in Finland. So we give them saunas, and then they give us a ship. I thought about this a lot. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate and love all of you so much. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your Thursday. Remember, we're back tomorrow morning, ladies and gentlemen, 7:30 a.m., youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. A full day of testimony on Friday, June 6, 2025, in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. God bless each and every one of you. I mean it. I truly mean it. When I say it, I mean it. It's a positive energy here. You've created a wonderful community. You've inspired Little Towel to do wonderful things, and I can't wait to enjoy this afternoon off. No, don't. Yes, we can liberate a boat. Yes, none your business. It will be like that time in the Bible when Jesus was walking to Jerusalem, and he came up on these guys, and he was like, I need a goat. And they were like, well, we don't have a goat. And he was like, well, can you get me a goat? And they were like, well, this guy over here has a goat. And he was like, okay, get me the goat. And they were like, but Lord, you can't steal a goat. And he was like, I'm not stealing it, I'm borrowing it. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Towel loves you. It is a towel movement. All right, I got to go eat lunch. I love you all so much. That's how we're going to end the day. Be safe, be well, love each other, look for reasons to help, and know that Towel loves you all. See you bright and early tomorrow. Love you, Towel friends.